Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
Out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, back in our home turf here after yesterday's field trip over to see Buster Posey. Spoiler alert, you'll get more of him. Feels nice and comfortable, except for when I hear my man open, our cool War on Drugs open, our thumping vibe here up on the Mount Tam Sound Summit, reminiscing here. He says, to the faithful. Let me tell you something, Marcus Boucher. You better be heavy on faith tonight as the 49ers walk into I'd call it a lion's den, but they're not playing the Detroit Lions. They're walking into a bad situation down in Los Angeles tonight. I think we all know about this. Who knows? Do they shock the world? That's why they play the game. Stranger things have happened. All the cliches we can dust out. But man, oh man, if you're going to be faithful, you better be faithful tonight because the Niners are up against it, buddy. And good morning to you.
Well, Murph, happy Thursday. And yeah, it feels like lately we've been extremely faithful to the injury report because week after week after week, we find out about another missing piece for the 49ers. And guess what? This Thursday, they're not going into the Lions' den. They're going into the Rams' den, the Lambs' den. And we were talking about silencing the Lambs. I think it's going to be real silent for the 49ers tonight going down there without Nick Bosa, without George Kittle, and without Brock Purdy. But besides that, happy Thursday, Murph.
Well, as always, happy Baby Friday for sure. 8.5-point dogs now? 8.5? I mean, you're a guy, you like to track your spread. It's open to 3.5.
Yes.
8.5.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
And we've been tracking it from 3.5 to 5.5 to 6.5 to 8.5 this morning. Hell, it might be 9.5 by the time kickoff is today.
As George Costanza said when they were going to those lower seats, we keep going and going and going, and the spread keeps growing and growing. Actually, at this point, Niners plus 8.5. I think the Niners plus 8.5 is a pretty good bet.
Now you're getting some value. Now you're getting some value.
I mean, as bad as tonight could be, that's a lot of points. So we'll see. And how bad will tonight be? So if they don't know, Mac Jones will be the quarterback tonight. Brock Purdy is out. And also, by the way, stay tuned. Brock Purdy could be out for longer than just tonight.
Oh, great.
So that's something we need to talk about and think about going forward because they're at Tampa Bay next week. Shout out David Lombardi's, 3-3 is a good start. Remember that?
Yeah.
That whole thing? I mean, listen, we may be chewing on that piece of gum pretty soon here. So Mac Jones in for Brock Purdy. Ricky Pearsall out. We saw him bang up that knee that was already questionable. He banged it up in the Sunday loss against the Jaguars. And then Juwan Jennings, who, after the summer of discontent and comes back and, hadn't been having a blazing start to his season, but had made some nice catches at important times, including a 2-point conversion where he got drilled in the ribs so cleanly, old school rib shot that he took in that game. He's out. Oh, by the way, did I mention Nick Bosa remains out? So you're talking about, did I mention George Kittle remains out?
Keep going.
You're talking, did I mention Brandon Ayuk remains out?
Keep going. What about Jordan Watkins? Where's he at?
Well, Jordan Watkins, you can't. Somebody put him on the list. I'm like, bro, you can't put him on that
dude,
list.
I'm riffing.
All right, thank you so very much. So, I mean, no, I'll do respect to the young man and his NFL dreams, but they've yet to arrive.
Yeah, these two things are not the same.
Yeah. So Bosa, Kittle, Jennings, Pearsall, Purdy. Arguably five of the most, outside of Trent Williams and Fred Warner, those would be in Demo Lenore.
And Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm. Let's just say 5 of the top 10 49ers. They're up against it, man. And my only thought now is just what I just kind of joked about a couple minutes ago. Shock the world.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 95% riding off the 49ers tonight, but I'm leaving 5% of my brain for just like a shock the world type thing where Mac Jones and CMC do something crazy. Again, only 5%, though.
Yeah. Shout out to the 5%ers that know what Murphy's talking about. And I think within that 5%, it is in the realm of possibility that Robert Saleh in this defense shut down Matthew Stafford and the Rams.
Ooh.
Now, that's a wishful hope, but that's the only way you have a chance of winning this game is if you shut down the Rams offense And if you establish a running game, something that you have not had all season long, but you have to control the clock, you have to keep Matthew Stafford off the field. If they want any chance of winning or even just covering this 8.5-point spread, they have to lock in on defense and they have to establish the run game. Yeah. But they have yet to do that this entire season.
There is no run game. By the way, all the clip farming we were doing on Monday, all our heavy clip farming is irrelevant. Like everything we said on Monday is irrelevant.
Damn, sorry,
They're going to have to find some sort of super hyper neutral comment like, yeah, the 49ers play on Thursday.
I mean, who knows, Murph? We might tune in to Amazon Prime tonight and see like the Tai Chi guy like with like a bruised elbow or a bad knee. Like even he's injured.
Those guys don't get hurt because they're smart. They take care of their bodies.
That's it. The Niners need to do more Tai Chi before the game.
100%. I'm not even riffing. I'd like to do a little Pilates Tai Chi situation. So, yeah, Eesh is the word going into this one tonight. So we'll see. They're 8.5-point dogs. Dude. But man, oh man, there's a lot going on. Not only that, we got the Giants' big thing yesterday where Buster Posey flat out said, we're going to go in a different direction than Bruce Bochy. So much for that and so much for Stefan's inside info. Bro, it happened a week ago, bro. I was like, dude, no, it didn't. Yeah, it did. I'm coming on the show when it happens, bro. So it's Steph down in Vegas. Get news sources, brother.
Yeah, sorry. You're not going to make Young Tony's guest list today.
And I think we think that's the right move.
Yeah.
Yes,
now,
I think it's the right move.
It's funny. Now, I'm glad we were able to milk a couple days out of content out of talking about Bruce Bochy and his potential return because it's sports talk radio, and that's what we do. And so when everybody was asking me, like, do you want Bochy back? My answer was yes. Did I think it was actually going to happen? My answer would have been no. Like, there's two different sides of the story. There's what I want and what I think is actually going to happen. I didn't think that it was a high likelihood of this reunion actually happening, but I wasn't going to be the guy to say, no, I don't want Bruce Bochy. Yeah. If the option was there, I would have entertained it. But I didn't think it was the most logical thing moving forward for Buster Posey.
I worked really hard for 2 days to not be caught by social saying, don't bring me Bochy. Murphy drives knife into Bochy back, SF Gate. So I worked really hard, and now I can breathe a sigh of relief because we don't have to talk about that anymore. So we got that. We got Kuminga in town, and lots of interesting quotes from the Warriors too. So right now it's a highly busy time. But first, before we end our first segment, I need to know how my Yankee fan friend partner here did last night.
I need to know
because there was some drama in the Bronx. You guys were facing extinction, bro, like the dinosaurs. You were facing total mass extinction last night.
Yeah.
You survived.
Survive in advance.
Not without some tight booty holes.
Oh, extremely tight yesterday, Murph. I mean, there were some long flies yesterday. Even my guy, the Rooster, Carlos Rodon, got tagged at the top of the zone. Let the ball game get back to 3-3 before the Yankees were actually able to work out a couple jams. But the Yankees bullpen is a dice roll right now. It's been all season long. That's why they went out and traded for a Camilo Doval and a David Bednar and all these other guys.
When you guys got Doval, was he supposed to be the closer?
No, he came in and immediately started pitching in the 7th and 8th inning. And we know how that goes when Camilo Doval is pitching the 7th and 8th inning. Not extremely locked in. So, no, Camilo Doval hasn't even sniffed the bullpen this entire series. I haven't seen him warm up once. I don't know if he'll be used today. But there is a chance you might see a guy named Kyle Harrison pitching for the Boston Red Sox because it sounds like they might be headed towards a bullpen game today.
Yeah, I was wondering what's going to happen because they didn't have really a Game 3 starter, and they were like, maybe young Kyle Harrison. Well, they're going with a 23-year-old lefty, but it's not Kyle Harrison. A guy named Connolly Early, who pitched in, count him, 4 games this year. 4 games this year. So he's a 5th-round draft pick out of 2023 from University of Virginia. So, yeah, I would imagine any sign of trouble, he's out. And then in they come, and you're right. Given that they might pitch 9 guys tonight, we could see Kyle Harrison in a do-or-die game in the Bronx, man.
Hell, it might be Kyle Harrison. Might be Jordan Hicks getting a couple innings, too. Like if they go righty, lefty, mighty, righty. I'd have to double-check that. I haven't seen him either, but
anyway,
it could be a possibility.
We could see both Doval and Harrison tonight.
Yeah. How about that? With the season on the line, Game 3 out in the Bronx.
And enough of the Dodgers. So much for my, hey, you know what? The Reds have a shot. No. They didn't. The Reds didn't have a shot. They didn't have a shot. So Dodgers advance. Yankees, Red Sox tonight at 5 o'clock. That should be good. And the Padres with a little spirited, kind of been blowing that one off. Padres, Cubs are going to a Game 3 tonight. They got Yu Darvish going against Jameson Taillon. And then don't, if you care, Tigers, Guardians on so early. Not a very star-laden game. That series, I mean, it's a good series, competitive series, all that stuff, but I'm having trouble really sinking my teeth into that. Although that's the one that's on right when we get off work.
Yeah, that's the only reason I've really been tuned into that series because immediately once our show ends, it's on. And Game 1, that Scooble Gavin Williams matchup was electric. That was great, but this is where we truly see where teams are made of in a 3-game wild card series. Game 3, it's not your ace on the mound. It's Cam Schlittler, a top prospect from the Yankees. It's early for the Red Sox. It's these other guys that you got to go out there and get your win.
Slade Ciccone for the Guardians tonight.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
How about you, Darvish, back out there?
Jack Flaherty for the Tigers. Yeah, you Darvish is pretty good cover. Who would the Giants Game 3 starter be? Let's say they made it. Let's say they snuck in. They won 3 games against the Cardinals and snuck one out against the Dodgers, and they got to 84 wins. Who's their Game 3 starter tonight? Is it Trevor? Because they go Webb, Ray. Oh, Verlander. Duh. What am I saying?
The oldest man in the league, Murph.
That'd be kind of fun,
It
wouldn't
would have been Webb, Ray,
really
and
fun.
Justin Verlander as your 3 going into the series.
You would have had 3 legitimate chances.
You would have had a chance.
That's better than the Red Sox throwing it.
Dude, how about the blanking Dodgers? They're like, oh, yeah, we just won in 2 games. And, oh, by the way, Shohei Ohtani, he'll just pitch next series. They just won a series without pitching Shohei Ohtani.
Do we need to brace for a long Dodger run here?
Yes, we do.
Oh, boy.
I mean, it's amazing, the stat I threw at Mike Krukow yesterday, that the Dodgers won the World Series last year, having more innings pitched by their bullpen than their starting rotation. And now in that starting rotation, they have Shohei Ohtani back pitching and Blake Snell looking like an ace.
Which leads me to tonight's game where we started, tonight at SoFi, where Southern California Niner fans that exist, and I'm wearing my Niner Giant throwback giveaway, what do you call it? Just the combined hat or whatever we're trying to call it.
Kind of a mashup.
All I'm saying is I don't need to see that guy again tonight wearing the red and gold Dodger hat.
Oh.
That you might see that.
Yeah,
tonight.
there's a good chance.
Those are those people.
There's a
They're
very
Dodger
good chance.
Niner fans.
Yeah.
I mean, we love them when they fill a visiting stadium and make noise, and then they're the same people rooting for the Dodgers who have advanced.
I mean,
Yes,
it
the
makes
next
sense when we've been talking about Levi South for all of these years. Yeah, it's all the 49er fans that are also Dodger fans who just live down there, and they take over L.A. anytime the Niners come down.
By the way, given that it is the Dodgers, we should end the first segment by saying, I don't know if you say Happy Yom Kippur or observing Yom Kippur for our Jewish friends here out there. So a lot of people taking time off. It's a holy day. But it is a sports tie-in, a Dodger tie-in, that in 1965, I bet Young Tony doesn't know this one. 1965, Game 1 of the World freaking Series, the Fall Classic, fell on Yom Kippur. The World Series used to start a lot earlier because you didn't have playoffs.
You'd have wild card teams.
It was just the American League champ
even
versus
that.
the National League champ. And guess who had the ball for Game 1? A lefty named Sandy Koufax, famously a Jew from Brooklyn. Guess what he said? He said, Skip, I'm not going. It's Yom Kippur. Gave the ball back to Walt Austin. Very, very, very famous incident. He said, I'm not doing it. It's a holy day. It was a very, very huge deal. And so he had to give the ball to Don Drysdale. Drysdale got lit up. Gave up 7 runs in 3 innings. When Walt Austin came to go get the ball from him, Don Drysdale, the legend is, he gave the ball to Walt Austin. He said, I bet you wish I was Jewish. Pretty good one, huh? Pretty good one.
That's good, dude.
Pretty good one.
I was thinking about a riff in my head, and I didn't know whether or not I should say it, but it's kind of similar to the riff you just said. I hope Aroldis Chapman's Jewish. I don't want to see him back on the mound tonight.
You can work it. Convert. Convert by 5 o'clock tonight.
I hope Matthew Stafford's Jewish.
Let's keep it going all day.
Devontae Adams, Puka Nakua. Welcome to the tribe.
Welcome to the tribe. Very good. On that note, we'll duck ass, say good morning to Young Tone, get the guest list on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got a new contest this week. We're giving away tickets to go see 9 Inch Nails with special guest Boys Noise. We got 2 tickets, and the show's on March 15th, 2026, and it's going to be at Chase Center. So stay tuned, and stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to go home with these tickets. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Had his first catch this year.
And then the other, Luke Farrell, was a Carolina Panther, I believe, right?
Yeah, he did not have a catch last year.
Wow.
He was not on the 49ers.
Wow.
Yeah, think about that stat.
Yeah, well, my God. And the guy throwing the passes did not throw a pass for the 49ers last year, Mac Jones.
No.
So this is not exactly how you draw it up in the lab, is
not
it?
ideal.
No. I mean, listen, we had somebody chastising us on the text line, Golden State Lumber and text line. He said, "You guys are killing me." He said, "One of you coaches, one of you played baseball. You have to play the game. You can't sit here and predict what will happen. I have complete faith in Mac Jones," and that's why they signed him. Hey, 408, I told you, I'm leaving 5% of my brain for a shock the world. I heard from the great Mikey Verdue, the legend who's been listening to KMBR since he was in diapers. He said, don't forget Elvis Grbac in 1995. True story. 95 Niners with our buddy Steve Young, who we're trading off with the afternoon show, and we'll hear a little bit from Steve Young later this morning.
Nice.
Steve Young was hurt, and the Dallas Cowboys were amazing with Aikman and Irvin and Emmitt Smith and everybody in that offensive line. They were incredible, and they were on their way to the Super Bowl, and the Niners were hurting, and Steve Young was out, and Elvis Grbac, who had no pelts on the wall, had to go in. They went into Dallas and absolutely clocked them. Shocking upset. Early in the first quarter, Jerry Rice caught a little slant and went to the house, and everybody was like, whoa! And so Mikey V is invoking the 1995 Grbac in Dallas game. So
Well, I like the optimism. And look, it's not anything that I'm picking this game because Matt Jones is a starting quarterback. It's because of the stat I just gave you, because there's not a single guy playing tonight that caught a pass for the 49ers last year. Then you throw in the injuries to Nick Bosa on the defensive side as well. It's like this is a tough task to take on the LA Rams if you had a full, healthy squad. Of course, anything can happen. Hell, we just saw the Browns take down the Packers. We've seen crazier things happen in the NFL with backup quarterbacks. It was just a couple years ago where I saw Baker Mayfield walk into the Los Angeles Rams locker room a day before Thursday Night Football, and then he stepped in and beat the Raiders the next night.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anything can happen. You got to play the game, but it's also our job to give our predictions and our thoughts on what's going to happen tonight.
absolutely. And it's the texter's job to yell at us when he doesn't like them. Niners getting 8.5 sounded pretty good. All right, guest list on a Thursday, October 2, 2025, the holy day of Yom Kippur. Some quality riffs from Marcus about urging Aroldis Chapman to convert to Judaism before 5 o'clock tonight.
You still got time, Chapman.
Young Tone, good morning to you, brother. Missed you yesterday, kid.
Good morning.
How'd we look on that screen?
Well, you heard me. You
Yeah,
said
I
you
know.
missed me.
Oh, I didn't get to see you,
Yeah.
buddy. I want to thank you for the recommendation on the driver.
QI10
Yeah.
all along. Shout out Rory.
We
He's
have
not
a very
awake.
happy 14-year-old who had on his birthday got a brand new driver. It's all he wanted. All he wanted, like a Christmas wish. He wanted a new driver. Tony says, go get the QI10 TaylorMade. It's last year's model. But, of course, what they do every year is they just put out a new model for suckers who want to spend more and more and more money on the newest thing when, in fact, the driver you're hitting is spectacular.
Well, I'd just like to point out, Murph thinks, he's taking advice from me. It's a big moment in my life personally. I do appreciate the shout out. But yeah, the
buddy.
QI10 is what I use on the golf course. For anybody that doesn't know, it's a driver. It's the longest club in your bag. It's the club that's going to hit it the farthest. I'm really dumbing it down here. But anyway, the QI35 is the newest model. It's like getting the iPhone 17 Pro. He basically just went and got the iPhone 15.
Yeah.
Just as good.
Yeah.
Tremendous club. I use it all the time. He's going to add about 25, 30 yards on that shot.
And save Dad a few $100 by not having to buy the 2025 model.
Yeah, and that's the thing. All these iPhones do the same thing. I'm assuming most of these drivers do the same
Pretty
things.
much. Well, dude, I've been using a driver since 02, but as Tony could say, and it shows.
Yeah.
I told you.
You've seen my bag of
I
clubs.
told you guys when I played at the extraordinarily fancy Pine Valley. I like your because you chipping in from 42 yards out.
That's right.
I played at the extraordinarily, unbelievably elite and fancy Pine Valley. Thank you, Scott Sollers. And the caddies there are famously gruff. And I had a New Zealand caddy, a Kiwi. He picked up my bag and he looked and he said, "Your equipment is S, mate." That's what he said to me. He said, "Your equipment is S." I said, "Well, I mean, I am what I am." Because you're costing yourself strokes, mate. What are you doing here, man?
Yeah, it's not the equipment. It's my golf game. That's us.
It's the age-old question. Is it the arrow or is it the Native American?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. If you're going to keep it a buck, your golf game is ass.
It's, ouch.
Oh, sorry. I was just quoting Cam Ward. I'm just riffing. It's not that bad, Murph.
Should I mime you the rest of the show
Yeah,
like
you
Shedeur
should.
Sanders?
Yeah, you should.
Should
Maybe.
I do
just
that?
mime me.
Boy, he's getting roasted coast to
man.
coast. Not really a team player, Shedeur Sanders. How you feeling about your teammate getting to be a backup quarterback? Let me mime this for you here. All right, guest list. He didn't. At least he didn't do. I mean, if you're gonna go full mime, give me "Walk in the Wind" and give me Man in a Box. You know what I mean? Give me that. Go full mime. Oh, your mime's pretty good.
That's it. Not bad. And this is for the YouTube chat who says they can't hear us on YouTube right now. So we'll just mime for all you guys. Here's my thoughts on tonight's 49er game.
Yeah, shout out. What do you give me for Marcus doing the mime right now? And 80s Friday meaning nothing to the YouTube crowd tomorrow.
Absolutely
Yeah,
nothing.
do the walk in the wind, Tony, where you're like, kind of walking in the wind.
Or the stairs, going down the stairs.
Yes.
I've always been big at, like, when you're at a club or, like, at a bar and you see your buddy, like, across a bar, like, I'll do, like, the fake rope and I'll rope him in from across the bar. Like,
Nice.
And then pull him in.
Nice. You got a little mime in your game.
I'll mime a little bit.
And shout out Spinal Tap for the legendary line, mime is money. All right, what do we got, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 7:30, today's Thursday, we are going to have our executive show. Buster Posey going to join us for the last time this season. Obviously, you guys were there yesterday. A lot of good stuff at the press conference. Your guys' initial thoughts on Posey? You guys haven't addressed that.
Well, it was, first of all, we got a good look at his nostrils because we had a seat right up in the front row, and that room is super tight now. They've squeezed an interview room into, like, basically the equivalent of this studio, and so everything's squished together. We saw Susan Slush. We said, let's sit next to Slush. She was in the front row, and we realized when we sat, Buster and Manassian were right in front of us, so it was like, we're a little close, boys.
Yeah, dude. It almost felt like my days back in, like, middle school where I got in trouble. Like, Marcus, you come and sit up front. You're going to sit here and you're going to be quiet while Buster's talking.
And every time I thought of a question, I was like, well, we'll just ask him tomorrow. And then I thought of another question. I'm like, well, I'll just ask him tomorrow. So why give it to those guys when we can have the question?
Yeah, front row, like square in the front row. I saw Marcus talking to Sluss right before the whole thing started.
How are we looking?
Solid.
Yeah.
You guys are looking very intrigued, very interested.
All right. So Buster at 7:30.
So Buster at 7:30, we'll have Ronnie Lott going to join us at 8:15.
Let's go.
We buried the lead.
It's about time.
That's amazing. We have that sound from Michael Irvin doing a podcast recently where he says they go, Michael Irvin was fearless. He goes, no, I wasn't. I was afraid of Ronnie Lott. That's what he said.
That's a good line.
It's a pretty funny one. Yeah.
It's the Rams week, baby.
Oh, man.
We also have that, yeah.
It's Rams week. Nice work.
So Ronnie Lott at 8:15. We'll have Cooler at 8:30, and then Matt Mayogo at 8:50 to talk Niners-Rams. I do want to point this out. Niners-Rams on KMBR on the Blowtorch tonight. Like I said, 8.5 is the spread if you want, a little, gambling tonight. Pre-game coverage with Copes and JD at 2 p.m. Kickoff at 5:15.
Copes and JD. Yeah, well, Maddie's going to talk about November 12, 1995. Elvis Gerbach steps in. Niners have no chance, and they shock the Cowboys 38-20. 81-yard touchdown pass to Jerry Rice changed everything. I'll never forget that game. I was in the press box at Texas Stadium. All right, guys, here's the deal. Buster Posey said something pretty significant yesterday. We'll tell you what it was, and you'll hear it next on the Sports Leader.
Sitting here listening to Janet Jackson. It's the Rams week, baby. Let's go.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I talked to Boch a couple days ago and just, told him that where we are currently, and I don't even know what Boch's plans are, if he wants to continue to manage or not. The door's always open here for some sort of role. But the way I think things are coming into picture in my mind with where we want to go next, I don't see us going that route with Boch. Obviously, tremendous amount of respect. It's interesting, when I was a player, I didn't consider Boch necessarily a friend, and I don't think that's a bad thing because he had this reverence and respect that he demanded from his players. But now post-playing, consider Boch a friend and somebody that I know I can pick the phone up and call anytime and ask anything from him, and that's where I'm at with it.
So there was a long, careful Buster Posey answer that they're not going back to Bruce Bochy. So, and look at young Tony. I'm quite impressed that he knows Journey's separate way. You know this track, buddy?
Yeah. No, I just looked up Separate Ways on Spotify.
Honestly, that's how you found it?
I was looking like Separate Ways, Goodbye, and then this came up, yeah.
Shout out the ballad Separate Lives, I believe. Who is it? Phil Collins and some other from the 80s. 80s Friday Tomorrow, by the way.
Is it
Returns.
the Offspring? Gotta keep them separated.
We'll do that too. Sure, why not? Separate was a word that I always had trouble spelling, by the way. Separate. When I was a kid, I was a lights-out speller, won many, many, many spelling bees. Never misspelled a single word in the fifth grade spelling bee circuit.
Wow.
But separate was the one that always tripped me up. Separate. Most people say separate. Don't do that.
Wow.
Separate ways. So there you go.
That's funny because I don't think I ever got an invitation to the spelling bee.
No.
Got
lost in the mail.
Yeah, that one's lost in the mail. No need to invite that kid. He's in in-house suspension in the principal's office.
But if we needed somebody to punch out a four-hitter with the bases loaded, you were our guy.
I'm your guy.
Everybody had different skill sets.
I'll give you a couple Ks. A few will be backwards, but that's my spelling.
There you go. Spelling with a backwards K. That'll work, buddy. That's good. That's why Marcus is spelled with a K.
That's it.
Did you ever joke about it being a backwards K in your name?
I used to mess around when I was not paying attention in class. I would just draw graffiti, and a lot of times you're just spelling your name. Yeah. There were times where I'd spell my name Marcus with a backwards K. I
like it.
And I'd do a whole graffiti art
piece. If you
piece
were pitching for the Giants and you were good, we'd call you backwards K Marcus or something.
If I was good. If I was pitching for the Giants.
Well, Buster Posey, he's got to find some pitching.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got to find some pitching.
I'm available, Buster.
And we'll talk to him at 7:30 about that because, right now, that who knows what Verlander's going to do. Who knows what they're going to do with these young arms like Hayden Birdsong. But the big one that I teased before the break was right there, and I'm glad he addressed it. And he did, and he said, listen, you're going to go in a different way. Yes, I did. I just burped on there. I did. It happens. It happens.
Keep going. You're good.
You got to keep going. You guys don't know this, but I've burped many times during reads because there was a time when it happens all the time. We go to break and then you go read right away. And I'm not ready. I haven't fully cleared my coffee and water out. And I've done Amici's, Provident, you name it. And it's just right in the middle. You hear a little, go out and buy some pizza. And you'll hear it.
Good.
But I just keep going. And you guys, I'm surprised you guys heard that one.
I got emotional.
I'm surprised you guys heard that one. Mm-hmm. Oh, you have heard that. Yes.
Well, no, I'm just saying whenever you make whenever you burp or whenever you need a minute, you're like, I'm sorry, I got emotional there.
Right. Well, I got emotional. Busted.
Yeah, you got emotional talking about Bruce Bochy.
No, it's the right move. Yeah. It's the right move to not go back to Boch, in my opinion. Of course, I'm the guy who thought Bob Melvin was a good hire too, and he wasn't terrible, but he wasn't great. He was a 500 manager, just like the guy before him. So we're going to talk to Buster at 7:30 and talk to him about the makeup of this team and the strikeouts and all that. But he did rule out Boch, and your reaction when you heard that was what?
I'm not surprised. Yeah. Now, I thought that he would entertain it maybe a little bit longer. But he even said yesterday at the press conference that I don't know what Bochy wants to do. So I'm not sure how much conversation there's been between Bruce Bochy and Buster Posey. Buster also said there's always going to be a place here in the organization. So if he wants to come back as a special advisor, I think that's a great idea. And that's one of the questions I have for Buster later on today. Are you going to reach out to Bruce Bochy, not about him being the manager, but maybe for some advice about the potential next manager? Because who's better to get advice from than a guy that won 3 World Series in the city?
Yeah, and again, we just continue to, man, Susan Slusser listed even more candidates. Like, it is getting so crazy, the list of people. Buster, there's no obvious guy. We've listed how many different people, and I can give you more here. Susan Slusser added some new ones to the list yesterday. First of all, have we talked about Javi Lopez? We have, haven't we?
Yeah, we had him on the list yesterday.
Okay, Reds assistant. Did we mention Kurt Casale?
Kurt Casale.
Did we mention him? Did we mention Cubs coach Ryan Flaherty?
No, we did not mention that name.
Did we mention David Ross? We didn't mention him.
Ross's boss.
We didn't mention David Bell.
No, we did not.
David Bell, former Willie Mack Award winner for the Giants. So she's got Rocco Baldelli, David Ross, David Bell, Brandon Hyde, the Santa Rosa kid, Brian Snitker, who just left the Braves, Joe Madden. Susan took Posey's comment on Bochy to mean that older guys like Joe Madden and Bud Black. Bud Black would be unlikely. So she says Ryan Flaherty, George Lombard Sr., second time we've heard that, Luis Rojas, Felipe Alou's son, Kurt Casale, Mark DeRosa, Javi Lopez, Randy Wynn. She mentioned Randy Wynn. I don't know about that. Tony Vitello, that's the one that out of the box one that Bagley came up with. Nick Hundley, Craig Albernaz. Bottom line is Buster's been so good at just sort of keeping this close to the vest that there's no like lead horse.
No, and that's the biggest question mark because I think everybody automatically assumes like, oh, Buster is going to go the familiar route, which is why a lot of people jumped on Bruce Bochy. But then everybody starts trying to make the connections, whether it's Mark Hallberg, who was his roommate back at Florida State, first base coach. You can look at Randy Wynn, who's currently in the organization right now as head of player development. Like there are so many guys with ties to Buster Posey, but he can go in a complete opposite direction and maybe just pick somebody that he knew growing up out in Georgia. I don't know.
Speaking of which, Susan did have a little bit of a scoop. She said the Chronicle has learned none of the current staff will be interviewed for the opening, which rules out Mark Hallberg.
Who cross him off the list.
We thought he would have been on there. Cross him off then. Wasn't that one of your
that
Dave
was overnight Dave. Cross him off the list.
Which means, and also JP Martinez. So, listen, again, I tried really hard for 2 days to not say I don't want Bruce Bochy because I always want Bruce Bochy in my life. But I am excited for Buster to pick somebody new to give it an identity. And by the way, Buster also addressed, and we'll talk to him at 7:30 about the this concept that he's only on a 3-year deal. Yes. And it's like, bro, and he did say, well, I would like to do it longer.
Yeah, that was one of my key takeaways, too, is Buster saying, I have a contract for 2 more years. And I said this the other day when we were talking about it. If Buster wants to do this job 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more years, I'm sure Buster's going to have that ability to step in and do this job. Like, I don't think it's going to be a big question about whether or not they're going to renew Buster Posey. It's just about the commitment and how that factors into what type of manager he wants, not just for next year, but also for the future.
Yeah, and I don't think him doing it for 3 years is good, quite frankly, because you need stability. You need a guy to draft for 5 or 6 years. You need a guy to make trades for 5 or 6 years. You need a guy to identify certain free agents for 5 or 6 years. You can't build a team in your image or your hope in that short of time.
Yeah, especially when you come into this season trying to establish an identity of pitching and defense and getting back to high contact rates. Yeah. That's why you went out and drafted Gavin Keelan and Trevor Cohen and traded for a guy like Drew Gilbert. Like, those are guys who, according to their college stats, are better contact hitter than power hitters. And yeah, you can't rebuild the farm system in 1 draft class, but you can work on it 2, 3 draft class down the road.
Do you care that Gavin Keelan didn't have a great debut? Does that matter to you?
I'm not going to overreact. I know that he got injured and ended up not even playing in the championship game down in San Jose, down in low A. Not going to freak out too much.
But you'd like to see a guy come out, blazing.
No. Trevor Cohen, I've seen on.
He had 43 plate appearances. He hit 205.
Yeah, not the greatest debut for Gavin Keelan.
He had 1 double, 1 triple, no bombs, 561 OPS, 279 on base.
Yeah, and you would like to see a guy that was drafted obviously in the first round, coming straight from college, have more success in low A baseball. But no, I'm not going to overreact this early.
Okay, because I'm living with a kid who's a minor league tracker, and he's freaking out.
Is he?
Yeah.
Huh.
His dad, Keelan's early numbers are not good. I was like, bro, this is
There's time. There's time.
43 plate appearances.
There's time, dude.
Single A just came out of college.
Tell him to enjoy Dakota Jordan and Johnny Lovell right now in San Jose. Those are the guys to keep
I'll
an
take
eye
that.
on.
In fact, some more people to talk to Buster Posey about.
Exactly.
You know whose name did not even get mentioned in the entire press conference yesterday, and it used to be the name we talked about all the time, Marco Luciano.
Yes, Murph.
What is going to happen with Marco Luciano?
Out of options.
Yeah.
He's got to be on the 40-man
Out
next
of
year.
options or traded?
And I believe
What can you get for him?
he's not the
Nothing,
only
right?
one. I think Luis Matos is also out of options going into next season also. So there's a couple names that we can ask Buster about.
Well, we're going to talk to him at 7:30. We got a lot to ask. Ask him, do they strike out too much? Do they have to make a trade to help out their pitching? How can you rebuild a bullpen? You know, already they have 5 guys, I think, committed for $133 million, I think is the stat, something like that. Devers, Adames, Chapman, Webb, and Jung-Hoo Lee. Don't forget about his salary, too. So they already have a huge chunk of salary committed to 5 guys.
Yeah, and Robbie Ray has a pretty hefty contract, too. He's going into the final year of his contract, so
Yeah,
I
maybe
wonder
it's Ray.
how that plays into the entire
there's 6
equation
guys.
of what you're doing with that
Maybe
staff.
6 guys.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll throw this out there, too. No, Brad Mansion, my buddy, the great Brad Mansion. I can't even say this. He's going to be mad at me. He's asleep right now. But he and I were talking yesterday, and he said, he just rolled this out there, just a smoke bomb. I said, I'm going to bring this up on the show. He said, he goes, it was nice to see Bryce Eldridge. He said, it was nice. He goes, he's a tall, skinny guy. He just kind of stands there, and he goes, I've also seen Nick Kurtz. He's different.
Oh, yeah.
So
Kurtz is an animal.
they're only about a year apart in age,
Mm-hmm.
and they're both high draft picks.
Yeah, Kurtz with college experience versus Bryce getting drafted out of high school.
I'm just there, but he planted a little seed. He goes, just something,
Yeah.
Would you rather have Kurtz?
He's saying Nick Kurtz is better? Yeah.
Well, he's saying could be way better.
Well, right now it's not a question. Nick Kurtz is probably the odds-on favorite to win Rookie of the Year in the
Or
American
Jacob
League.
Wilson?
Yeah, I would say in the conversation, 2 totally different players.
Yeah.
Jacob Wilson is
But
looking like the
point is,
next like
I
Luis
couldn't believe
Ariz.
he even said that, which means you're not going to trade. Would you trade?
No. My takeaway from Brad's take is that Bryce can get a little thicker. He can add on a little extra
He
size.
would like that too.
Yeah, I think he's still a growing man. He's not even 21 yet.
Yeah. He also said, he swings through some fastballs and stuff.
Yeah, it happens. Nick
This guy's
Kurtz.
starting S already. My God, dude. The season just ended, bro.
Yeah, spoiler alert, Nick Kurtz will also strike out.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about that game he went 6 for 6 with 4 bombs?
Yeah, he didn't strike out that game.
All right. So
But guess
anyway.
what? I saw Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Judge striking out last night, and those are pretty big dudes.
All right, good stuff. Anyway, fun. Baseball talk at 7:30. All right, Steve Young, and I'll say this, we loaned him out for a week to the afternoon boys. So, and thank you, afternoon boys. And now we'll take Steve back next week at Wednesday morning. But Steve Young obviously had the news that Brock Purdy's not playing, and he had the news of what that's going to mean going into this Rams game. So some great Steve Young cuts, as always. That's redundant. Any Steve Young cut is a great cut. What did Steve Young have to say about these 49ers next on The Sports Leader?
Yippee-yi-ki-yay, let's go.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, 49er football is our topic here. 5:15 kick tonight on Amazon Prime. We'll see a little, maybe a little Murph or Marcus or both this morning on the 1.5 second clip we'll get here. What do you got here, buddy? What are you going
I was trying to find the area code. Somebody texted this in very early in the show, and you guys were riffing about Faith. This is Limp Bizkit Faith.
Okay. I, of course, being much more of a top 40 guy. Oh, they're covering Faith. It's George Michael's Faith. I was going to say you go with George Michael's Faith. There's a cover of George Michael's Faith. Don't forget 80s Friday tomorrow. Yes,
that's it. Murph, by the way, Limp Bizkit, seen them.
Nice.
Yep, saw him open up earlier this year at Levi Stadium for Metallica.
All right.
And Murph, you know I'm all for the nookie.
Oh, my God. By the way, more people checking in. There's a few people on our text line saying, how is Metallica not playing a Super Bowl halftime, particularly in Levi Stadium in Santa Clara? And I don't know if it's the same texter or just sending a lot of texts or if we have a lot of Metallica people, but they're very, very upset. So we go back to the Bad Bunny thing. I heard you this morning engaging with Rudy again about Taylor Swift versus Bad Bunny. And I heard him say the numbers prove it. So I looked at the wrong way. So I am now going to ask the robot right now, who has more Instagram followers, Bad Bunny or Taylor Swift? Well, there it is. The robot says Taylor Swift has, ready for this? Significantly, that's the robot, not me, significantly more followers on Instagram, with Taylor Swift having approximately 283 million and Bad Bunny having around 48 million. So what's Rudy talking about then? What's he saying?
I'm guessing maybe he's talking about the total views, like if he's looking at like Spotify play numbers and how often their songs get played, if there's any competition between Taylor Swift and Bad Bunny there.
Okay, who has more plays on Spotify? Is Spotify the only, Spotify, Bad Bunny or Taylor Swift? Taylor Swift has more overall plays on Spotify than Bad Bunny, having recently surpassed him.
Yeah, so
to become Spotify's most streamed artist of all time.
That's what I'm seeing. AI is telling me Taylor Swift is number one most streamed artist on Spotify, but Bad Bunny's number two right there.
T-Swizzle over 100 billion streams, Bad Bunny 96 billion streams. So we got to, you know what? Listen, put a little respect on Mrs. Kansas City Chief tight end.
Yeah, we got to shut down that take. But for the people who are upset that it's not Metallica, I'm sorry to break the news for you. The halftime show has nothing to do with representing the music of the city.
Right.
Like, it never has a local artist, most of the time.
The New Orleans example being the biggest.
Yes.
Last year. And they did not go with Lil Wayne.
Exactly. They went Kendrick Lamar over Lil Wayne. And also, I understand, you might think, oh, Metallica is more football music or maybe a football vibe than Bad Bunny. But that's the thing about the Super Bowl halftime show. It's for the non-football fans. That's how they're trying to get viewership up. They're trying to get the non-football fans to have something to actually look forward to while they're at the Super Bowl party talking your ear off in the middle of a 3rd and 10 play.
I am intrigued by Bad Bunny. I'm looking forward to it. Todd Husak sent me a private message doubting my sincerity. I'm serious. I'm into it. I thought Kendrick was great.
Yeah, I've got no issue with it.
Todd calling you out.
He did call me out. But it was private, so here I am airing his private laundry. You're supposed to be, but and everything's content. Just like Brad had no idea I was going to bring that Bryce Eldridge, Nick Kurtz take.
Doesn't matter. I tell people all the time. I think I told young Tony the advice when he started working on the morning show. I said, anything you say to Murph can and will be used against you on air.
Right up to and including the QI-10 for the birthday present.
Yeah, I'm telling you, anything you say to Murph.
That's much less green. Yeah. We know what you're saying now.
It's in the world of of content.
You're listening to KBR AM and KBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. That's like the guy who came up to me at the reunion. He's like, man, I like it. I listen all the time. He goes, yeah. And as our conversation kind of died out because we weren't super close and nice, he goes, yeah. Young Tony. Yeah.
That's incredible, by the way. I love that.
Tony. Yeah, young Tony.
All right, Steve Young. Speaking of young.
The youngster.
Young Steven. He went on with the Afternoon Boys. And he talked about the 49ers run game. They do not have a rushing touchdown. All of their stats are bottom of the league. The 49ers, Bobby Turner, Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey, and running the ball. Steve Young, what do you say?
Yeah, it worries me because, you think about where we've built, and everyone gets built differently, but where we've built over the last 7 years with the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan era is really just we're going to run the football and our defensive line is going to dominate like above average, right? We're going to be above average rushing the passer. And everything else is comes along with it, and it's been excellent, but that's how we get built. And so right now, neither one signs of it last week are like, we're not running the ball and we're not rushing the passer, and now Nick's hurt and now the rest of that goes with it. That's when you're like, okay, so that now how do we, what's the iteration when that's how we roll? And so the challenge, it puts a bigger challenge on pass protection, puts a bigger challenge on play action without the running game, and it's not as effective. So the windows are smaller, and all of a sudden you're in 3rd and 8 when you're usually 3rd and 3, and you do that over and over and over again. It just gets harder and harder. So we got to battle back. We have got to kind of reclaim us, who we are, and we've got to figure out ways to do it. And look, we're not healthy. No new news. But if we're going to have a shot at it, we got to maintain the chance to, because sooner or later we could win. We could be 6-2 or 7-2, and if we're still not running the ball, we're not rushing the passer, we're gonna get nicked and down the road. So we've got to get that straightened out.
So Steve saying, and he's basically saying, what is the Niner identity? If you can't run the ball or rush the passer, what is their identity? And he said, granted, we're hurt, but reclaim us. So what is it? I'd ask you this question: of 3-1 Niners, what is their identity of this team? I'm not talking about their identity, the Kyle era. I'm talking about this 2025 roster, this 2025 team. I'd say right now they don't have one.
I'd say really the only thing I can even struggle to come up with would be maybe Robert Saleh and the identity of the defense.
There's something.
But it's a defense that's not getting after the quarterback without Nick Bosa.
I would say before the Jacksonville game, it was what Steve told us, which is what Buster says, gritty, grindy. They won tough games early on, that they were going to grit and grind. I don't even know if you can talk about their identity if they're not settled at quarterback, and if they don't have George Kittle, who's one of the most important guys in the building.
Their identity might just be injured.
That could be the identity,
that's
brother.
That's the identity of the team.
You've
right
seen
there.
the meme going around of the 49er logo, and it's a guy in a wheelchair? You seen that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, it's been burning up my algorithm. It's in red and gold.
Oh, okay.
And instead of an
looks
S,
like a handicap plaque.
yeah, it looks, instead of the SF, the guy artfully did it, so it almost looks like an SF, but it's a white stick figure in a white wheelchair in the red and gold circle.
Yeah, just slap that on the side of the helmet.
And so it looks like an SF, but it's a guy getting wheeled out. So that is the identity.
Yeah, that's the identity of the team right now. Injured.
That's it. That's the identity. So one I word for another word. What's your identity? We're injured. That's our identity.
Identified as injured.
So there you go. Yeah. What's your pronoun? Injured.
Ouch. My pronouns are uh-oh.
Somebody brought up Isaac Guerendo. I was reading one of the preview stories. I think it was Matt Barrow's mailbag. They're like, Brian Robinson, first of all, not getting that many touches, like 20, 23 touches in 4 games. Where's Guerendo to maybe shake it up, break one? We can break one.
Yeah.
Maybe tonight.
Yeah, possibly. And look, I had this take during the offseason, way before Brian Robinson was even signed, that I thought maybe Isaac Guerendo would be used in a Deebo Samuel type role, where you can use him on end arounds or line him up in the backfield or just get creative, because he does have a past history of playing wide receiver. So you think with a guy that athletic who can actually catch the ball, I'm surprised they haven't tried to get more creative using a guy like Isaac Guerendo. But maybe when you don't have a wide receiver or a tight end on the roster who caught a pass last year, maybe they think about maybe incorporating him a little bit, but I don't know. Not get my hopes up too high for Ike.
There was a quote here from Shanahan on, I got to find it. There's a quote from Shanahan on Guerendo. In the meantime, let's talk about Steve Young on McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey, who's, I believe, leading the NFL in touches.
This is
yes,
true.
He is. So here's Steve Young on overusing McCaffrey.
And there you have it, right? We don't we've got to go win games. We've got to move the football, and we're going to overwork Christian. I mean, if he gets hurt, we can all say we worked him too hard, but we can't. It is what it is. Like we've got to at least claim the truth that the ball's got. Who's the threat? Who comes out of the locker room when they're warming up and the other team goes, "Uh-oh, he's that guy right now. He's the guy," and so he has to carry a huge load right now, and that's just a fact. And so we all pray for his health because we are overworking him, and I don't know how that's going to change. And with Mac, a different kind of quarterback behind there, maybe there's some opportunity to kind of attack in a different way that could take some of the pressure off. But I suspect as we get into bigger games against better teams that it's just going to exacerbate the issue with Christian, but I don't know how to turn away from it. And I don't know how Kyle turns away from it. I mean, Christian is that guy, and you're right. D-Money, he's got to, it's not the spot you want to have all of that dynamism. You want him to think about 2 years ago. He filled out. He was explosive because there was explosions everywhere else.
Yeah.
And it was like and they couldn't stop him. He was unstoppable in the red zone. You couldn't. And now, like we're trying to figure out ways to use him, and it's not going to be as explosive because there's not as many explosions happening around him, and that just puts more onus on him and tighter windows and more hits and all of it. So we're in a tight spot.
Oh, man, Steve's laying out some real truths here that, when you look at this stripped down team, that you're overusing McCaffrey and you're risking his injury now more and more and more. We going into this season thinking he was going to be the injury problem, and instead he's getting more touches than anybody in the league, and Steve's worried about it. Here's the quote from Shanahan on Garendo. Somebody asked him, has he gotten lost in the shuffle? He says, I don't think he's gotten lost. You have it? Oh, I was going to read it. He says, I don't think he's gotten lost. I think he's just competing. I think he was the third back last year. Then a couple guys got hurt, and he got an opportunity, and I thought he did well in his opportunity. But that didn't mean he was the first or second back all of a sudden. He had to come into camp and still compete. He got hurt really early this summer and missed a lot of time to compete. And then he says, we brought Brian Robinson. We studied him over his career, and based off of that, we put him ahead of Garendo. That's how we're starting out, and we'll see how it goes throughout the year. So right now, B. Robinson is ahead of Garendo. We shall see. So,
yeah, but the bigger issue is they're not having success running the ball with Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian Robinson is not getting too many carries. And we talked about this in the show Open Murph. If there's any chance in hell that the 49ers can win tonight as an 8.5-point underdog, A, they need to play lockdown defense with Robert Saleh, and B, they need to establish a run game for the first time all season. Now, that's a big, big ask for this 49ers offensive line going against his Rams front seven, but we have seen Christian McCaffrey have success before against a Rams team that used to have Aaron Donald on that defensive line, but obviously things are different when you don't have a guy like George Kittle out in front blocking.
Very much so. Meanwhile, leading right to from your comment right into the next cut C, Tony, about the fact that Steve Young's like, yeah, it looks really bad, but Thursday Night Football, Kyle and McVay, he's optimistic something good could happen.
When Sean McVay and Kyle get together, it's like they empty the tank, like they pour out because they're like, you think that's cool? Watch this next series, and it comes with some crazy stuff, which I really love when that happens. And so sometimes tactically you can make up for stuff, and we'll just hope that we get some tactical advantage because something new, something cool that he's going to break out. And then also because Mac is different than Brock, that there might be throws that we can attack in different spaces that'll open up things for Christian because there's a couple explosions down the field that open it up and all of a sudden we're efficient in the red zone. We run a little bit like let's just play it out. Like I get it. Look, people are hurt. How do we do it? Oh no, sky's falling. No, we got guys. Let's go make it happen.
There it is. That's the part where we were saying, the 5% of my brain that says everything tells you it ain't going to happen. Then you start thinking about weird things like Elvis Grbac beating the mighty Cowboys in 95 for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan scheming something up and McCaffrey having a big game or Brian Robinson or, I don't know, Jake Tunges or whoever.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You're going to need Kyle Shanahan to outcoach Sean McVay. But also, you got to take care of the damn football. You can't do what you did last week and turn over the ball 4 times. You have to be able to win the turnover battle. You got to control the clock, Murph. And you got to take this with a different approach of just throwing everything off the wall because You got to get in your bag somehow, some way to beat Sean McVay.
All right, finally, the big one that'll lead into our next segment. It's Young on Brock Purdy. We've been waiting for this, right? So we established the fact that he's worried about their identity. We established the fact that he's worried about Christian McCaffrey's overuse. And we established the fact that he thinks that maybe Thursday night football between division rivals could be more competitive than you think. But what's going on with Brock Purdy, whose injury could be a lot longer than just this game? Steve Young on Brock Purdy.
Yeah, well, we talked about when he got the contract that of all the people who can get a big contract and wall it off, it's Brock Purdy. Like, I sense that he might have bought a truck or maybe not, or he might put a little extra garage or something. Like, it's not going to change who he is.
Right.
So that part, but the expectations come from the other side, and you can't stop that. So that's the part that, you can wall it off as much as you want, but the other side is, hey, we're paying you $55 million. What's happening? And so that begins a different narrative. That doesn't mean that it makes a difference on the field, but it makes it harder. And then I just feels like Brock is being asked to do more and maybe too much at times, and that gets him into trouble. And because he's very earnest. Like if you said, Brock, I need like Monty Python, like he would be that guy. Like I'll give you everything I got. Like Andrew Luck kind of attitude. Like, well, it doesn't matter. I'll give you my body and soul. And so in that way, you're willing to go too far. You're willing to do too much because you're being asked to do it. And we've got to be super careful.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Getting into the psychology of Brock being such a Boy Scout, such a Cub Scout, wanting to do everything Kyle asks, and if he's being asked to do too much, putting his body at risk, trying to make too many throws, too many dangerous throws, and doing whatever he wants just because he's a pleaser and he's not earned. He doesn't push back against the coach. He hasn't established his turf or his veteran stuff. I got to spend a quick digression. No way you know his Monty Python reference, right? No way. We already have our young Tony, and it'll be a good one, too.
I know about Monty Python.
Well, he's talking about the Black Knight who gets every single limb chopped off and is bleeding everywhere and keeps saying, "'Tis only a flesh wound. 'Tis only a flesh wound." He's hopping up on one leg and keeps going. That's Brock Purdy. Yeah, Kyle, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need?
Well, think about it. How did Brock Purdy really establish himself as the starting quarterback for the 49ers? After beating Tom Brady in his first NFL start, he marched up to Seattle with broken ribs and torn cartilage and won a ball game up there. And so we know that Brock Purdy has a high pain tolerance. He's willing to put his body on the line. My question is, when do you step in and tell him to settle down? Because I was on the record last Friday saying I did not want Brock Purdy to play in this game unless he was 100%. Now, I'm sure that the 49ers did their due diligence. They did the MRIs. They did the imaging. Didn't see anything that would suggest that he couldn't play this weekend. And if Brock Purdy tells him that he can play, then they're going to put him out there. But at some point, you got to protect him from himself because now we're talking about this being re-aggravated and now maybe this toe injury lingering on through the entire season. And I get that people were saying, well, Brock was the healthier quarterback versus Mac Jones. Well, I don't want to hear that argument because if that's the case, what's the point of having Adrian Martinez on the roster? And, we can get into that discussion if you even want Adrian Martinez on the roster or if the 49ers should have spent more time investing in a third-string quarterback instead of having Gus Bradley's kid, Carter Bradley, play quarterback all throughout the preseason. That's a problem. If Mac Jones was injured, don't play him. If Brock Purdy was injured last Friday, don't play him. But now we're dealing with the situation where this is an injury that could now linger on. I don't love the way that they've handled this Brock Purdy situation, but I also think Brock Purdy played a big part of that, trying to prove to himself and his teammates that he could go out there and play.
Yeah, we got problems. Okay, so we're on that hot topic. Let's stay on it because we got a break right now. We'll come back. We got more Steve Young, more of your thoughts. 808-KMBR is the phone number. What did you guys think about what Steve had to say about Brock Purdy? We got Buster Posey at 7:30. Don't miss it on the Sports Leader.
We're in a tight spot.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about healthcare in the North Bay. The best. Marin Health. World-class healthcare. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. Right there across the bridge with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, bright and early on a Thursday morning, our tax attorney, Steve Moskowitz, here. Steve, good morning. You want to talk to the people about what happens if they can't pay their taxes, Steve? What do they do?
Good morning. They call us. It's not the end of the world. It's a real common problem. A lot of people can't pay their taxes. So what do we do about it? Well, the first thing we do is, do you really owe that much? A lot of times you don't. That's especially true if you haven't filed the tax returns, because they make one up. It's a punishment return. It's called an SFR, substitute for returns. A lot of times, just filing a tax return fixes the problem. But what if you still owe money? That's okay. Do you qualify for a deal where you just pay part and they write off the rest? Do you qualify for getting rid of the penalties? Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or do we get you a deal where you make monthly payments that you can actually afford? Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can truly afford. Or shift the blame where it belongs, to the former spouse or a business partner. The bottom line is there's so much there. We're familiar with all of it. We have a free consultation. We explain it all to you. The only thing you have to do is give a call and say, hey, Steve, take care of this mess for me.
That's what you do. Give him a call. It's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brock, we've said this before, and he said it to himself, and I say it every time. I'm not as big, I'm not as fast, I'm not as strong. We get that. But what he is an incredible processor. The ball's coming out, and we need people to get open. And if they're open early, he's going to get you the ball. And then he has some mobility when he has it to help out. But you can't just expect him to do too much, because I think that's when he tries to do too much, and then we get balls flying around that, I saw stat the other day, 24 touchdowns and 7, I can't remember what it was, but it was like too many interceptions.
Right.
And I think that's just an element of what last year and the beginning of this year has asked him to do, is maybe a little bit too much.
The great Steve Young on with the Afternoon Boys and getting it done, giving us great analysis of the 49ers. We are talking big picture Brock Purdy. We do remember there was a game tonight. Brock Purdy will not be playing in that game tonight. Does that mean the Niners have none chance tonight? Vegas certainly is doubting them. The money's moving heavily towards the Rams. It started at 3.5, Marcus. Is this right? Young Tony tells me this morning on my prep sheet, 8.5.
Yup.
Is that a misprint?
Nope.
Dude.
8.5 points tonight.
Yeah, I do that spread pool, and they do the Tuesday odds. It was 5.5 on Tuesday. So I have the 5.5.
What'd you pick?
I have a sort of a rule that I always take the Niners because I never want to root against them. That said, I'm finally in my second fantasy football league. I've always said one team only. But little Rory Murphy, Rory the Greek, wanted a family league involving my brother, my sister-in-law, my nephew, so we have a family league now, so I have a second team. And that said, my second team has scuffled a little bit. We lost last week. I need to make some moves. Ready for this? I picked up the Rams defense.
Wow.
Yeah.
You did it.
I mean, savvy move, right?
Yeah, I mean, literally during the break, young Tony and I were just talking about how we both needed defense for this weekend, and we both tried to pick up the Rams defense. The problem is Larry Krueger dropped them yesterday or 2 days ago, and they're not going to clear waivers in time for tonight's game. So sometimes in life, you're going to get boned.
Wow, the paperwork working against us. Why did Krueger drop the Rams D?
It's a great question. I have no idea.
Maybe that's why the Krugerrans are sinking like a stone, perhaps, in the standings. So anyway, we're doing kind of two different things here on the show. First of all, we're talking to Buster Posey in 9 minutes, so don't go anywhere. He's prompt, which means we got to get out on time. We're sort of talking big picture about Brock Purdy with what Steve Young's saying, balancing, do the 49ers have a chance tonight? Now, Young even said to the afternoon guys that, listen, it's a division game. It's Thursday night, and McVay and Shanahan will empty the tank. And I told you, I'm leaving 5% of my brain for the Elvis Gerbeck in Dallas factor, as Mikey V called it. It's true. I mean, just because it looks bad and just because it feels bad going into this game doesn't mean the Niners have to lose tonight. Now, there's a 95% chance they will lose tonight, but you never know. That said, after this game's over, we're going to come to work tomorrow, and no matter what, we're still going to be wondering about Brock Purdy's status.
Yes, we are.
And Brock Purdy's status is going to be up in the air. They're going to go to Tampa a week from Sunday, so they have 10 days off. But Vic Tafur reported in The Athletic that this thing could linger for a while. And it was Steve Young himself who told us it's a nefarious little thing.
Yeah, and you have to remember the original injury report that we got from Ian Rappaport. Now, this is from a national level from the outside looking in. He originally reported that Brock Purdy's injury could keep him out 2 to 5 weeks. And we were all like, whoa, 5 weeks? And then Brock decides to come back after 2. maybe that's an indication, according to that diagnosis, that maybe Brock Purdy pushed himself a little bit too far to come back this past weekend.
So we'll never know. Was it John Lynch's call? Was it Jed York's call? Was it Kyle Shanahan's call? Was it Mick Lombardi's call? Was it Brock Purdy's call? Who cleared him to play? Why did they go with him? You were addressing it right before the break. Did they biff it? I think that the results kind of show that they probably did.
Yeah, I think definitely. And a lot of people have came out and defended the move of playing Brock last week because they said Brock was healthier than Mac Jones. I don't want to hear that conversation at all, because if they're both injured, then both of them should be on the sideline. Then Adrian Martinez should be out there playing quarterback. And I can already see the text coming in like, oh, Waterboy, they'd have no chance with Adrian Martinez. Well, guess what? They lost the game anyways. And now you're maybe losing 4 or 5 weeks down the road with Brock Purdy because you decided to put him back out there.
Some reaction on the Golden State Lumber and text line 510 says, if Purdy's making mistakes and we call it doing too much, then he's an average quarterback. That's what 510 says. 707 says, I would put in the third stringer Martinez tonight. Let everyone else get healthy and just take the L, focused on the rest of the schedule ahead of you. 925 says, wait, am I listening to WFAN? Did I stumble onto WIP? Hysterical much? Effing relax is what they say. So there you go.
R-E-L-A-X.
Okay, more Steve Young on the struggle returning from injury, why it affects Brock. Cut E, Tony.
So I always believed that every game you missed, it took another half to get back up to speed. So if you miss 2 games, it's a full game before you're really back to yourself. And so in that way, there's always a rust factor. Just because you're not, it's such a intense fire in the game that you can't replicate, you can't hold on to. Like, you actually lose a little bit every time you don't play. That's why in preseason, if I was coach, I know I'd get fired if I got somebody hurt, but you're playing. Like, we're going to get you ready to play. But again, that's not what's happening today in preseason. So September's the preseason. So, but to me, Brock he's a guy that is going to, like anybody, especially because he's a processor, like he's an intense processor. There's a fine motor, like it's like a very, very tender little space that you live in that is so precise that it's something that you have to, you can't just say, oh, I'm going to be back to speed immediately. There's no way. Can't happen. And so you just got to you have to fake it till you make it, right? You have to come back. You have to play well, even though you're not ready to play great. And then you got to build your back, kind of build the muscles back into it.
Yeah. So he's just talking about how Brock, isn't one of those overly gifted athletic quarterbacks that can come back and just sling it around. He's got to be kind of precisely right. And he wasn't precisely right against Jacksonville. Somebody says here, 707, all hindsight radio, all the time. Well, welcome to Sports Talk Radio.
Well, no, I would say that's actually incorrect. Go
joking.
check the files. We post all 4 hours of the show on the podcast. I said on Friday I did not want to see Brock Purdy out there if he wasn't healthy. We ended the show. You asked me who's playing quarterback. I said I'd probably go Mac Jones because I don't want Brock Purdy out there if he's not 100%.
Yeah.
So, no, this is not hindsight. I had this take going into the weekend, and now we're seeing the aftermath of this take.
Well, we had people like Kruger and Grant Cohn saying Brock looked very tentative in practice for sure, and it showed in that game, and now he's out. Well, what will Mac Jones do tonight? WWMJ do. What will Mac Jones do?
Ooh.
Can we get, just before we go to Buster, just to change the vibe?
Yeah, bring the
Give me that
vibes.
5% chance of winning. Can I get some Mike Jones? Mac says he's back in our lives. He's flossing.
Michael McCorkle Jones tonight.
And when he's playing, you got to go to the boombox. Maybe they come out of the tunnel playing this. We played this for him.
I need the candy paint tonight, Murph.
And he enjoyed it much. You should probably get on your board.
Yeah, I should. I should have it ready to go.
Mac Jones. Jones.
I stay flossing in that candy paint, rolling down, sipping drink on 84 swing, tearing up the lane, I stay flossing in that candy paint.
Well, there you go. That'll change your mood. Mac Jones pulls off the win tonight, Thursday night.
Go floss on him, Mac. Go floss on him.
Back on the blowtorch on 680 and 104.5 tonight. Buster Posey, long, deep conversations with Buster Posey next on The Sports Leader.
Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the orange and black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants President of Baseball Operations Buster Posey on the Sports Leader.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There we were yesterday, sitting at the Buster Posey press conference with Zach Manassian, and Marcus and I were like, well, we have questions, and we were like, well, we'll just wait till tomorrow to ask because we have Buster on right now on the UMA guest line. Buster, we appreciate you doing all the media, talking to the fans. How are you this Thursday morning? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Buster.
Hey, guys, doing all right. Yeah, doing all right. I was thinking before I came on, I'm going to be impressed if you have new questions after the last 3 of being peppered with questions. So
we're going to
surprise me.
We will surprise you. We'll start with a non-Giants one, and that is just how much does Buster Posey watch the Major League Baseball playoffs? I know it hurts that your team's not in it. Are you watching October baseball?
I do. Yeah, I always did as a player, do now. I love baseball. You know, obviously you want to be in it, but yeah, I watch the games, and I think anytime you have a chance to watch a game, especially in my position now, there's a chance to learn something about a player, and you never know if that player might be wearing a Giants uniform one day. So yeah, I definitely watch.
Buster, I got a question that was not asked at the presser yesterday, and it's actually a question that I wanted to ask you during the regular season. We just never had the time for it, but I would love to get your thoughts on Cal Raleigh and what he's done this year as a catcher, hitting 60 home runs.
It's incredible. I mean, he's a Florida State alum like myself. I don't know Cal that well. I had a chance to talk to him a little bit earlier this season when they were in town playing, but I mean, I'm glad I don't get to vote on the MVP race on this one because I know which way my vote would be going. You know, to do what he's done behind the plate, to lead the staff, the grind of being behind the plate, to hit 60 homers, and to do it in meaningful games down the stretch. I think it's immeasurable, his value to that team, and you know, just truly a season for the ages.
So I was going to say, like, Heisman Trophy winners get Heisman votes for life. I think all MVPs should get. So we're giving you a vote, Buster. Is it Cal?
Yeah, it's Cal for me.
Yeah. I like it. Catcher sticking together, man. Good stuff. All right, well, there's a few non-Giants questions. Now, just sort of following up on yesterday, getting into some of the stuff you said yesterday, and we have to start with the Bruce Bochy question. I'd love for you to expand a little bit for Giants fans out there. You expressed everything yesterday about your relationship with Boch, and you're not sure about Boch's future. But you said, I think, in my mind, I see us going in a different direction. Could you expand just a little bit on that? Like, why, in your mind, you see yourself going in a different direction?
Well, I mean, some of these things I got to keep to myself, right? I don't want to. I think it's important for the process that I don't share too much information, and whether that's right or wrong, it's just kind of my belief system. Is you know, I like to keep things tight and internal. Like I said, I mean, tremendous amount of respect for Boch. I mentioned in the press conference yesterday is. I mean, I'm just extremely lucky to have played underneath him and an unbelievable career. And I guess the way I would expand on it is just kind of how I see where we are right now. Yeah, I think it just makes sense for us to look at some different areas. And as I mentioned, I told Boch, you know, hey, like, if and when that time comes, like, you're a Giant, you know, and I hope. I think he knows that already, but felt important to say it right out the gate because, I mean, Bruce Bochy's synonymous and will always be synonymous with the San Francisco Giants, and this unbelievable career, and it may not be over. You know, I don't know. I think those are things that he's weighing right now.
Yeah, we also heard you say that there could potentially be a role for him somewhere within an organization moving forward. But, Buster, my question would be, since you are going through this for the first time, looking for a new manager, have you thought about reaching out to Bruce Bochy just to get his opinion on what type of manager can be successful here in San Francisco?
Yeah, I think Boch can be a valuable resource in a lot of different ways. And I think out of respect to him right now, that's probably not something I would do just because, you know, as I mentioned, I'm not sure exactly where his head is as far as what he wants to continue doing in the game. But, you know, like I said, if and when that time comes, I mean, Boch would be a valuable resource for the entire organization. Good
stuff with Buster Posey here on the UMA guest line. We appreciate him hopping on, doing a lot of media, kind of wrapping up the season here. Okay, so you said try a new question. This was not asked yesterday. I said I'll just say, do you guys strike out too much? And if so, how do you correct it when your main guys, Adames, Devers, and Chapman, are strikeout guys?
I think some of what I learned this year is do we want to put the ball in play? Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, we've got to let our players be our players. And I certainly I know that those guys don't go up there being okay with striking out, right? I mean, these are big power guys, and we're going to sacrifice some strikeouts for power. One thing I think we can do better as a group next year is not necessarily worrying about how much we're striking out, even though, as you know, and we've had conversations over the year, I don't like strikeouts. I don't think anybody likes strikeouts, but some of it is just your personnel that you have, and I understand that. I think one thing we can do is reading the scoreboard situationally and understanding, and this isn't just directed at those guys. I think it's 1 through 9, understanding, even though it's second and third with one out in the first inning, like, hey, this could be you never know. This could be the game-winning run. Let's shorten up a little bit here and maybe take a little bit off to get that run in. Now, I do caveat that with is we want our players to be our players, but ultimately I'm always going to believe the scoreboard is going to dictate how we should play the game.
Buster, when you guys are making these changes on the coaching staff and with the manager at the big league level, are there any thoughts about maybe assessing the entire organization down throughout the minor leagues to maybe make some changes to maybe focus on the development of these guys not striking as much or being better defensive players by the time they get up to the big league level?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously a big part of year one for me, was being in communication with Randy Wynn, Kyle Haynes, some of our, coordinators. And I really felt like we made some positive strides. Talking to Randy and Kyle, they were really happy with kind of the way that everything's trending. Our lower levels in San Jose and Eugene playing good baseball. Richmond coming on strong. And then, Sacramento's, it's a different spot, right? I mean, it's a little bit harder for development at times. I do think we still have to keep the throttle down there as far as understanding that it's not just a stopover for our players, but it is a place of development still. And even at the big league level, right? I mean, you're never a finished product. You're always looking to get better. But by all accounts, feel like we have great staff in place to continue to push the message that we want to our younger players. And then feel like through the draft and through some trades, we were able to target some players that we think their profile eventually will help us at the big league level.
All right, we're talking to Buster Posey here, trying to sort of wrap up this gigantic picture and looking forward here. More questions. I don't think this was asked yesterday. Do you guys not steal enough bases for a Buster Posey team, and does your new manager need to emphasize that?
For me, it's not necessarily about how many bases you steal. I think stolen bases are a product of a mindset, and that mindset is one of aggressive. It's constantly looking to take an extra 90 feet, whether that's a squibber through center field and you take advantage of a center fielder being lazy. Maybe it is a stolen base. Maybe it's a ball in the dirt. Maybe it's going first to third, scoring from first to home. So I think the stolen bases are a product of that. It's a product of the mindset of products. We're going to force the issue. We're going to be okay at sometimes making outs. Again, use the scoreboard. We don't want to get thrown out by 20 feet at third with 2 outs. But you know what? Sometimes if you push the envelope and you're out bang, bang at third with 1 out and you're trying to get yourself on third base with 1 out so we can drive that run in, I'm okay with that. I'm just a big believer that pressure over the course of a long season pays dividends that sometimes are really hard to measure. And it's definitely a mentality that I want us to adapt to more.
Yeah, so I'm hearing you in the situational hitting and in the stealing. It's the phrase that I think people use, small ball. And I guess, would that say, did you not play enough small ball, and will the next manager play more small ball?
I don't necessarily think that's fair to say that it's just small ball. I think it's all of it. Yeah, does small ball matter? Yes. Does long ball matter? Yes. It all matters. It's about maximizing what we have in all of those categories. So I'm not diminishing what it means to be able to drive the ball over the fence or to hit a double or triple in the gap and drive in runs. We all like that. But I do think there needs to be, as I've said, more of an emphasis on when we have those opportunities, when the scoreboard dictates it, we have to, to use your phrase, play that small. I personally don't look at something like base running as small ball. I see it as monumental. I mean, maybe it was something as a player that I had to really focus on. Like, I had to make sure I was getting an extra half step on my secondary on second base because I wasn't fast. But some of my favorite plays in the game around the league are watching players that are just constantly head on the swivel and taking that extra base, because that's the stuff we can control. That's the stuff. There's a lot of things in the game we can't control, but those are some of the controllables that we just got to keep getting better on.
Buster Posey is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line for our final Giants executive show of the year. And Buster, I wanted to circle back to development and, of course, ask you about Bryce Eldridge, because we spent a lot of time this year talking about his development defensively. Now, we got the news yesterday that he did have wrist surgery, but what are the offseason plans for his development to maybe improve defensively? That way that he is set up for success when he shows up to spring training next year.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bryce, first I'll say that I thought he handled himself well at the big league level. I know he didn't have the results that he wanted. A couple things stood out to me. One, he never looked anxious or in a hurry at the plate. I thought he took some really tough pitches against some really tough pitchers below the zone. Did he swing and miss some? Yes, of course he did. He also hit some balls on the barrel that he didn't, get any hits for. And then what I was most impressed with, because I know he's been working his tail off, is how he looked around the bag. He looked comfortable, was in a good position, in his legs receiving throws from the infielders. So that was great to see. I know how hard he's worked. I know how hard our staff has worked up and down the organization to get him in a better place. Ultimately, it's a credit to him for being willing to put the work in. And I know it's something that he wants to continue to work on and get better. So we're excited about that. And then as far as off-season development, he's having the surgery. He's going to take about 8 weeks to get back to baseball activity. So he'll be able to lift and get in shape. And hopefully this wrist is something that he can put behind him and come into spring training fully healthy and ready to go.
So in an ideal world, is he on the opening day roster next year?
Yeah, I mean, we're open. I think there's a chance. There's a chance he's not as well. Again, I've mentioned it a lot of times that I think we're all, as a group, have to look at a lot of different pieces to this puzzle, and part of that puzzle is Bryce's development himself and trying to put him in the best place to continue to get reps. Now, does that mean that it won't be at the big league level? I can't say, but we're most definitely not set in our ways one way or another.
Buster Posey answering an array of questions here. We appreciate it. Okay, I just will never understand. This, to me, I said there's two great mysteries in life. There's Stonehenge, and there's how did you make one of my favorite trades in Giants history. This Rafael Devers trade, I couldn't praise you enough. I was like, what a bold move. What an incredible. Al Rosen somewhere was cheering you on. How did you make that trade for Rafael Devers and the team then have a losing record after the Devers trade? Buster, I mean, this is probably confounding you as much as confounding everybody else. When you look at it, and you and Zach and everybody and Jeremy Shelmy went through it, how did that happen?
Well, I guess where my brain goes is, and I say this somewhat in jest, that it's what makes sports fun. It wasn't fun for us. But there's no certainties in sports. You can, case in point with us, we can insert one of the best left-handed hitters in the middle of our lineup and things don't go right. We're still extremely excited about Rafael Devers being a Giant for a really long time. I don't think it's unfair to say that, him having the chance to be in San Francisco around his teammates for 3.5 months should put him in a really good spot coming into spring training. And I think we all saw him continue to get more and more comfortable. Unfortunately, yeah, we didn't play well, and it's hard to put your finger on that, why we didn't play well. Rafi, by all accounts, from talking to his teammates and talking to coaching staff, fit in great. I think he's another guy who, we asked him to play a position he never played before in the big leagues, and I'm sure that that was cause for some pause on his end as well, and took some time to adjust, and thought he did that well. So I guess I'll just end with that we're really excited about this guy being a threat in our lineup for a long time to come, and he's another guy that loves to play baseball. Those are fun guys for me to watch. Hopefully those are guys that our fan base rallies around as well. As you can see the joy that he has. I love watching him when he gets into the bat or off the knuckles hit, and he's got a big smile on first base. And I can relate to that because that one aggravates the pitchers more so than the balls that you hit really hard. So I think there's some of that in there with him.
Buster, we have to ask you about the landscape of the starting rotation heading into the offseason. I know a couple weeks ago we talked about maybe the possibility of bringing back Justin Verlander, but currently, as is, with people expected to be on the roster next year, you look at Logan Webb and Robbie Ray at the top of the rotation. Hopefully Landon Roop is back healthy, but when you look at the young guys, like a Hayden Birdsong, a Carson Wisenhunt, a Trevor McDonald, a Blade Tidwell, like who within the organization do you think maybe has the opportunity to show up next year in spring training and compete for one of these spots in the rotation?
I think all those guys you mentioned. You got Seymour as well, who is an option. Tang is an option as well. I'm hopeful that what some of these young pitchers learned with some experience this year is you Major League Baseball's hard, but you really don't need to do anything else other than be yourself. I mean, there's a reason that you continue to climb up the ladder. And I do think there's a tendency, and it's just human nature, to come up sometimes and to think, I need to do more. I need to make this pitch. I need to throw this pitch harder. I need to throw this breaking ball more nasty. I need to be on the edge more. I need to be right at the top of the zone, bottom zone, whatever it may be. And that's a tough way to play. I'm not saying that that's what those guys were thinking. I think that did come into play some. And like I said, with some valuable experience at playing the game at the highest level, hopefully that's something they can digest. They can take some of the positives from this year. They can take some of the negatives and learn from them, and go into the winter using those positives and say, hey, this worked for me or this didn't work for me. And, look, we need some of those guys to kind of anchor down our pitching staff, and there's still belief within the group that they can and will do that.
I'm looking, Buster, at the free agent market. There's a number of guys. Nick Martinez, Chris Bassett, Lucas Giolito, Framber Valdez, Miles Mikolas, Max Scherzer, Alex. I mean, just a number of names. Justin Verlander, any number. You have the same list as everyone else. Is it fair to say that given what Marcus just laid out, there are some vacancies? Is it fair to say that you would likely acquire a free agent starting pitcher? And if so, is ownership willing to go there for you?
It's fair to say. I mean, look, we're 3 days after the season. We're having conversations. We're still, a month away from being able to talk to free agents. But of course, we're going to look. We're going to, scour the market and see what may be a fit for us. And then, obviously the other route as well is consider if there's any trade opportunities that can improve our rotation.
Similar question for the bullpen, Buster. Of course, Randy Rodriguez had Tommy John surgery to end his season. He's going to be out for next year. What are the plans to rebuild that bullpen without Randy Rodriguez?
Yeah, it's another task for sure for this offseason. Do feel good about some of the guys we have in the pen, but also understand there's room to improve there. And kind of the same thing. You look internally, you look at options that we have right now, and we'll look at the minor league free agent route, possibly trade route on that one as well, and then consider what's on the free agent market.
Would you say, Buster, that having done your first year, and by the way, happy anniversary. Yesterday was the 1 year anniversary of you doing this job, and you pulled off one of the great trades, as I mentioned, Devers. Do you think that experience of pulling off that Devers trade makes you more confident going into this winter, thinking, yeah, I can do this. I can pull off a trade?
I think experience, good or bad, is valuable. So, whether we pulled it off or not, I think anytime you have experience to draw from, that's helpful. One thing I did learn is, trades are hard. I mean, it's not like Rafael Devers was the first one we poked around on and we're able to gain some traction. So, and that goes, I would assume if you polled 29 other front offices, they'd probably say the same thing. It's just not something that easily comes together. It takes a willingness on both ends, and the way I look at it is, You're trying to match up in a way that you feel like both sides are going to come away feeling good about it. I don't think, from my perspective, it does any good to go in a situation like that and say, I'm going to try to bury the team. I don't think that that's productive in the long haul for, future negotiations via trade.
Buster, you have the unique experience of being in the front office, but also having experience in the clubhouse, obviously. So what is that like being a player, moving on from a manager to manager? Obviously, you moved on from Bruce Bochy into the Gabe Kapler era, but have you had a chance to talk to any of the guys in the clubhouse? Because we've heard from Matt Chapman and Logan Webb and Willie Adames about how much they like Bob Melvin, but maybe what is the feeling moving on to the next manager, and how much accountability needs to be placed on the players moving forward?
Well, I knew taking this job there was going to be tough decisions, tough conversations to have. This is most definitely one of them. A lot of respect for Bob. He was in the league well before I was as a player, competed against him as a player for a long time, and then got to work alongside him. So not an enjoyable day by any stretch. And I called some of our core guys after talking with Bob on Monday, and just out of respect for those guys, some of them that have a lot of history with Bob, and good, obviously disappointed. As you mentioned, they all have a lot of admiration for him, and unfortunately, things didn't work out the way that we all had hoped, and that's why we're here.
Just wrapping it up, Buster's been very generous with his time. I just have to ask, do you have any interest in managing the team?
I don't, no.
Okay, just had to get that on record here. We're sort of wrapping up here, Buster, because we've asked you a lot, and hopefully we've asked you some new ones to keep you interested. And there's two names that, my gosh, get mentioned all the time. One in particular has been talked about forever, and that's Marco Luciano. And I would add Luis Matos, but just to keep this question simple, because we're at the end of the interview, just how would you map out Marco Luciano's expectations going into the winter and into February?
Well, he knows it's a big year for him. It's either on the team in spring or move on. So hopefully that makes him really hungry to go have a great winter and put himself in the best position to make a decision really hard for us. For people that followed, him this year in Sacramento, he had some stretches of some really big power, really good numbers against left-handed pitching. Adjusting a new position in the outfield, I think he likes the outfield, and as you mentioned, Matos is in the same boat. So hopefully, there's a lot of motivation on their end. I believe that there is, and that they come in the spring and make our life not enjoyable in the best sense possible.
Yeah, and Buster, that was my last question. It's kind of big picture on the defense. If you look at the advanced metrics, there were some struggles with Elliot Ramos, even Jung Hoo Lee in center field. So defensively in the outfield, how do you feel about the organization, where you guys are at, and how you guys can improve going into next year?
Well, we know we have to get better. I mean, I think that's one of the areas of low-hanging fruit, if you will, for improvement. I think sometimes a guy like Ramos, it's similar to when you get in a funk. Offensively, sometimes you start to overthink things. He's shown that he can be a much better defender than he was, and knows that that's something that he needs to improve. Even Jung Hoo, it's hard to say coming off of a shoulder injury how much that impacted him as far as his aggressiveness. And to put to the center fielders in my eyes that are the best in the game is you almost have to play with a sort of reckless abandonment. And if you start to tense up, you start to overthink. That's a hard thing to do. So a guy like Gilbert, we think has the potential and is shown to be an above average defender. McRae as well, is somebody that can really go get the ball. Even Encarnacion, when he's been healthy, moves around better in the outfield. But there's no question we have to be better defensively in the outfield. It's a staple of any good team is being able to go get the ball and also making the right decisions on which bases you're throwing to. Are you hitting the cutoff man? And again, using the scoreboard to make all those decisions.
Wow, we could go on and on and on. It's a lot of fun talking to you. It's productive on our end for sure. I hope you're having at least fun talking ball here. I'll end it with just a non-Giants baseball question. How do you hit Mason Miller 104 on the black on the knees? How do you hit that?
Oh, man, I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. I was watching, probably like you were watching that game yesterday. And it's not that it's just 104 on the black. It's that he'll throw he might spin a 2-0, 90-mile-an-hour slider in that looks like it's going to hit you in the face. And then he might upshoot 104, right at the top of the zone. So how do you hit it? You guess to a certain spot and hope that the ball goes there, and if not, you're out.
I mean, honestly, like with only so few hitters hitting 300, is velocity too much for hitters these days? Is that the answer?
I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily one thing. Velocity definitely plays a part. I think defensive alignments are much better. I think it's somewhat philosophical as well, as far as the style of hitters that we have in the game. But no question. I mean, velocity plays a part, but also what I mentioned that pitchers have shifted their mindset as far as there's really no fastball counts anymore. I guess you could make the argument that 3-0 is still a fastball count, but that's really the only one. You can't count on the fastball 2-0 or 3-1. So, it really, I think if I'm hitting nowadays, which I got a little bit of this towards the end of my career, you really have to, in those what used to be traditional fastball counts, you can't sell out necessarily the yank a ball down the line. You can if you guess right, but I would probably approach it as I'm going to drive this ball out center field, and then if I get a hanger, I'll hopefully hook it down the line. But it's tough. There's no question. It's tough, and I don't think that's changing anytime soon.
And last one here is big calls to mind is that you having played as recently as 21, there's any number of players still playing in the game that you played with, a ton of them. One of them is in the playoffs, Aroldis Chapman. Can you believe this guy is still? You guys faced him in 2012. There's not a lot of players from the 2012 NLDS series between the Reds and the Giants still going, and you look on your TV and that guy's still going. He's like, what's going on? Hey, this guy's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I mean, you look at his body and just how physical he is. I guess it's not surprising when you look at him through that lens. But you're right. I mean, and still throwing 100 miles per hour. Not many people have been able to sustain that for as long as he has.
He's got to be the last guy from that series still playing, isn't he? Top of my head. Is there anybody else I'm forgetting?
So, yeah.
My gosh. Man. Anyway, just fun to talk baseball. Yeah. Listen, hopefully we asked you a couple new ones. Hopefully we kept you a little interested, and we definitely appreciate the time. All year, Buster, we've done these with you. I know you're not in it to do media, but you're doing a really good job with us, and we appreciate it, and the fans appreciate it. So it really, really helps. Like, I think you saw it. To tell you the truth, you saw the attendance go from 2.6 to 2.9 million, and there's a number of factors that go into that, but one of them I think is you being out front and just kind of communicating with the fans. So thanks for doing that.
One of those is KMBR is what you're saying.
Exactly, Buster.
You go do your job. We'll let you go for a long while now. We won't bother you, okay? Thanks, Buster.
Yeah, thank you, Buster.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
There he is, Buster Posey. You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see 9 Inch Nails. By the way, they just did the Tron soundtrack, the new movie that's coming out. Pretty funny. I'll have to play some of that later in the show. This show for 9 Inch Nails is going to be on March 15th, 2026, and it's going to be at Chase Center. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets. It's all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Well, we thoroughly enjoyed our damn near half-hour conversation with Buster Posey. That was a podcast, man. And credit to Buster for being so open, answering everything. He said, come at me, dudes, with some new stuff. And we did. We tried to. A lot of good takeaways from it. I'll go first, Marcus. You tell me. But number one, when he was talking about very passionately about playing more to the scoreboard, about second and third in the first inning, yeah, you want your bomb, but that run you score might be the winning run, is like he was preaching to my choir so hugely. And then talking about steals, he was talking about more of an aggressive mindset. It's not about stealing bases. It's about getting that extra half step. It's about watching to see if that center fielder's lazy going to that ground ball, all that stuff. What I took away from that was that Bob Melvin, and I'm not putting words in Buster's mouth here. I'm saying it's what I saw was Bob Melvin's teams did not do that. As good as Bob Melvin is at a lot of things, his teams were not playing like that, and that's why I think, again, I'm just putting words into Buster's mouth here, but I think that's why he's making a change. He wants to have a team that is more scoreboard situational, that is more aggressive in their mindset on the bases, among other things, but that's one of the big factors I took away because he really, Buster was very passionate in his discussion of what he wanted his baseball team to do.
And I was under the belief that we would see more of that brand of baseball with Bob Melvin underneath Buster Posey compared to what we saw underneath Farhan Zaidi in that regime. Like, Buster Posey handed him the keys to the car, said, Bob, this is your team. This is your lineup to draw up. You get to press the buttons. And for the majority of the season, it felt like Bob was pressing the wrong buttons, and that's why Buster Posey's in Fast and Furious 2 hitting the ejecto-ceto cuz and launching Bob Melvin out of the car, and they're looking for a new manager.
Yeah. For you, what was one of your biggest takeaways from Buster?
A lot of good information on the actual roster. I'm intrigued to see how the outfield shapes up next year. Because it seems like 2 out of the 3 pieces will be there in Jung-Ho Lee and Elliot Ramos, unless there's a trade to be made.
Pause right there.
Unless there's a trade to be made.
Yeah, he did mention.
He emphasized how they need to get better defensively in the outfield. And for whatever reason, Elliot Ramos took a step backwards this year. And I can say Jung-Ho Lee was probably in that same conversation. And Buster brought up a really good point about the aggressiveness of Jung-Ho Lee post-shoulder injury after running to the center field wall, and it did look like it affected him a little bit, at least with the first step in being as aggressive as he was his rookie season. So that's something to keep an eye on moving forward for that outfield.
I mean, I think it's undeniable that Drew Gilbert and Grant McCray are better defensive center fielders, but I don't know if offensively they can be in a big league lineup.
That's the question.
And so that's a big one for me. Another one for me was, as much as he wants to be a pitching team, he doesn't have many pitchers ready to go. No. Some of those young kids he threw out are not guys. You don't want Kaiwei Tang. You don't want Carson Seymour. I mean, those are guys, I don't think those guys can be regular big league starters.
No.
So when I asked him about the free agent pitching, he said, yeah, that's fair to say.
Yeah,
I mean, they're going to have to get like a number 3 starter, or if you consider Roop your number 3, they're going to have to get like a number 4 starter on the market.
Well, I think right now you're going into the 2026 season with Logan Webb and Robbie Ray in ink. Those guys are not going anywhere. Landon Roop, you can write his name in pencil because there's question marks about him recovering from the injury. Beyond that, it's open competition. Can Hayden Birdsong get back to throwing strikes? Will Carson Wisenhunt kind of regain that form when he was one of the top left-handed pitching prospects in all of baseball? Trevor McDonald had 2 really good starts to end the year.
But one of them was against the Rockies, who, in fairness, were 1-2-3 Cancun.
Also, one of them was against the Dodgers, and he looked pretty damn good on that Sunday closing out the series. But it's like, where was Trevor McDonald in those opportunities throughout the entire season if you think he could be one of those guys?
So all those, and all that, and he said he's voting for Cal Raleigh for MVP. Coming at Waterboys Yankees.
Hey, I understand. That's the catcher society.
It's interesting, 2 guys you really enjoy about baseball, Buster Posey and the writer Jason Stark, who's fantastic in The Athletic. And Jason Stark just laid out an ironclad case, in his opinion, for Aaron Judge. Like, Aaron Judge's season is so historic. He laid out all the incredible history. And then you talk to Buster, he's like, Cal. Yeah. Cal's the MVP.
Yeah. And look, I can go either way when it comes to this MVP discussion. Aaron Judge, if you look at it in a vacuum, is having an MVP type season. You look at the batting average, you look at the OPS, you look at everything except for home runs. He's not leading. But this is also his 4th season having 50 or more home runs. Joins Babe Ruth, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa. So you want to talk about historic seasons, but you can't deny the history that Cal Raleigh made this year.
You know what I love most about Aaron Judge, and we're digressing here, is we're going to get Ronnie Lott in about 5 minutes here, is that I just love that, in this day and age, everybody's like, are we seeing any real Hall of Famers in our midst? And they're always iffy, like, is Harold Baines a Hall of Famer, or is Scott Rowland a Hall of Famer? No, man. Aaron Judge is a blanking Hall of Fame. That's Cooperstown in the flesh. Like, kids stop what they're doing. They wear his jersey. Everybody wants to, that's a freaking Hall of Famer. Right
Aaron
there.
Judge is putting himself in the conversation not only to be one of the greatest hitters of this generation, but in the conversation of greatest right-handed hitters of all time.
I mean, it's just awesome. So hopefully maybe they can win a game tonight and get to see him keep playing.
That's the goal. We'll see if he squares off against Kyle Harrison tonight.
We'll see. Maybe in a bullpen game.
Possibly. A little NorCal battle.
All right. So that was a lot of baseball. And if you missed Buster Posey, we'll probably replay it in the 9:30 slot for you guys because it was that worth it. All right. And I understand. Actually, somebody stopped me once at Friedman's Appliance. I think it was Brian. He goes, I'm so glad you guys replay those interviews. We get heckled on the line from the P1s who listen 24 hours. He goes, dude, I miss interviews. I get in the car, I hear it. I'm so psyched. So for those of you who missed Buster Posey, plan on it in probably the 9:30 corridor. But Ronnie Lott, speaking about Hall of Famers like Aaron Judge, Ronnie Lott, it's Rams week. Ronnie Lott next on the Sports Leader.
It's the Rams week, baby.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see 9 Inch Nails, who just did the new Tron soundtrack. That's what you're hearing right now. I thought this was more of like a rock band, 9 Inch Nails. I didn't think they were into the techno EDM type stuff, but hey, I don't knock it. I'm looking forward to the Tron movie. This show for 9 Inch Nails is going to be on March 15th, 2026, and it's going to be at Chase Center, the house that Kuminga built. So stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see 9 Inch Nails. It's all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Sitting here listening to Janet Jackson. It's the Rams week, baby. Let's go.
Hey, man, it's simple. It's Rams week. Ronnie Lott, Pro Football Hall of Famer, number 42. Yeah, a little Janet, a little Ronnie. Why not? Ronnie, you are so welcome back with your buddy Murph and with Marcus. Ronnie, it's Rams week, man. Good morning.
Yeah, let's go, Ronnie.
It is Rams week, man. That's why I'm like getting a little nervous, man. I'm sitting here realizing that, Merlin Olsen.
Oof.
You know, I mean, Merlin Olsen was a bad dude, man. Deacon Jones was a bad dude. I mean, these guys, man, Jack Snow, he was a bad dude. But I mean, at some point in your life, you realize, like, you know, all those guys had reputations, but they don't have Super Bowls.
That's true. Now, Stafford got one, so that hurt a little bit. So, Ronnie, man, somebody's got to hit the quarterback tonight. Who's going to do it?
What do you mean who's going to do it? We got a lot of guys. We got a lot of different guys who can get after him. I think one of the great things about having speed, which we do have speed, is that we got to use it. And I think one of the things that's going to be really, you know, instrumental in the game tonight is using the speed, using ways to destroy their offense. And I think that a lot of times when you're playing and get big games like this, especially against a rival, you have an advantage. You have an advantage, and the advantage is that you already know and you already understand what to expect. And so, yeah, big game tonight for a lot of reasons, but you already know. You know what this is like. You can smell the other jock. You've been around it. You've seen it. You know, I mean, Eric Dickerson, come on, dude. I know what he was trying to do. I mean, the point I'm making is, like, they have been in these games. They understand them. They understand each other. But it is a big game for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, Ronnie, I absolutely agree. I think tonight's going to come down to the scheme of Robert Saleh, who's back with the 49ers this year as their defensive coordinator. What differences or changes have you seen with this 49er defense with Robert Saleh back in the building?
Well, first of all, what I've seen is that you got more aggression. And I think one of the great things for Robert has always been around making sure that the guys understand how to be tough, how to be physical. Now, yeah, when you have a big blow like they had with this defensive end, you know, hurting himself and you know this, I mean, losing a guy like that of that stature is really challenging for a lot of reasons. I mean, to me, I think I believe he was going to be one of the guys who was going to wear that yellow jacket. That's how good that kid is. And so the hard part, right, is like, how do you replace him? And to me, I think there are a number of guys that are looking forward to the opportunity to replace him. And I think that what they got to do, though, is they got to find a way to figure out how can you match up, because you don't want to come into a game like this where you're playing zone. You want to come into a game like this trying to find ways to put pressure on him, trying to find ways to get the ball out of his hands.
Yes, for sure. We're talking to the great Ronnie Lott, who wears one of those gold jackets. He's talking about Nick Bosa, of course, going down. It is Rams week, so we always love to call Ronnie. So, Ronnie, man, one of the big stories is this injury situation. And I don't, listen, you played in the league all those years, and I mean, is it just random? Are guys not working as hard in the offseason because of the practice rules? Is it bad luck? Do you have any theories?
Man, yeah, the theory of bad luck is really exactly what it is. Bad luck.
This call will be recorded.
I mean, and I think when you think of bad luck, I think what makes it really tough is that it's hard, man. It's hard to deal with bad luck. It's hard to deal with these situations because they come from out of nowhere. But, yeah, but bad luck is definitely bad luck.
One of the 49ers players that has been able to avoid that bad luck is Fred Warner, who's back healthy after dealing with some injuries last year. And, Ronnie, it feels like Fred Warner truly gets better each and every week. Like, how enjoyable is it for you as a former defensive back, as a Hall of Famer, to watch Fred Warner flying around the football field?
Well, what I love is that every time he's attacking the ball. I mean, you watch a game, and then you watch the game within the game. And I think when you think about Fred, what I love is that there's a game within the game. And in that moment of him playing and doing what he does, it's this game that he has that every time he's trying to get the ball. He's trying to fight to get the ball. And I think one of the things that, as a defensive player, a lot of times you find guys that are just focusing on doing their job, getting in front of somebody. But there's some guy named Charles Haley that used to say, "Hey man, you want to play with me? Get the freaking ball, Ronnie. Get the freaking ball." And I was like, "Okay, Charles, you're right. Get the freaking ball." And my point is that's what Fred Warner does. He's constantly trying to attack the ball.
Ronnie, Trevor Lawrence was trying to take a knee at the end of the game, and Fred Warner was still trying to get the ball. He tried leaping over the offensive line and punching out the ball. I've never seen a player try to do that while the opposing team is in victory formation.
Yeah, because ultimately you're counted to being, to me, you're counted for being able to make sure that you have an example. Fred's one of those kind of guys that he's setting an example of wanting to win every game, wanting to win every moment. And that kind of effort of doing that at the end of the game is something that a lot of people, you go, "Oh, why is he doing that?" But at the end of the day, he's got a method to his madness. And to me, the method is, I want to exhaust every moment. I want to do everything I can to make sure that I'm showing people how much I care about this game.
So great to talk to Ronnie Lott on Rams, not just Rams week, Rams night. They play the Rams tonight at 5:15 on Amazon Prime, KMBR 104.5 and 680. And Ronnie, of course, is the supreme Rams week guy. So, Ronnie, I'm going to ask you to tell some more stories here now, because one of the big stories for the 49ers last week was Robert Saleh, their D coordinator, got into it with Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jacksonville Jags. There was some beef. All right, Ronnie, for all the kids out there who don't know, can you tell us about what it's like to have post-game beef with, I don't know, somebody like Phil Simms, perhaps?
Okay, now that's off limits. And the reason that's off limits, there's some. As soon as you said the name, I just went, "Oh my God, I got to say something." And I definitely don't want to say something.
It's off limits.
My mother regrets. My mom will say, "What do you mean? You said what about him?" No, Mom, I can't. I know. I'm sorry. I can't do that. I can't go that route.
That's awesome.
But the fact is that some people are off limits, right? You just don't. You don't even want to. What, Phil? No. I don't even want to go there. But I think the great thing about being in any situation about the game of football, man, the respect that you have for everybody that you compete against, and to me, ultimately, that's the biggest compliment you can give anyone. Is there are a lot of guys that you don't like, but there are a lot of guys that you respect, and a lot of that comes from the fact that, hey, tonight we're going to see Fred Warner find a way to get the ball out. He's going to do it. I mean, I just know that I'm smelling that moment right now. I already can feel that from him, is that he will be attacking the ball just because that's what he does. I mean, great players show you every moment of what they're trying to do, because that's greatness.
All right, Ronnie, then. I know that's really funny about Phil. And by the way, I think it was Steve Young came on our show last week and talked about the message that you sent to the whole team with that. He was very, 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 He was praising you and how you sent that message. You don't have to talk about it. Steve will. I'm going to leave another historic reference here. I'm going to throw some names at you. Matt Kavanaugh, Jeff Kemp, Steve Bono. These are all backup quarterbacks that you played with, you took the field with to win a ball game, and that wasn't Joe Montana. He was out. But you guys won games with these guys, and you were on the field. So tonight, it's Mac Jones. Now, he's already won a couple. So you're feeling on sort of remembering what it's like to be a defensive player when your backup quarterback's out there trying to win a game and how that feels in the locker room.
Well, again, just knowing all the guys that you mentioned, what's great is that all of those guys came with the purpose of doing their job for a reason. And whether it was Matt who would tell you, hey, look, here's my reasons for what I'm going to do. And here's Bono saying, here's my reasons for what I'm going to do. And the point I'm making is there are reasons for what all those guys could do because they all know how to win. They're taught how to win. And Bill was very good at saying, here are the things that I need you to do to win this game for us. I don't need you to do certain things, but I need you to do these things to win games for us. And a lot of the guys obviously, said, it's Bill. Okay, you want me to do this? I can do this. I can do this for you. And I think that's the success that the 49ers had is because Bill could design ways to help us win games. And I'm sure that the coach right now that they have has done the same thing. His dad did, and his dad was pretty good at doing that in Denver. So he's pretty good at possibly doing that tonight. So it's going to be a good game for all the fans to look at because, yeah, Matt's going to play, but I also believe Matt understands for a lot of reasons. I mean, look at where he played before. I mean, that coach and just knowing him and being around him, when he was with the Giants, he taught him how to win.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Last couple minutes here with Ronnie Lott on the UMA guest line this morning before tonight's 49ers matchup against the LA Rams on Thursday Night Football. And Ronnie, we can't let you go without asking about the defensive backfield. Now, it's a defensive backfield that has not forced any interceptions this year. We just talked about Fred Warner going out and getting the ball, but the 49ers defense has not had an interception since week 11 of last season. So hearing those numbers as a defensive back, does that maybe make you more aggressive to go after the ball, or do you just have to trust the scheme and think that the interceptions will eventually come?
And I'm trusting the coach. I'm trusting the coach. Now, we had Ray Rhodes. I'm trusting Ray for a lot of reasons because Ray played in the league. There were a lot of reasons why we wanted to trust Ray, but there are a lot of reasons why you want to trust the staff they have right now. And, again, what he's trying to accomplish, you trust your staff and you understand that, yeah, it hasn't happened yet, but rain tonight, baby. It can rain.
It's Rams week, Ronnie.
It's Rams week, baby. It can rain tonight. You never know.
Oh, man. It could rain.
It can rain tonight.
Could rain footballs tonight. Perfect. We got you. You dropped out for just a second. We got you back. All right, man. Perfect. Listen, drop the mic.
I'm like, wait a minute. I'm sitting there going, did they get it?
No, I dropped.
Yeah, we dropped out for a minute.
For like 3 seconds. So it's stupid cell phones, man. But you're back. You're back, buddy. You got you back. So perfect. Great way to end it, Ronnie. It could rain tonight. It's Rams week, and we needed a hit of number 42. So always appreciate your time, man. We love you, buddy, and be good. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie.
I will.
There he is, Ronnie Lott on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Thursday morning, getting you ready for Thursday Night Football with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best way to cash in on the San Francisco 49ers this football season. Which players are going off? Which players are overhyped? Which players are actually playing tonight against the LA Rams? Well, I've got one answer for you, and his name is Christian McCaffrey. And I've included him in my Prize Pick lineup for 4 weeks straight. And guess what? I've cashed in on Christian McCaffrey 4 weeks straight. So for the 5th time this year, I will add him to my lineup to have more than 54 receiving yards, because the 49ers will not have a single wide receiver or tight end on the roster active tonight that caught a pass last year for the 49ers on the 2024 roster. Christian McCaffrey will be the system tonight, so take him to have more than 54 receiving yards and pair it up with one of your other favorite picks for an opportunity to cash in on Prize Picks. But if you don't have the app, now is the perfect time to download the app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, I believe it was the Sugar Hill Gang, 80s Friday tomorrow. Was that 79 or 80? We'll figure it out. Who said, I don't mean to brag, I don't mean to boast, but we're like hot butter on your breakfast toast.
Bars.
I'm going to say we don't mean to brag, we don't mean to boast, but Buster Posey and Ronnie Lott back to back. You're welcome.
That's some butter on your toast.
By the way, we'll be sending you an invoice later. Oh, no, wait, it's free.
Free 99.
Yeah, it's free.
If it's free, it's me, and give me 3.
My God, what a fun hour that was.
Oh, phenomenal.
Between Buster and Ronnie. My God, 28 and 42, 2 of the most iconic numbers in Bay Area sports history.
What is this life that
this
we
is your
live?
job, by the way.
Dude, yesterday I was sitting in the Giants broadcast booth doing a radio show from John Miller's chair.
Yeah.
And now this morning I'm talking to Ronnie Lott and Buster Posey,
No, it's
2
crazy.
Hall of Famers.
just
And yes,
never-
I mean that, 2 Hall of Famers.
You just never, ever take it for granted. Hey, we're sponsored by Marin Health. The cooler of content is with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Okay, Matt Mayoko at 8:50, another icon that you get to talk to.
Maddie.
We have a lot of fun stuff. We have some fun stuff. Let's keep it in honor of you having a great hour. Let's keep it New York. Nick Turturro and Spike Lee are in our lives. Yankee fans.
Yes!
I don't know why they did that, but Nicky's in his new movie, which I haven't seen yet. Has it been released on like Netflix or Amazon or anything like that? It's where he plays Frankie the Lunatic.
Where's Frankie the Lunatic?
It's supposed to be a good movie. Got a lot of good reviews at the Cannes Film Festival in France.
Oh, Nicky's got to be great because he's method acting as a crazy Yankee fan. Now, I said method acting in quotes because he is a lunatic Yankee fan.
I play Frankie the Lunatic. So there's a whole bit where he greets Spike Lee on the street with a New York pizza. Now, of course, Do the Right Thing. Did you ever see that?
I have seen it, yes.
Great, outstanding movie, by the way.
Oh.
Way ahead of its time, too. Way ahead of its time. Young Tone, Do the Right Thing, buddy. Sal's famous.
Dude, film study in high school.
Nice.
First thing we watched.
Damn.
Yeah.
So they actually make reference to it. There's a longer cut, but this one is this the one where he's eating the pizza? By the way, Spike just takes shots of Chicago pizza. What the hell? So anyway, it's on video. It's great. Spike Lee, Nick Turturro, Yankee fans, pizza, getting Marcus in the mood for Game 3 here.
Say it in the camera. Fuck the Red Sox. Nah, that's too. Without the cursing. What do you want me to say? Oh, Boston sucks. Yeah. Boston sucks! Oh, you got the face, too.
That's fantastic. Spike feeding him lines.
That's so great that Nick goes straight to the F-bomb and Spike's like, no, bro, come on, man.
That's like
Boston sucks!
That's like Murph and I hanging out at a baseball game. Yeah. I'm like, hey, Kershaw, blank the Dodgers. He's like, no, just say Dodgers suck and say.
You got to keep that Boston sucks on the board forever.
I need that.
The Red Sox. Nah, that's too. Without the cursing.
I should send you the one for tomorrow about the pizza. It makes you want a New York
give me
slice.
That Boston
so
sucks
bad.
one more time. Too.
Boston sucks!
The laugh by Spike makes it too.
Boston sucks! Oh, you got the face too.
That's such good sound.
I love it.
By the way, that was the day you were off, man, when we lost Willie Mays, and thanks to my boy Winnie, we got Spike Lee on the show. That was incredible.
No, it's crazy. I was in New York when you guys had Spike.
Man, that was awesome. He was walking through SFO. All right, Andrew Luck, who's on with the Afternoon Boys, did something that's worthy of the cooler of content. So that bit about him looking like a Civil War general with that neck beard, and then that whole Twitter account that was caused by it, I forget who gets the actual credit for that. Some content creator did that years ago and made all those Civil War letters. So, man, we're finding out that Andrew Luck and Ron Rivera are leaning into their roles as salesmen and marketers for their programs. And so this one is a video, an Andrew Luck giveaway video, based on his Civil War general character. Take a look at Twitter, YouTube, Twitch.
Dearest Mother, the young men whom I proudly steward have eagerly embarked on this campaign. We are brimming with excitement. My hand trembles in fervor as I write to tell you that, while in preparation for upcoming battles, we have unearthed a most surprising bounty of relics. 20,000 by more precise count, each bearing an oddly striking, yet parodic resemblance to your own son. How curious. My unit is set to distribute each relic in gratitude to our supporters who rally to our cause against Notre Dame's Shamrock Battalion on a late November's Eve. Joy will abound, a chorus of raucous cheers will be heard across the land, and a great many heads will bobble. Exhilarating. Thank you for the robust care parcel of squirrel oil and pickled weasel tail. Stupendous. Tell the cows, hogs, and sheep hello for me. With love, Andrew.
Wow. The stirring rendition of the Stanford Band there. The bobblehead giveaway of Andrew Luck as a Civil War general.
Heads will be bobbling.
The Shamrock Battalion. Was that anti-Irish, by the way? Some anti-Irish slurs there?
I think he was coming after you, Murph.
Well, listen, we've been dealing with it for centuries.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
I love this. Round of applause for Andrew Luck. I love how committed Andrew Luck and Ron Rivera are to bringing back good football in the Bay Area.
I got to be honest. I hate to say this about the bobblehead and all that, but one team's doing a lot better than the other one.
Yeah,
Cal's winning some games. Stanford, not so much.
Not so much.
Although they did squeak one out against San Jose State, 30-29. I almost picked that game last week, and I was just so flummoxed by that game, I stayed away from it. Wound up going 1-1.
Ooh.
As always, Mr. 1-1.
And stay tuned for some of those 1-1 bets tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow, baby, tomorrow. All right, we got a little Niner hype here. Jared Verse, who wasn't he the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year?
That he was.
But I guess he's not interested in wolfing at Trent Williams. I guess this is one of those cases of respect your icons. So they're like, hey, man, are you going to go after Trent Williams? And this is Jared Verse of the Rams giving max respect to Trent Williams.
And Trent, like, I talk about everybody the same thing. Like, Trent's one of the best linemen ever. Like, he's a place ballot Hall of Famer for a reason. He's played in the league for I think he's been in the league longer than I played football. So, like, he kind of understands it. But I think the biggest challenges he adds is, like, with age, he's become more savvy. He's figured out, okay, like, I'm not even going to take this block on head on. I'm going to manipulate it, and he's going to mess with you a little bit, just enough that it makes you not be able to make the play. But he's also still that dominant version of Trent where it's like, he can kick set, he can get right in front of you, he can eat power, he can stop you in the pass rush. Like he has a lot of things that you got to focus on to be able to be successful against him.
When you're going against someone that accomplished and that you obviously respect, does that change in any way your conversation with him on the field or the kinds of things you might give him?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't lie down for anybody. I don't change up how I am for anybody, but also I am not, dumb. I'd rather let a sleeping giant sleep. Like, I'm not gonna wake up nobody that's minding their business. Like, especially somebody like that.
Wise young man,
smart dude.
24 years old. I checked that. By the way, I just fact checked that. Playing football longer, been in the league longer than Jared Verse has been playing football. Trent Williams' first year in the league was 2010. Jared Verse was born November of 2000. So that means when Trent Williams started his first year, Jared Verse was 9, which means he probably wasn't playing tackle football just yet. I mean, he could be, but maybe he started later.
Pee-wee football.
But he probably started later based on his statement there.
Yeah.
I just burped again, by the way.
Yeah, kid, that's twice today.
I know what
we got to get a tally going over here.
I don't know what to do. Maybe turn off the mic. How's that?
Yeah.
But when it happens in the middle of a sentence, you got problems.
Yeah, you just got to let it go.
I remember there was this time when I was having so much trouble with I don't know what's going on. Maybe I was drinking the wrong stuff, but I was burping during reads. I remember yelling at Bob, was it Lee Hammer one time? I'm like, I was yelling at him about like, I got to space out after when we go to break. I was like, we can't do a read right away. I was like, I'm out here. I was like, I'm out here burping during reads. And somebody heard that. They're like, dude, that sounded really funny. I'm out here burping during reads.
Murph's out here putting his life on the line, burping during reads.
So anyway, guys. All right. So Andrew Luck giveaway, Nick Turturro, Spike Lee, and we got Jared Verse giving max respect. Last one, and I feel bad. We're so dumb. I'm such a dumb interviewer. I meant to mention this to Ronnie Lott, that Michael Irvin was on a podcast recently, and they said that he talked about his reputation as being fearless. He was a pretty fearless guy over the middle. Absolute courage over the middle made him a Hall of Famer. But he says there was one guy he was afraid of, and it was the guy we talked to at 8:15 today. We forgot to mention it. So this is kind of a raucous podcast. I don't know if you have the podcast here, buddy. Do you have to give them credit on this?
I do not, no.
I'll have to give them credit. I'll look it up. But here's Mike.
I think it was actually our buddies over at the All the Smoke podcast.
Oh, that's what it is. All the Smoke. Thank you. So he's saying he was afraid of one guy, and it was Ronnie Lott. Here it is. Yeah.
So every time I lined up and ran that same route, I get ready. And everybody, you were fearless. I'm not. I was telling people, how do you overcome that fear? So every time I lined up and ran that slant route, I get ready. And everybody knows, watch Mike, he's come slant right, watch Mike on the slant. Ronnie Lott right there. Yeah. I'm not scared. You ain't scared. That's Ronnie Lott. Yeah, you can. that joker right there, that's the that went over to somebody and said,
cut my finger off.
Cut my finger off so I can go hit somebody some more. Wait a minute.
I ain't never heard it like that.
Joker want to cut his finger off to come hit somebody again? Get out of here. You crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, cut his finger off so he get back in the game. What? And I got to run a slant route.
They do it? Yes.
Yeah.
Like
And he
the
went
tip-
back in there and
the
hit
tip-
a joker. Yes. That's what I'm telling you. And he want to hit me. Stop. I'm scared. I'm scared, man. Yeah. And I got to put it up against a greater fear.
That's a great sound.
That's classic.
That worked out well.
No, I'd be scared S-list too, because that's back in the day where safeties were actually allowed to hit receivers over the middle.
Well, Ronnie was, there's just no explaining how great Ronnie was and how tough he was and how the hits he had are many of them are illegal now.
Yeah.
But he was the best, and it was great to have him. So good stuff. Michael Irvin admitting his fears.
I'm scared.
You can only conquer your fears when you admit them, right? All right, good stuff, man. Good cooler. Okay, here's the deal. Matt Mayoko, and if you miss Buster Posey, we'll get you guys some of that too on the other side later in the show on The Sports Leader.
Ronnie Lott right there.
Yeah.
I'm not scared. You ain't scared. That's Ronnie Lott.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Matt Mayoko talking 49ers, trying to pull their Elvis Gerback 1995 act out of a hat. Dated reference for those who remember. That was a game the Niners had none chance against the Cowboys, and they won. We'll see if they have none chance against the Rams and win. He's sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Maddie's also sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Before we get to Maddie, I'm going to ask young Tony to hop on, do a little live producing. How are we doing on the video, bud? We're good?
All good.
Okay. We had a little slight hiccup. Maddie, you're sitting in front of a white wall. There was a wide shot of you. You looked like you were doing like a Gap ad or something. It was like there's like a stark white. Where are you in a different spot there today, buddy? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm kind of moving around. Empty nesters, just trying to find a spot that works.
Oh, man, you guys are you guys
well,
empty?
you will know how that works.
You're empty nesters.
Yeah. The little one starting her junior year at University of Oregon.
Wow, you guys have been empty nesters for 2 years now. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And by the way, Murph, when you brought up that 95 game, when I saw who the 49ers had ruled out, that was the first thing I thought of. That game in Dallas. And it was Elvis Gerbach, the 49ers had lost 2 straight. They were reeling. The Cowboys were at the top of their game. And I think the 49ers scored like 2 touchdowns in the first 90 seconds of that game. It was Gerbach to Rice, and then it was Merton Hanks with a scoop and score, and it was 14-0 like that, and the 49ers never looked back. And that, to this day, maybe tonight will supersede that, but I think that was the most improbable 49ers regular season win that I can recall in this, in the past 30 years.
So you're saying there's a chance. But
you never know.
Can I share one press box story from that one for the people who enjoy press box wags, as we call them, not wives and girlfriends? It used to be the name. So if somebody cracked something in the press box, you're like, hey, it's a press box wag. It's a name for young Tony, somebody who cracks jokes, so a jokester.
I got you.
So Randy Galloway was a legendary columnist for the Dallas Morning News or the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Which one was it? I forget. Maybe both. But anyway, he was known as one of the great sports writers in the country. Very sardonic sense of humor. Always roasting, always riffing. And the game was going so badly. This was Barry Switzer's Cowboys. This was Barry Switzer's first year after Jimmy Johnson. So they'd gone from Jimmy Johnson to Barry Switzer, and the belief was like they'd gone from a Hall of Famer to a clown. And the Niners are blowing him out. Jerry Jones, Mr. Jerry Jones, who you see on your TV every day now, leaves his suite and goes down. He's so upset he goes down onto the sideline in the middle of the game on the third quarter, standing next to Barry Switzer. And Randy Galloway yells in the press box, goes, "Great! Now we got 2 guys down there who don't know how to coach." Great line by Randy Galloway.
That's a good line.
Good line.
So
I think the Cowboys went on to win the Super Bowl that year.
They did. With Deion Sanders, Shadur's dad, on that team. No miming by Deion.
No miming.
Okay, so honest to goodness, Maddie, let's talk about this. Mac Jones has won 2 games for the Niners. The problem is, the problem may be the fact that he has no running game, right? Can you address what's going on there? Is Isaac Guerrero going to enter the picture? Should Brian Robinson be used more? What's going on?
Well, no running game, and maybe nobody to throw the football to tonight either. But I don't know what's going on with the running game. Everything, it doesn't look like there's much room to run, obviously. When there is, those holes, they close quickly. McCaffrey isn't forcing as many missed tackles. If we just use 2023 as the barometer here, McCaffrey isn't forcing as many missed tackles. I looking at yards after contact; those are down. Everything's down. Where he's getting hit. He's not very many yards before he's getting hit first contact. So everything is down, and I would put it a lot on the fact that there's no George Kittle. Put it on the fact that these wide receivers it's just a mixed match of guys, and they're not the blockers that the Bears have had in the past. There's just no continuity there. And then obviously the offensive line isn't creating those seams, and I'm not sure that McCaffrey is hitting those holes as quickly or being as decisive, or as maybe he's not seeing it quite as well. So I think it's kind of all the above, and also mix in there that because there is no passing attack, nobody that scares teams on the outside, teams can load that box. Teams can put 8 guys in there. And I just went through all 17 runs from the other game, the game against the Jaguars. And, when you get that end zone view, you see pretty much all the defenders right there in that end zone view in the tackle box. So I think there's a lot of reasons for it. And I don't know. The remedy is to keep pounding away at it. I don't think it means more Brian Robinson. I think the recipe has always been that when things are failing, more Christian McCaffrey, not less Christian McCaffrey. I don't think it opens the door for Grindo. I think what you see tonight is probably what you've seen the past 4 games. I think at some point they have to show more faith in Brian Robinson to get in there. Right now, the snap distribution is 82% of the offensive snaps to McCaffrey, only 18% to Brian Robinson. So I would imagine at some point that'll, I wouldn't say balance out, because it's always going to be more McCaffrey than anybody else, but maybe they get more to a 75-25. But let's face it, when do you take McCaffrey off the field? He's your best running back. He's also your best pass catcher out of the backfield. In fact, when you look at the offensive numbers and the passing game, which is surprisingly high, number 2 in the NFL as far as yards passing per game, Christian McCaffrey is a big part of that. So I'm not sure what the solution is other than run the ball effectively and make teams play you more balanced. But then how do you get to that point? So I don't know. I think it's on all sides of why they haven't been good running the football.
Should have worn my Run the Damn Ball hat today. I thought about it. You're listening to Canberra AM and Canberra FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Marcus.
Matt, it sounds like there's fear down in Santa Clara that this Brock Purdy toe injury could linger on beyond this week. So going back to this past Sunday, regardless of who made the decision to let Brock Purdy play, whether it was Brock Purdy himself or anybody else within the organization, did the 49ers make a mistake by letting Brock Purdy play last Sunday?
In retrospect, I don't think you can come up with any other answer, right? Look at how it turned out. He did not play well, and then he aggravates that injury that forces him to miss this game. And will there be other games to come that he misses? I don't know, but I don't think there's any way you could look at that game on Sunday and think that Brock Purdy was playing at 100% health or that he wasn't impacted by the injury. So, yeah, I don't know how you could say that it wasn't the wrong decision to play him. Now, they felt like he tested out fine and he was healthy, and they didn't even have him listed as a questionable or anything on the injury report on the Friday before the Jacksonville game. But look how Brock played. He did not play well. There's no question about it. He's usually accurate. He wasn't. The balls that he kind of floated up there, I know one was tipped, but even then you kind of look at that and you go, where was that ball going? Did that ball really have a good chance of being completed? And some of the other passes, there were 5 or 6 drops in that game, and some of those, the one to Bourne certainly should have been caught. The other ones might have required some nice catches. But if we're going to play the what if game, I mean, I think there's a really good chance 49ers would have won that game had Mac Jones. Now, as I say that, I mean, he wasn't healthy either. And it sounded like, the reason the 49ers went with Purdy is because they deemed him more healthy than Mac Jones at that point. But now Mac Jones is healthy and able to go through a full week, and Jones was cleared before kickoff to play in that game as well, actually cleared on Saturday to play in the game Sunday. But, yeah, I mean, I think that was a decision that, in retrospect doesn't look good.
Matt, just to follow up on that conversation about Brock Purdy being the healthier quarterback between him and Mac Jones last week, was there any conversation about maybe activating Adrian Martinez? I mean, he's going to be the backup quarterback tonight. Was there any thought process going with the quarterback that wasn't injured at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think throughout the week there was, but once they got to the point where they didn't even have Purdy listed on the injury report on Friday, so you knew he was going to start. And then on Saturday, they cleared Mac Jones, so he was going to suit up. So as you mentioned, Adrian Martinez is on the practice squad, and a team can elevate a player from the practice squad 3 times before they have to place him on the 53-man roster. So I would assume tonight Adrian Martinez will be elevated from the practice squad, which would be the 3rd time. And then if they need to use him again, the rest of the season, they'd have to bring him up to the 53. Maybe they bring him up to the 53 today. That moves has to be made by 1 p.m. today. But, I don't think there was any later in the week. I don't think there was any serious thought given to having Adrian Martinez up instead of Mac Jones. The other thing is, if you do have 3 quarterbacks, maybe this is to your point, if you do have 3 quarterbacks on the 53-man, you can suit up all 3, and that 3rd player is an emergency quarterback. But you cannot suit up 3 quarterbacks if you only have 2 on the 53 and then the 1 on the practice squad.
All right, little transaction math there as the 49ers go with Mac Jones tonight against the Rams. As much focus is on the Niner run game and the lack of receiving options with no Ricky Pearsall and no Juwan Jennings, there's the other part of it, and that is the defense. And Robert Saleh's defense has been performing quite well. Statistically, everything's very, very positive except for the turnovers, really. But when you look at Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, and Devontae Adams versus Demo Lenore, Renardo Green, Upton Stout, maybe Darrell Luter, is that just the matchup of the night to you, Matt? And is it heavily favoring the Rams?
Yes, it does heavily favor the Rams. I would say the other matchup would just be what happens up front. The Rams against the Colts gave up 25 quarterback pressures. So the Rams pass protection, not good. So the 49ers need to find a way to ramp up the pressure. They need to get some hits on Matthew Stafford. Heck, that game against the Jaguars was the first time since the 2015 season, week 2 of 2015 to be exact, where the 49ers did not produce a sack or even a hit on the quarterback. So, that front 4 without Bosa, you just wonder where the pass rush is going to come from. But in this game against an offensive line that is not very good, they need to get after Stafford and at least create some uneasiness for him. If he's able to just sit back there and pick the 49ers defense apart, he'll do that. But I would say that probably the pleasant surprise of this season has been how the 49ers have held up on the back end. Had they given up some plays? Of course, every team in the NFL has given up plays. But when you look at how teams have gone after the 49ers and had relative lack of success, not a whole lot of passing yards, and these have been all close games. So it's not like the opposition has just turned entirely to their run game to run out the clock and secure a victory. So I think that the play of the defensive backfield has been pretty good through 4 games, and I don't know that it gets any more difficult though than what they're going to face tonight, especially Upton Stout. Keep your eye on him. I thought that play he made against the Jags was a phenomenal play. It didn't need to be a pass interference penalty. You could call it kind kind of a nitpicky call on that, but for him to get that interception, which of course didn't count, he faces the biggest challenge any nickelback can face in the NFL right now. That's Puka Nacua. With his route running, his size, the way they line him up and make it very difficult for defenses to contain him, just his ability to catch passes that are contested, and he's going up against a smaller nickelback in Upton South. But Upton South's, I think he's going to be here a long time, and I think he's going to be a really good player for a long time. But tonight, that confidence that he has, that swagger, will certainly be tested against a guy that they're going to target Puka Nacua 15 or 20 times in this game, and so that will be something to watch, how Upton South holds up against Nacua in coverage today.
And starring Mac Jones as Elvis Grbac, right?
Yes. The problem is, the difference is Elvis Grbac still had Jerry Rice to throw the ball to.
Starring Sky Moore as Jerry Rice?
Gosh, I think Kendrick Bourne and Demarcus Robinson, will probably be the starters.
Yeah.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling will be the number 3 guy. And then they'll bump up someone from the practice squad too, whether that's Russell Gage Jr. or Malik Turner. It's not exactly a formidable lineup of 49er wideouts who will be suiting up for the team tonight.
And in your understanding, Mac's playing with a knee brace tonight, probably?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he'll play with a knee brace.
Wow, man, oh man. All right, well, they're up against it, and it is a Thursday night game. And thanks for the preview, Matty. We'll look forward to your coverage. Everybody follow Matt. He's got his YouTube channel. He's got his Twitter. He's got his Insta. Follow Matty.
That's it.
Yes,
You won't
and I'll be on the KNBR pregame show at 2:30 p.m. So I'll just replay what I said right here.
Speaking of replays, we may do a Buster Posey replay on the other side. So you might want to stick around and hear that, Matty, as a fellow season ticket holder. There you go. All right, Matt, thanks for the time. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Matt Mayoko painting it as it is. I mean, the 49ers are up against it. They're 8.5-point underdogs. It could happen. I said earlier this morning, 95% chance Rams win this game. I'm leaving the 5% Elvis Grbac slice of chance in my brain.
Sky Moore is Jerry Rice.
There it is,
that
buddy.
One got me.
You woke up this morning and you didn't think you were going to hear that. Okay, we've had Ronnie Lott, but we also had Buster Posey this morning. Good, wide-ranging chat. Buster dared us to ask questions he hadn't heard before. We think we asked him a few. So, Giants fans, you're going to get a big blast of Buster Posey's year-end evaluation next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got more of this 9 Inch Nails Tron soundtrack. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see 9 Inch Nails with special guest Boys Noise. That show is going to be on March 15th. 2026, and it's going to be at Chase Center. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. I have my mortgage with Provident. They're just good people right here in the Bay Area, local financial institution. Jim, John, Mo, everybody you meet. And they're here to help your savings grow on your terms. Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate. So whether you need a 3-month, 6-month, or 12-month window, you can earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. You get to choose the months. No guesswork, no market ups and downs. You just strong, steady growth on your terms. Plus, Newsweek out here naming Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025. So your money is in good hands. Do not wait. This 3.40% offer will not last. Open your account today at providentcu.org or visit your local branch for friendly help getting started. That rate is effective September 22nd, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we had a good time talking to Buster Posey this morning at 7:30. He was expansive. He was chatty. He said, try to ask me something I didn't get yesterday. We tried. We did open with a conversation about the baseball playoffs and Cal Raleigh. We forced him to vote.
The big dumper.
He voted for Cal over Aaron Judge.
Seminoles got to stick together, Murray.
He also closed the interview by talking to him about Mason Miller and Velo and all that good stuff. But we trimmed all that out just to give you guys the Giants stuff. So a good chunk of Buster Posey coming your way for the later crowd. And we opened by saying, listen, you made some news yesterday by saying you think you're going to go in a different direction than Bruce Bochy as manager. So with a chance to sort of the next morning reflect and expand a little bit for the fans on there as to why you are going in a different direction than Bruce Bochy. Buster, good morning.
Well, I mean, some of these things I got to keep to myself, right? I don't want to. I think it's important for the process that I don't share too much information, and whether that's right or wrong, it's just kind of my belief system. Is I like to keep things tight and internal. Like I said, I mean, tremendous amount of respect for Boch. I mentioned in the press conference yesterday. I'm just extremely lucky to have played underneath him and an unbelievable career. I guess the way I would expand on it is just kind of how I see where we are right now. I think it just makes sense for us to look at some different areas. And as I mentioned, I told Boch, hey, like if and when that time comes, like you're a Giant, and I hope. I think he knows that already, but felt important to say it right out the gate because, I mean, Bruce Bochy's synonymous and will always be synonymous with the San Francisco Giants, and just unbelievable career. And it may not be over. I don't know. I think those are things that he's weighing right now.
Yeah, we also heard you say that there could potentially be a role for him somewhere within an organization moving forward. But Buster, my question would be, since you are going through this for the first time, looking for a new manager, have you thought about reaching out to Bruce Bochy just to get his opinion on what type of manager can be successful here in San Francisco?
Yeah, I think Boch can be a valuable resource in a lot of different ways. And I think out of respect to him right now, that's probably not something I would do just because, as I mentioned, I'm not sure exactly where his head is as far as what he wants to continue doing in the game. But, like I said, if and when that time comes, Boch would be a valuable resource for the entire organization.
Good stuff with Buster Posey here on the UMA Guest Line. We appreciate him hopping on, doing a lot of media, kind of wrapping up the season here. Okay, so you said try a new question. This was not asked yesterday. I said I'll just say it. Do you guys strike out too much? And if so, how do you correct it when your main guys, Adames, Devers, and Chapman, are strikeout guys?
I think some of what I learned this year is do we want to put the ball in play? Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, we've got to let our players be our players. And I certainly I know that those guys don't go up there being okay with striking out, right? I mean, these are big power guys, and we're going to sacrifice some strikeouts for power. One thing I think we can do better as a group next year is not necessarily worrying about how much we're striking out, even though, as you know, and we've had conversations over the year, I don't like strikeouts. I don't think anybody likes strikeouts, but some of it is just your personnel that you have, and I understand that. I think one thing we can do is reading the scoreboard situationally and understanding, and this isn't just directed at those guys. I think it's 1 through 9, understanding, even though it's second and third was one out in the first inning, like, hey, this could be you never know. This could be the game-winning run. Let's shorten up a little bit here and maybe take a little bit off to get that run in. Now, I do caveat that with is we want our players to be our players, but ultimately I'm always going to believe the scoreboard is going to dictate how we should play the game.
Buster, when you guys are making these changes on the coaching staff and with the manager at the big league level, are there any thoughts about maybe assessing the entire organization down throughout the minor leagues to maybe make some changes to maybe focus on the development of these guys not striking as much or being better defensive players by the time they get up to the big league level?
That was obviously a big part of year one for me, was being in communication with Randy Wynn, Kyle Haynes, some of our, coordinators. And I really felt like we made some positive strides. Talking to Randy and Kyle, they were really happy with kind of the way that everything's trending. Our lower levels in San Jose and Eugene playing good baseball. Richmond coming on strong. And then, Sacramento's, it's a different spot, right? I mean, it's a little bit harder for development at times. I do think we still have to keep the throttle down there as far as understanding that it's not just a stopover for our players, but it is a place of development still. And even at the big league level, right? I mean, you're never a finished product. You're always looking to get better. But by all accounts, feel like we have great staff in place to continue to push the message that we want to our younger players. And then feel like through the draft and through some trades, we were able to target some players that we think their profile eventually will help us at the big league level.
All right, we're talking to Buster Posey here, trying to sort of wrap up this gigantic picture and looking forward here. More questions. I don't think this was asked yesterday. Do you guys not steal enough bases for a Buster Posey team, and does your new manager need to emphasize that?
For me, it's not necessarily about how many bases you steal. I think stolen bases are a product of a mindset, and that mindset is one of aggressive. It's constantly looking to take an extra 90 feet, whether that's a squibber through center field and you take advantage of a center fielder being lazy. Maybe it is a stolen base. Maybe it's a ball in the dirt. Maybe it's going first to third, scoring from first to home. So I think the stolen bases are a product of that. It's a product of the mindset of products. We're going to force the issue. We're going to be okay at sometimes making outs. Again, use the scoreboard. We don't want to get thrown out by 20 feet at third with 2 outs. But you know what? Sometimes if you push the envelope and you're out bang, bang at third with 1 out and you're trying to get yourself on third base with 1 out so we can drive that run in, I'm okay with that. I'm just a big believer that pressure over the course of a long season pays dividends that sometimes are really hard to measure. And it's definitely a mentality that I want us to adapt to more.
Yeah, so I'm hearing you in the situational hitting and in the stealing. It's the phrase that I think people use, small ball. And I guess, would that say, did you not play enough small ball, and will the next manager play more small ball?
I don't necessarily think that's fair to say that it's just small ball. I think it's all of it. Yeah, does small ball matter? Yes. Does long ball matter? Yes. It all matters. It's about maximizing what we have in all of those categories. So I'm not diminishing what it means to be able to drive the ball over the fence or to hit a double or triple in the gap and drive in runs. We all like that. But I do think there needs to be, as I've said, more of an emphasis on when we have those opportunities, when the scoreboard dictates it, we have to, to use your phrase, play that small. I personally don't look at something like base running as small ball. I see it as monumental. I mean, maybe it was something as a player that I had to really focus on. Like, I had to make sure I was getting an extra half step on my secondary on second base because I wasn't fast. But some of my favorite plays in the game around the league are watching players that are just constantly head on the swivel and taking that extra base, because that's the stuff we can control. That's the stuff. There's a lot of things in the game we can't control, but those are some of the controllables that we just got to keep getting better on.
Buster Posey is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line for our final Giants executive show of the year. And Buster, I wanted to circle back to development and, of course, ask you about Bryce Eldridge, because we spent a lot of time this year talking about his development defensively. Now, we got the news yesterday that he did have wrist surgery, but what are the offseason plans for his development to maybe improve defensively? That way that he is set up for success when he shows up to spring training next year.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bryce, first I'll say that I thought he handled himself well at the big league level. I know he didn't have the results that he wanted. A couple things stood out to me. One, he never looked anxious or in a hurry at the plate. I thought he took some really tough pitches against some really tough pitchers below the zone. Did he swing and miss some? Yes, of course he did. He also hit some balls on the barrel that he didn't, get any hits for. And then what I was most impressed with, because I know he's been working his tail off, is how he looked around the bag. He looked comfortable, was in a good position, in his legs receiving throws from the infielders. So that was great to see. I know how hard he's worked. I know how hard our staff has worked up and down the organization to get him in a better place. Ultimately, it's a credit to him for being willing to put the work in. And I know it's something that he wants to continue to work on and get better. So we're excited about that. And then as far as off-season development, he's having the surgery. He's going to take about 8 weeks to get back to baseball activity. So he'll be able to lift and get in shape. And hopefully this wrist is something that he can put behind him and come into spring training fully healthy and ready to go.
So in an ideal world, is he on the opening day roster next year?
Yeah, I mean, we're open. I think there's a chance. There's a chance he's not as well. Again, I've mentioned it a lot of times that I think we're all, as a group, have to look at a lot of different pieces to this puzzle, and part of that puzzle is Bryce's development himself and trying to put him in the best place to continue to get reps. Now, does that mean that it won't be at the big league level? I can't say, but we're most definitely not set in our ways one way or another.
Buster Posey answering an array of questions here. We appreciate it. Okay, I just will never understand. This, to me, I said there's two great mysteries in life. There's Stonehenge, and there's how did you make one of my favorite trades in Giants history. This Rafael Devers trade, I couldn't praise you enough. I was like, what a bold move. What an incredible. Al Rosen somewhere was cheering you on. How did you make that trade for Rafael Devers and the team then have a losing record after the Devers trade? Buster, I mean, this is probably confounding you as much as confounding everybody else. When you look at it, and you and Zach and everybody and Jeremy Shelmy went through it, how did that happen?
Well, I guess where my brain goes is, and I say this somewhat in jest, that it's what makes sports fun. It wasn't fun for us. But there's no certainties in sports. You can, case in point with us, we can insert one of the best left-handed hitters in the middle of our lineup and things don't go right. We're still extremely excited about Rafael Devers being a Giant for a really long time. I don't think it's unfair to say that, him having the chance to be in San Francisco around his teammates for 3.5 months should put him in a really good spot coming into spring training. And I think we all saw him continue to get more and more comfortable. Unfortunately, yeah, we didn't play well, and it's hard to put your finger on that, why we didn't play well. Rafi, by all accounts, from talking to his teammates and talking to coaching staff, fit in great. I think he's another guy who, we asked him to play a position he never played before in the big leagues, and I'm sure that, that was cause for some pause on his end as well, and took some time to adjust, and thought he did that well. So I guess I'll just end with that we're really excited about this guy being a threat in our lineup for a long time to come, and he's another guy that loves to play baseball. Those are fun guys for me to watch. Hopefully those are guys that our fan base rallies around as well. As you can see the joy that he has. I love watching him when he gets into the bat or off the knuckles hit, and he's got a big smile on first base. And I can relate to that because that one aggravates the pitchers more so than the balls that you hit really hard. So I think there's some of that in there with him.
Buster, we have to ask you about the landscape of the starting rotation heading into the offseason. I know a couple weeks ago we talked about maybe the possibility of bringing back Justin Verlander, but currently, as is, with people expected to be on the roster next year, you look at Logan Webb and Robbie Ray at the top of the rotation. Hopefully Landon Roop is back healthy. But when you look at the young guys, like a Hayden Birdsong, a Carson Wisenhunt, a Trevor McDonald, a Blade Tidwell, like who within the organization do you think maybe has the opportunity to show up next year in spring training and compete for one of these spots in the rotation?
I think all those guys you mentioned. You got Seymour as well, who is an option. Tang is an option as well. I'm hopeful that what some of these young pitchers learned with some experience this year is you Major League Baseball's hard, but you really don't need to do anything else other than be yourself. I mean, there's a reason that you continue to climb up the ladder. And I do think there's a tendency, and it's just human nature, to come up sometimes and to think, I need to do more. I need to make this pitch. I need to throw this pitch harder. I need to throw this breaking ball more nasty. I need to be on the edge more. I need to be right at the top of the zone, bottom zone, whatever it may be. And that's a tough way to play. I'm not saying that that's what those guys were thinking. I think that did come into play some. And like I said, with some valuable experience at playing the game at the highest level, hopefully that's something they can digest. They can take some of the positives from this year. They can take some of the negatives and learn from them, and go into the winter using those positives and say, hey, this worked for me or this didn't work for me. And, look, we need some of those guys to kind of anchor down our pitching staff, and there's still belief within the group that they can and will do that.
I'm looking, Buster, at the free agent market. There's a number of guys. Nick Martinez, Chris Bassett, Lucas Giolito, Framber Valdez, Miles Mikolas, Max Scherzer, Alex. I mean, just a number of names. Justin Verlander, John, any number. You have the same list as everyone else. Is it fair to say that given what Marcus just laid out, there are some vacancies? Is it fair to say that you would likely acquire a free agent starting pitcher? And if so, is ownership willing to go there for you?
It's fair to say. I mean, look, we're 3 days after the season. We're having conversations. We're still, a month away from being able to talk to free agents. But of course, we're going to look. We're going to scour the market and see what may be a fit for us. And then, obviously the other route as well is consider if there's any trade opportunities that can improve our rotation.
Similar question for the bullpen buster. Of course, Randy Rodriguez had Tommy John surgery to end his season. He's going to be out for next year. What are the plans to rebuild that bullpen without Randy Rodriguez?
Yeah, it's another task for sure for this offseason. Do feel good about some of the guys we have in the pen, but also understand there's room to improve there. And kind of the same thing. You look internally, you look at options that we have right now, and we'll look at the minor league free agent route, possibly trade route on that one as well, and then consider what's on the free agent market.
Would you say, Buster, that having done your first year, and by the way, happy anniversary. Yesterday was the 1 year anniversary of you doing this job, and you pulled off one of the great trades, as I mentioned, Devers. Do you think that experience of pulling off that Devers trade makes you more confident going into this winter, thinking, yeah, I can do this. I can pull off a trade?
I think experience, good or bad, is valuable. So, whether we pulled it off or not, I think anytime you have experience to draw from, that's helpful. One thing I did learn is, trades are hard. I mean, it's not like Rafael Devers was the first one we poked around on and we're able to gain some traction. So, and that goes, I would assume if you polled 29 other front offices, they'd probably say the same thing. It's just not something that easily comes together. It takes a willingness on both ends, and the way I look at it is, you're trying to match up in a way that you feel like both sides are going to come away feeling good about it. I don't think, from my perspective, it does any good to go in a situation like that and say, I'm going to try to bury the team. I don't think that's productive in the long haul for future negotiations via trade.
Buster, you have the unique experience of being in the front office, but also having experience in the clubhouse, obviously. So what is that like being a player, moving on from a manager to manager? Obviously, you moved on from Bruce Bochy into the Gabe Kapler era, but have you had a chance to talk to any of the guys in the clubhouse? Because we've heard from Matt Chapman and Logan Webb and Willie Adames about how much they like Bob Melvin, but maybe what is the feeling moving on to the next manager, and how much accountability needs to be placed on the players moving forward?
Well, I knew taking this job there was going to be tough decisions, tough conversations to have, and this is most definitely one of them. A lot of respect for Bob. He was in the league well before I was as a player, competed against him as a player for a long time, and then got to work alongside him. So not an enjoyable day by any stretch. And I called some of our core guys after talking with Bob on Monday, and just out of respect for those guys, some of them that have a lot of history with Bob, and good, obviously disappointed. As you mentioned, they all have a lot of admiration for him, and unfortunately, things didn't work out the way that we all had hoped, and that's why we're here.
Just wrapping it up. Buster's been very generous with his time. I just have to ask: do you have any interest in managing the team?
I don't, no.
Okay, just had to get that on record here. We're sort of wrapping up here, Buster, because we've asked you a lot, and hopefully we've asked you some new ones to keep you interested. And there's two names that, my gosh, get mentioned all the time. One in particular has been talked about forever, and that's Marco Luciano. And I would add Luis Matos, but just to keep this question simple, because we're at the end of the interview, just how would you map out Marco Luciano's expectations going into the winter and into February?
Well, he knows it's a big year for him. It's either on the team in spring or move on. So hopefully that makes him really hungry to go have a great winter and put himself in the best position to make a decision really hard for us. for people that followed, him this year in Sacramento, he had some stretches of some really big power, really good numbers against left-handed pitching, adjusting a new position in the outfield. I think he likes the outfield. And as you mentioned, Matos is in the same boat. So hopefully there's a lot of motivation on their end. I believe that there is, and that they come in the spring and make our life not enjoyable in the best sense possible.
Yeah, and Buster, that was my last question. It's kind of big picture on the defense. If you look at the advanced metrics, there were some struggles with Elliot Ramos, even Jung Hoo Lee in center field. So defensively in the outfield, how do you feel about the organization, where you guys are at, and how you guys can improve going into next year?
Well, we know we have to get better. I mean, I think that's one of the areas of low-hanging fruit, if you will, for improvement. I think sometimes a guy like Ramos, it's similar to when you get in a funk. Offensively, sometimes you start to overthink things. He's shown that he can be a much better defender than he was, and knows that that's something that he needs to improve. Even Jung Hoo, it's hard to say coming off of a shoulder injury how much that impacted him as far as his aggressiveness. And to play to the center fielders in my eyes that are the best in the game is you almost have to play with a sort of reckless abandonment. And if you start to tense up, you start to overthink. That's a hard thing to do. So a guy like Gilbert, we think has the potential and is shown to be an above average defender. McRae as well, is somebody that can really go get the ball. Even Encarnacion, when he's been healthy, moves around better in the outfield. But there's no question we have to be better defensively in the outfield. It's a staple of any good team is being able to go get the ball and also making the right decisions on which bases you're throwing to. Are you hitting the cutoff man? And again, using the scoreboard to make all those decisions.
Listen, hopefully we asked you a couple new ones. Hopefully we kept you a little interested, and we definitely appreciate the time. All year, Buster, we've done these with you. I know you're not in it to do media, but you're doing a really good job with us, and we appreciate it, and the fans appreciate it. So it really, really helps. Like, I think you saw it. To tell you the truth, you saw the attendance go from 2.6 to 2.9 million, and there's a number of factors that go into that, but one of them, I think, is you being out front and just kind of communicating with the fans. So thanks for doing that.
One of those is KNBR is what you're saying.
Exactly, Buster.
You go do your job. We'll let you go for a long while now. We won't bother you, okay? Thanks, Buster.
Yeah, thank you, Buster.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
All right. I think hopefully you all found that productive. There was a lot of stuff in there about, what he wants, steals, strikeouts, pitching, defense, you name it. Mm-hmm. So we can react to it.
That's it.
On the other side.
That's my president.
On the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, what a day. My God, Ronnie Lott and Buster Posey throwing a little Matt Mayoko. Some trepidation over the 49ers' chances today. We opened the show talking all about it. No Brock Purdy, no Ricky Pearsall, no Juwan Jennings, no Nick Bosa, no George Kittle. That's kind of crazy, man.
Oh, man.
Absolutely crazy.
No dice.
8.5-point dogs. 8.5-point dogs. Young Tone, you're playing some 9-inch nails. Does that mean you did give away tickets or you're about to give away tickets?
No, we're doing that here. So the good news is we got a little gift for all our listeners because the Niners game sounds like a blowout. The Rams are going to win.
Whoa.
I mean,
you're not going to be out. You don't think the 9-inch Niners got a chance tonight?
Based on you just saying that, I'm going from 5% to 15%.
Wow, all right.
Just to draw a line in the sand here.
Okay. Give me the 9-inch Niners plus 9 tonight.
That's why they play the games.
Fair.
All right, but anyway, what about 9-inch nails?
Yeah, 9-inch nails right now. Call now. Call John Joe Curley. Put him to work. We got 2 tickets to go see 9-inch nails March 15th at Chase Center, the house that Kuminga built. You want to give any more info?
Special guests, Boys Noise. Tickets on sale Wednesday, October 8th. That's next week, noon, through livenation.com. So 9-inch nails.
Caller number 10. Curly's yelling at me.
Tempted to make a very profane joke, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna opt on this side of the fence here. Yes.
Good on you, Murph.
Thank you.
You're so mature.
If I'm not burping in the middle of a read. Great line from somebody who said, Murph, you're going to rename your fantasy team the mid-segment burps. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty
not bad,
good.
not bad.
Football mensch on a 2-game win streak, by the way.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Stay hot, Murph.
We'll see
Stay
what
hot.
happens here. Okay, so thanks to Buster for all his time and energy. And I'm just going to tell you real quick before we get to our big announcement on the Hawaii stuff, is what I heard from him. And again, I'm not putting words in his mouth, but it's like, why would you get rid of Bob Melvin? Because he acknowledged in the interview that calling Bob Melvin's guys like Matt Chapman, like Logan Webb, and was difficult. And, they were disappointed. That was their guy. But the way Buster talked about, when I asked him about, did you guys strike out too much? And he was saying, listen, I got to let our players be our players. And we do like the long ball. But if you're asking second and third, first inning, 1 out, should you be shortening up to get the run home? The answer is yeah, he was saying. And I was like, yeah, dude, it's exactly what I'm talking about. Playing ball, right? Playing baseball. And then we talked about steals. And he's like, well, it's not steals per se. It's more of an aggressive mindset. Are you watching the center fielder if he's lazy to a ball? Or are you taking the extra half step on your secondary? All these little things that I'm sure maybe Bob Melvin spoke about at some point, but didn't really instill in the team. Sounded to me like Buster wants a manager who's going to emphasize those things.
Yeah, and we did not see Bob Melvin emphasize those things even without the control of the analytics department in Farhan Zaidi. Yeah. So Buster Posey gave him the keys to the car, and he crashed it. Yeah, they missed the postseason. They did not live up to expectations.
He just stayed and didn't crash it. Just kind of stayed in the slow lane. Went 81-81, just like we had. Crashes the Rockies, 43 and 119.
Well, I mean, when they lost 15 to 16 games at home, it felt like the whole entire season was totaled.
That's a crash, absolutely.
Yeah, but I'll say this, Murph. One of my bigger takeaways, not just from our interview, but from the first year of the Buster Posey regime, Buster Posey is not afraid to be the bad guy because we know that Matt Chapman and Logan Webb and a lot of these guys came out and supported Bob Melvin. We had Mike Krukow on the show earlier this week said Melvin did not lose the clubhouse. This was not a similar situation to Kapler losing the clubhouse a couple of years ago. This was completely different. But now we've seen Buster willing to make these tough decisions, not only moving on from Bob Melvin, but don't forget, he had to DFA one of his former teammates, Lamont Wade Jr.
Yeah.
He traded away Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall, guys that he played with. So he's not afraid to be the bad guy because it seems like he's willing to do whatever it takes to get this team back to being a winning franchise.
It's huge. He's got the cojones to do it. And I talked to him about the Devers trade, too. It's like, what happened? He said, I don't mean to say this in jest, but sports are unpredictable. In other words, he was trying to say, S happens.
Yeah.
S happens. Mm-hmm. And you know what's unpredictable? Or I should say beautifully predictable is us going to Hawaii with you. With you. That's where I'm going to point right now. Where's the camera? With you. We want you.
We want you in Hawaii.
Starting next week. So write this down. Listen to us. You can also listen to middays, listen to afternoons, and each show is going to qualify you listeners for the drawing for the grand prize trip to the Big Island of Hawaii, round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines, 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea, bro.
Ooh,
how about that? Are you going to take a hula lesson?
Oh, I'll take a couple.
Furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 or older, and you got to live within one of the eligible counties. This is a big one, man. It's got to be in the eligible counties, okay? Find official rules and more at thesportsleader.com, starting Monday between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. And caller number 10. What is our cue to call? What is it? Do we even know? What is our cue to call?
I think this is the third time this week that you've asked about the cue to call. Murph, you're the cue to call. When you say it's time to call, that's when they'll call in.
Kind of miss when we would have like a sounder, but
yeah, I agree.
That's just
I believe there is an official sounder per se, but I think it's just like someone announcing, hey, now is the time to call now, you know? Hawaii contest. I love the Copes one. Shout out Dirty Work. You know, we'll give him some credit. I need to find it in the system, but it's an incredible cue to call.
Why would you give them credit when they never give you or our show any credit? Why would you do that?
Well, to be honest with you, Copes hired me.
Because you're a bigger...
you know, I got him. I'm indebted to him for the rest of my life, frankly. And I've told him that multiple times. He's like, why do you keep bringing this up? And I'm like, well, listen, dude.
Yeah,
it happened.
If we're being honest, Copes is a big reason why I'm on the morning show also. So here we are now.
Wow.
Here we are in the battle between
we're just spitting facts, Murph.
This is the battle between the Brian Murphy coaching tree versus the Copes coaching tree.
Oh, wow. Copes is like, I hired you, Tony? I must have been drunk that day. Yes.
Every time I've told him that, he's like, dude, you don't have to keep bringing it up. I'm like, dude, thank you. I appreciate it.
You know what he's saying to you? Stop reminding me.
Yeah.
All right?
and if I can riff, I want to make this clear. This is a riff. Copes is responsible for a lot of changes.
Oh, boy. We better get off this topic.
Yeah, let's get off this topic. That was a riff. That was a riff.
All right, let's go. What is this Lilo and Stitch thing?
Yeah,
or whatever?
a little Hawaiian roller coaster ride.
Well, you want somewhere over the rainbow?
No, I don't.
You know, come on.
I'll take the green.
All right.
They're Hawaiian.
All right, yeah.
Why don't you give me a little blast? No, it's 9:51. We got to go. I'll hand it over to Papa and Silver. Find out what young Tony learned today next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, Marcus said it felt like a Friday because the 49ers and all that. Plus, we had our field trip yesterday. And I thought about wearing my run. I had it in the car, my run the damn ball hat. I had both of them, the red one and the dark one. And I was like, but that's a Friday hat. But maybe I should have worn it because, quite honestly, running the damn ball could determine whether or not the 49ers pull off an upset or not.
Yeah.
And so maybe me not wearing the hat's the wrong move. But either way, I don't know. Will they run the ball? Listen, everything tells you Rams. They got to play the game. It's NFC West. It's crazy. I don't know. I mean, a 15% chance Niners win. 15% chance.
Ooh, you've moved up from 5.
Yeah, because Tony declared it a loss that pissed me off, and I added 10% out of spite.
Bro, can you blame me? Yeah.
No.
I mean, who's out there?
You're guaranteeing a Ram win.
I wouldn't say I'm guaranteeing anything. I'm not Charles Barkley, but I don't think I'm not feeling great.
Guaranteed, Murph. There are no guarantees in life, but I will say in my pick and poll, yes, I am picking the Rams tonight. But when it comes to the spread, I might throw a couple shekels on the 49ers plus 8.5. 8.5 is too many points for a divisional game on the road. Thursday night football, short week. I think Robert Saleh's defense can keep this game close enough. And to your point, you have to be able to establish the run, something that they have not done in the first 4 weeks of the season. But you got to control the clock, and you have to win the turnover battle.
Young Tony, what'd you learn? Let's go. There we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea. Probably it came from Steve Young. He was on the afternoon show, and he was talking about the Niners injury situation. He goes, it's kind of like Monty Python. And I said, there's no way young Tony knows. Monty Python and the Holy Grail, the Black Knight. You don't know that, did you?
I do not.
But
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Check it out. YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. You're enjoying it. Young Tony, you're going to enjoy this right now. Check it out. Check it out, everybody. Let it roll, baby. Yeah. There's a fight going on. Yeah.
What? Come on, man. How about you?
Yeah. Look, he's got his arms.
You are indeed brave tonight, but the fight is mine. Oh, and enough, eh? Look, you stupid bastard.
yeah.
You've got no arms left. Yes, I have. Look.
There it is. There it is. It says only a flesh wound.
So you're saying Brock Purdy's toe is only a flesh wound.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. You might want to check it out. It's pretty funny. And then he chops off the leg. See, look at that. He's down there. He's hopping on one leg. And he says, it's only a flesh wound. So there you go. Now you know, Tony. What'd you think?
I mean, Monty Python, I've heard very good things. I need to watch the whole thing. There's multiple, though, right? There's like 2 or 3?
Many. But that's one of their most famous scenes.
Holy grail.
He keeps getting limbs chopped off saying, it's only a flesh wound. And that's the Niners tonight. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Papa and Silver are next. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The Red Sox. Boston sucks.
It's Rams week, baby. It's gonna rain tonight. Ronnie Lott right there.
Yeah.
I'm not scared. You ain't scared. That's Ronnie Lott.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Goff in the shotgun, Malcolm Brown to his right. He'll take the snap from Blight. Goff back, Goff to the throw. It's intercepted by Fred Warner. He will run back the other way. 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! What a play by Fred Warner. Tabor Pepper, Mitch Wishnowsky just inside the left hash to win the game. Pepper snap. Wishnowsky has it down. Robbie Gould has it straight ahead. And good! The 49ers have beaten the LA Rams again. Twice this year. Twice last year.
Sweep them up, baby.
It's a big play on 4th down. They go empty now. Juszczyk out right. 3 right. Garoppolo back on 4th down. Throws over the middle. It's caught by Debo again. Breaks a tackle. He's going to run in the end zone for a touchdown. What a night by Debo Samuel on Monday Night Football. Touchdown, San Francisco. On a 4th and 6, he goes for 40 yards. You want to beat this high-powered offense? Don't give him the football.
Yeah, that's what they're going to have to do again tonight. It's a short-staffed 49ers lineup on a short week going up against the 3-1 LA Rams down at SoFi Stadium. I was not going to make an open package of last year's 49ers Rams highlights. All it would have been was just Jawan Jennings going nuts until everything crumbled in the fourth quarter, and that's it. I don't want to do it. Otherwise, a bunch of punts and field goals on the second meeting. We're going to throw that out the trash, too. Instead, we're going to remember all the times where you think that Sean McVay and the Rams have a nice edge going in, and then Robert Saleh or Kyle Shanahan or Fred Warner or Debo Samuel or insert your favorite name goes in and mucks it up. And that's what they're going to have to do with some different faces tonight. No Purdy, no Pearsall, no Jennings, no Bosa. You know the drill. And we're going to be breaking it down here for the next 4 hours. We're going to have a fantastic time. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Papa, young Tony working a little bit of overtime, and Walt getting fresh off a plane is going to be here shortly. But Papa, you live for these matchups, man. Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, they live for these matchups. It's the 18th time that these two will be meeting. McVay has gotten the edge in the last 3, and now Shanahan, again, trying to spoil the party with a short-staffed 49ers lineup on a short week.
And we're going to have the elder Silver on later, who literally wrote the book. And there's a lot of tentacles, a lot of branches off these coaching trees. Half the league or thereabouts are Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan limbs and branches. But the reality is these are the OGs. These are the two best. These are the guys that have the direct lineage from the genius Bill Walsh and John McVay and Mike Shanahan and the whole thing. Are these the two best play designers? And it's not just calling it, it's designing the close, tight formations, the constant pre-snap motion. They are the guys that set the standard. And certainly they've had some great matchups. I remember the very first time they ever played. In 2017, it was a Thursday night game. Final 41-39. C.J. Beathard played well, but then threw a pick six. And an outcut that you can't throw. It's got to be to the boundary, not the field side. Ultimately, it came down to Trent Taylor and a couple of China routes, in and out routes. One that scored a touchdown and brought the Niners within 2, but then one, he just didn't read it the same way as CJ, and they wound up losing by 2. It got lopsided there for a while. The Rams tossed a game, late that year. They let George Kittle get the record for the most receiving yards by a tight end over Gronk, and Kelsey got past that. Niners wound up winning the game and chasing a record a little bit there. Then it got ugly. I remember Goff and Gurley and that offensive line, and Andrew Whitworth will be there, part of Amazon Prime, and Roger Saffold at left guard and Sullivan at center. I remember them quick snapping the Niners on first and goal from the 3-yard line. The Niners never got out of the defensive staff. They ran up to the line, handed the ball to Gurley man, and they were in the end zone. I was like, what's going on here? And they were going to Super Bowls. They were winning right away. And then that 19 year, you heard. And it started with the game at the LA Coliseum. And that was the game that I thought, whoa, this defense is different. This gold rush, Jared Goff hit his back foot, and he had no time. He couldn't complete a ball down the sideline to the tight end. It was wide open. They got like 92 yards passing. And then that last game of the year, you heard, it was the second last game of the year, but the last matchup against the Rams, Goff, they moved the pocket a lot in that game, and it was the Fred Warner pick six right before halftime that flipped that game, and a couple of 3rd and 16s the Niners converted on December the 21st and 19, and they won the game 34-31, and that was part of a run where the Niners beat this team. You heard Tim Ryan, and T-Rock will join us later for a football half hour, although we've been texting and going back and forth all last night and this morning about personnel with all the injury and who's going to play. But he said, sweep them up. The Niners just beat them both times. But the one year, they beat them twice. They beat them the last game of the year to qualify for the playoffs, and that was a long and winding road with more road games than anybody in the history of football. And then the championship game happened. And, we chant beat LA around here for the Dodgers. It was invented by the Boston Celtics fans But certainly the Dodgers Giants have taken it to a level. The Lakers, when they come in, it's beat LA. This has not been a great rivalry. And it was, back in the day when the 49ers came into the NFL in 1950 and in the 60s, they had some good matchups with the Rams. But before the championship game at the end of 21, they had only played in one playoff game against each other. It was the Phantom Sack. We had Jim Everett on that week of the game. He got sacked. He did not play well that game, and it was all 49ers 30-3 at the height of their powers at the end of the season in '89, and they won that in January of '90. And now it's flipped a little bit. The sweep last year, they won the end of the 23 year when Brock didn't play and McCaffrey didn't play, and they went to Carson Wentz and Sam Darnold played well. Niners could have won that game, but the two last year were really difficult. And I know you don't want to play the highlights, but we'll get into them because they're fitting. I mean, you got to be tight on special teams against this team. I keep going back to that 4th and 6 fake punt. Chase Blackburn, their coordinator, pulled off, and it flipped the whole game and the whole year. I honestly, if the Niners just go punt safe and leave Nick Bosa on the field and make them punt the ball, we were talking about it. Stafford was getting tagged. Jimmy may come. Jimmy Garoppolo's their backup quarterback. He may come in the game, and Stafford may get knocked out. Now, a lot of that's hyperbole and wishful thinking, but it started the avalanche, and it just couldn't stop. And I think they win that game. Maybe the whole season goes. I think the Rams, if you recall, and we'll talk to J.B. Long, the great voice of the Rams and a Bay Area native, they were 1-4 to start last year, and the Niners gifted them that game, not just with the fake punt, but all of it. Tutu Atwell getting down the field, them going at Charvarius Ward. Mooney Man was not healthy in that game. He told me, I can't move, but he tried, but he shouldn't probably have played in the game. They targeted him. Just so many big plays over and over again. Kyron Williams with a hat trick of touchdowns. But if they lose that game, they're possibly 0-5. Who knows how it all goes. But if they're 0-5 going into the deadline, do they trade Cooper Kupp last year? Do they trade Matthew Stafford last year and move on to Jimmy? I don't know. But they didn't, and the Rams wound up getting in, winning the NFC West. They had 14 sacks in the playoffs. They're still sacking Sam Darnold in Glendale when the game was moved because of the horrific wildfires in L.A. And then they had 7 more sacks over Jalen Hurts. Played him in the snow, and a couple of plays they could have won that game. So now we're here. A lot of personnel changes on both sides of the ball, mainly for the Niners on defense, and we know this young defense of the L.A. Rams that was vulnerable a year ago to be run on, and now I'm not sure that's the case. We'll talk to J.B. Long about it, but without Nick Bosa, and then without, obviously, Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings, we'll go through what they're going to do when they go 3 wide tonight. You've got to protect, obviously, for Mac Jones tonight. These young guys, Jared Verse, Byron Young from the outside, Braden Fisk inside with the conductor, Kobe Turner. They will eat you alive. There is vulnerability in the Ram defense. We'll identify it. It's where it's always been. Their stacked linebacker position. Those guys are slow, and they've traded them out. Could be a big McCaffrey game. Could be a big Jake Tonjes game tonight. Remember the Kittle over the middle, the Hollywood play against the L.A. Rams, all that. You could still run that. Jake Tonjes can catch the ball, and he can run after catch. So we shall see. So it's always tough. It's tough for me to miss any game, obviously, under these circumstances. Really tough. I missed 2 games in 40 years in my entire life. And now, I've already missed 7, including the preseason. But this is beat L.A. This is going down to SoFi. The vibe on that field, it is a beautiful stadium. It is the best stadium in the NFL. Jerry's Palace is really nice, but SoFi is just breezy. It feels like L.A. It's in and out. It's all open, and when you're down on the field before a game, those bungalow suites, wow, it is so L.A. And then, the octagon, whatever they call that, the thing above the stadium, above the field, which is the best way to watch all the games on Sunday. Tonight it'll be a standalone game. It'll be Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit, and Richard Sherman will be there repping the Niners on the pregame show, and Andrew Whitworth for the L.A. Rams. But it's still beat L.A. It's beat L.A., and this is a huge game. Obviously, they're 3-1. Niners are 3-1. The winner of this game will walk out of here in first place in the NFC West. Seattle's got Tampa this weekend, but the Niners have already beaten them. They've already beaten Arizona. The only loss was to Jacksonville, which is an AFC loss. But I think these in Seattle could certainly win this division.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about Arizona, but I think this game tonight will set up the inside. If you're looking for pole position, if we're in a race car trying to win the NFC West, tonight's winner, I think, takes pole position, certainly. And then we'll figure out a way. What'd the line go from like 3.5 to 8 when the Niners announced yesterday that Brock's not playing and Ricky's not playing and Third and Jawan's not playing? So, but these division games, whether it's Buffalo or Miami or Arizona coming last week, way back, I thought the game was over. Somehow they got it to 2020 and forced a field goal at the end. Third straight division matchup on Thursday Night Football. The division games are weird. The two opponents know each other well, and nobody probably in the NFL knows each other better than Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. They have changed. They have changed the way they run the football. They have changed the way they play defense. They've changed the way they kick the ball off with the dirty kickoffs from Joshua Carty from Stanford. We'll get into it all, but really it is the two very best. And they're the guys. You know, Bill Walsh had the coaching tree and around the league, and we'll talk to Michael Silver about it later. A lot of coaches are represented in this coaching tree, but the two guys on top really got it all started. John McVay's grandson and Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan's son, the two best play designers and play callers in the NFL. Problem is, they're in the same damn division. Only one can win of the year, but there are years you don't have to win the division to win the big prize. So we'll see who will win the West maybe tonight.
Well, as I noted at the top of the show, 18th meeting between Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay as head coaches, and Shanahan's got that 10-7 record going in, but none of that matters as of tonight. Week 3 last year had a lot to do with telling the story of the rest of the season. It was a pivot point for the Niners in terms of things not going their way. It was one of 4 brutal division losses that they suffered. And for the Rams, I don't think it's hyperbolic to say it saved their season. They would have started the season 0-5 if you take that game and flip it. Instead, they end up going into the playoffs. They win the division. They're a play away and a Jalen Carter sack away from maybe getting to the NFC Championship. Maybe that turns into a Super Bowl. Maybe that turns into another Lombardi Trophy. We will never know. Papa did a nice job teasing our guest list. Tim Ryan joining us at 11:50. Michael Silver at 12:50. JB Long, our buddy and voice of the Rams, at 1:30. And we will get a little Giant splash in as well. Andy Baggerly, normally with us on Fridays. We switched him over to Thursdays, so we'll talk to him at 10:50. So we'll get a little Giants here for you in the first hour as well. Buster Posey was on with Murph and Marcus. I did a lot of thinking last night. I had to go home, recoup, take a bit of a rest, and then I did a lot of thinking and ingesting of information about this game. And there was one subject of all that came to the top of my mind. I got a bunch of numbers I want to throw at you when we come back. Yeah, numbies, young Tony. We'll do that next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Week 5 kicks off tonight between the 49ers and the Rams. So when Papa and Silver wrap it up here at 2, we'll take it right to 49ers pregame with Copes and JD. Game broadcast starts at 4:15 and kickoff at 5:15. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver on a Thursday on a game day. Thursday night football, 49ers Rams. We'll have all that for you on the Sports Leader. No dirty work today because when we sign off right here on the dot at 2 o'clock, we're going to take it over to 49er pregame. Copes, JD will be hanging out, and then 4:15, the game broadcast begins with kickoff at a 5:15. Good to be with you. 808 KNBR, the number, 415-808-5627. And I see a lot of our friends in the YouTube chat already. The delusional crowd, the lunatic fringe of football, getting ready to see if the 49ers can pull this off. Good morning to Victor, to Tacky, to Ritty D, to Rockin' New Era. I see a lot of people. John Joseph, another one of our classics. I'm sorry if I missed anybody else. Bottom line is, we see you. We appreciate you. And Papa, there's been a lot of time to think about this game, but, sometimes when you're doing the show and you're on the air for 4 hours, your mind is jumping from thing to thing. We got no attention span here in my generation. And I was sitting there last night, and I'm thinking for all the injury news, the quarterback carousel, our conversations we had with Steve Weiss yesterday, we're going to talk to Tim Ryan today, all of that. Really, the one thing that I focus on with this 49ers team, above all else, I'm going to read you some stats of where the 49ers rank from number 1 to 32 in the league in Kyle Shanahan's tenure. In 2017, they were 20th in this category. In 2018, they were 12th. In 2019, they were 2nd. In 2020, they were 15th. In 2021, they were 7th. In 2022, they were 7th. In 2023, they were 4th. In 2024, they were 11th. And in 2025, they are 28th with 88 rushing yards per game and no rushing touchdown. It's not a Christian McCaffrey problem. It's not even a Brian Robinson problem. It is a larger problem of my entire time knowing this Kyle Shanahan run team. Regardless of the injuries, regardless of the record, regardless of how deep a playoff run they make, I should say, they have never been a team outside of his first year that has struggled to run the ball. They have always been in the top half. They have very frequently been in the top third. And now you got a healthy Christian McCaffrey, but so many other missing pieces around this offense. It is quite bizarre. It is new to me. And even though they're at 3-1, it's a big problem that they have struggled to this degree in the month of September to run the ball.
When you think of Kyle Shanahan, you think of Mike Shanahan, you think of Alec Gibbs, you think of the state-of-the-art running game and mainly an outside zone running game. When you think of Sean McVay, you think of the same exact thing. Goff, handing off to Gurley, stretch left, Andrew Whitworth, John Sullivan, Roger Saffold the left guard, caving you down, keep it play side or cut it back. They ran all the way to the Super Bowl. Belichick played a 5- and 6-man line, took that away. The Rams have changed the way they're running the ball. The Niners beat them 9 straight times, 4 straight years, swept them. We'll eliminate the championship game. I would have given the other 9 away and why couldn't the Niners win that game? They couldn't convert a 2nd and 1. They couldn't convert a 3rd and 2. The great kazoo, Eric Weddle, with that big helmet came down and blew it up. Trent Williams wasn't himself. So anyway, the Rams were getting beat at the line of scrimmage all those years. And they got tired. So they've rebuilt their offensive line. I don't know how good their offensive line is, frankly. Is Avenstein going to play tonight? Avila, I think, is going to play at left guard. We'll ask T-Rock what he's hearing from inside the bunker at the 49ers hotel. But we know about their D-line. We'll get into it more later. It's what is the energy and the epicenter. The first thing the Niners did when they began to win is go get Nick Bosa, is the defensive line of the Niners. The Rams obviously had Agent 99. They had Aaron Donald, put a ring on it, and but now they just come at you in waves led by Verse and Young and the interior guys. So they've kind of copied the Niners a little bit in that defensive line. But you're right. The Rams are continuing to run the ball. Kyron Williams is a problem, and they're mixing in Blake Corum a lot. It's not a great Ram numbers-wise running team, but still 121 yards a game. They're 13th in the NFL, and they throw the ball so damn much to Puka, which is like an extension of a run game, and they insert him. I don't even know how you code him. To me, he's a tight end. He lines up. They will put him outside the numbers at times, but they'll put him in motion like they did, obviously with Cooper Kupp like they did with Robert Woods, and then they insert him right in the middle of their offensive line between the tackle and the tight end, the C gap, and he runs through there. How do you pick him up? It's like when Bill Walsh used the yo-yo motion with Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice would start in motion, go outside the line of scrimmage, come back to the line of scrimmage, duck in behind the tackle, the center, and then turn and go back out. How the hell are you going to pick him up? It's like the cheat motion of Tyreek Hill when he's coming in motion off the tackle and turning the corner. How do you deal with that? When they insert Puka Nacua, you can't pick him up. And he doesn't need any separation. But their running game is still there. They've got two different guys that can run it. They like jet sweeps. They can hand it off. They used to run those incessantly with Robert Woods. And I remember when, he got hurt, saying in a game, they don't run that anymore. And then all of a sudden, Cooper Kupp took a huge one against the 49ers. And then in the Super Bowl against Cincinnati on the 4th and 1, what did they do? They gave it a Cooper Kupp and a jet sweep. So they've got every run. Both of these teams were overly simplified and categorized as Alex Gibbs, Mike Shanahan, outside stretch run. Yeah, they do that. The Rams do everything. They run power. They pull guards. They run counters. They come at you. They're like the old Hogs in Washington with the counter tray. They do everything, and their wide receivers block like Niner wide receivers. So the numbers are there. You got to get Christian McCaffrey going in the running game tonight. We'll ask J.B. Long and we'll ask Tim, why they were vulnerable. Saquon Barkley ran for 255 yards against him on a Sunday night. In the snow in the playoff game, he ran for 205.
Yep.
If they had a weakness last year, they had that rush would get to you. You could run on that front. The Rams are a much better run defense this year. They are 10th in the NFL. They're giving up under 100 yards rushing. You gave the 49er numbers. It's 88. But you know what the issue is? You can use McCaffrey like Roger Craig. If you cannot run the ball on these guys tonight, then you've got to do other things. You'd like to get McCaffrey going. You'd like, when they were beating the Rams 9 straight times, they ran it 35, 40 times a game, time of possession, 40 minutes, and they ran 150, 200 yards right up their throat. It's hard to do that now with the O-line, the way they're playing right now, and obviously the Rams' defensive line. The weakness of the L.A. Rams defense, it is still that way. When they build their team, and we do have a salary cap in this league, and they got a lot of money invested in the quarterback and the wide receiver room. It is a young defense, so they do get by. They don't choose to pay linebackers. I don't know what they would do with Fred Warner. Honestly, I think you'd have to pay Fred Warner, but you wouldn't play Dre Greenlaw. Now Dre's on the IR, by the way, in Denver, and they just don't value it. They had a guy on their roster forever, Troy Reeder, who's still there. He's now a backup and a special teams player, number 51, who to me was the bullseye. He is the guy you got to go at all the time. It is Kittle over the middle. It's the Debo dig, the Ayuk slant, all the go at 51 because they play so many zone snaps on defense. 51's not playing anymore. They benched him in the Super Bowl, if you recall. After we picked on him in the championship game, they went with Ernest Jones IV, and then they decided, we're not paying that guy. He went to Tennessee. He wound up going to Seattle. It's amazing the way teams value some positions and others don't. Mike McDonald changed his whole defense in Seattle when they traded for Ernest Jones IV from the Tennessee Titans. He's the guy that intercepted Brock opening day, dropping back into coverage. He plays the run. He's a great player. They're two stacked linebackers. Nate Landman, number 53. He wears the green dot, so he'll be on the field for almost all the snaps. Omar Spates is the other off-the-ball linebacker. That's their Fred and D. Winters, number 48. They try to get him off the field. 48 comes off the field a lot. They play more dime snaps, which means a sixth defensive back on the field, the second most in football. So can the Niners tonight trap them into keeping not only 53 on the field, Nate Landman, but 48, Omar Spates? If they both can stay on the field. To do that, I think it requires more than just playing Juszczyk and McCaffrey and going 21 personnel. I think you may go double tights. This could be a big Jake Tonjes type game I think, the screens, but all the Kittle over the middle. When the Philadelphia Eagles came back on the L.A. Rams, they hit him with Dallas Goedert right down the seam, right down the right seam. And Landman, who they like, he's the Landman, dropped back and just did not get enough depth. The guy, they like his instincts. He's a football player. Okay, you're going at that guy. You don't have Kittle. You don't have Ricky. You don't have Third and Juwan. You don't have Debo. You don't have, I can go on with what you don't have. Who do you have? You have Jake Tonjes. He can do it. We'll see about Demarcus Robinson, but the guy that can do it, maybe it's not run CMC.
Maybe it's catch CMC.
Catch CMC and run after you catch it.
Yeah.
I want to see the matchup tonight when he runs the angle routes, the Texas routes, the Cali routes, the choice routes, whatever the hell you want to call them. When he goes out of the backfield and angles out wide and then cuts back middle and goes right through the middle of that linebacker level. Now, they got safeties. I don't even know what they do with their secondary. J.B. Long's got to explain it to me. They play Darius Williams, Cam Kitchens, Jalen McCullough. They play them all behind Forbes Jr. and Lake. Lake's a great player. It's Cardinal Lake's son. Cam Curl, Kobe Durant. They play 6'7" defensive backs. They're everywhere. But still, when the Niners beat them 9 straight times, they just pulverized them at the line of scrimmage, ran right at them. I'm not sure you can do that anymore, Greg. And if you just beat your head up and you can't do it, then you've got to attack that linebacker level. How do you trap them on the field? Maybe you go no huddle. It is your home game. 61% will be Niner fans. Maybe you jump right into a no huddle when you go second down, third down, or first down, second down. Don't let them sub. When they show the base personnel and 48 and 53 are on the field, you're not going off the field. We're going no huddle. We're going right at you. And we're going to spread you out, go tackle 23 in space. So we'll get into it more. That has been the weakness of the Rams. They don't choose to pay off-the-ball linebackers there. And there are a lot of matchups I don't like in this game at all. But I do like 23 against anybody they have. Maybe not in pass protection against Jared Verse. I don't want to see that tonight, but he would be more in the middle. They do put Verse over the center every now and then. But let's just see if 53 and 48 can be trapped for a little Kyle Shanahan and over-the-middle action tonight.
No, I mean, there's a lot of matchups worth getting into. And when we talk to JB Long, and JB and I got a history. He's great, but he talked about Tyler Davis this week, the young defensive tackle and the unsung hero of the Rams' run defense and how it's played so far. They got a gauntlet of running backs on the schedule 4 straight weeks. Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, tonight Christian McCaffrey, and then off the long week, they're going to see Derrick Henry in Baltimore. That might be without Lamar Jackson, but that's a story for another day. And then as far as stopping Puka Nacua, you got to find a way to at least contain him somewhat. I saw Vic Tafur with this note. He's 31 pounds heavier than Upton Stout. Look, Upton Stout might be the type of player who plays heavier than his weight, and he's a dog, and he's feisty, and he's been on the brink of a couple of great plays that got taken away with a penalty between the interception and a pass breakup in New Orleans, and obviously the interception being last week against the Jaguars. Puka Nacua is listed at 212 pounds. When we were working together and started last November, one of the very early bonding points we had was Puka Nacua must be like 245 pounds with the way he plays. He blocks. He's physical. I don't buy 212 1 second. So that's
what is Upton Stout weight? I mean, what is Vic going on for Puka's weight? T-Rock's got him listed at 220, and that's from the. I don't think he's 220.
Upton Stout's listed at 181.
Well, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
He can still tackle the guy. You can get him on the ground. The problem is at the catch point. If he does what he did to Zay Jones, you'll be fine. Zay Jones got concussed on that play, by the way, on the 3rd and 9, where the Niners, he's not playing. But Nakua's he's different. He's just a different guy. You know who he is? He's their Debo. Debo, you don't see wide receivers and their physicality really be the identity of a football team, but Debo was. Debo, the ability to not tackle him. That game on Monday Night Football, the 4th down play you heard the call on, that was the night they went heavy, 11 Tyson, Deadpool formation, and ran Debo at them. He had a game, and it flipped the whole season around. Debo Samuel's soul-breaking, tackle-breaking runs took the other team's soul right out of their chest. That's what Puka Nacua does. You got to deal with that guy every play. And even when he's not getting targeted and he gets targeted, he catches 10 balls a game. He gets targeted 12, 15 times a game. That's a lot. but it's not like you're handing it to him as a running back over and over. The other snaps, he blocks as well as Jawan Jennings blocks. He's that kind of guy. He's just special. So he is their identity. I think even more so than the quarterback, who is just such a great thrower of the football. We haven't talked about him and how much I love him.
Good thing we got 4 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, Devontae's Devontae, but he's not quite the same guy he used to be. They run him on deep routes. He's a man beater. Puka's more of a zone beater, so, mix it up. Play more zone against Devontae and match up Puka with man. But who do you want to put on him? And 49ers don't do a whole lot of mix and match. And there's a way to beat this team tonight. Obviously hitting the quarterback would be number one and make him a ducker and a chucker. But we'll see what kind of pass rush they can get tonight. And we'll ask T-Rock just how good is this Rams offensive line. That has been the other area. Stacked linebacker position, offensive line. They are a long way from Whitworth and Roger Saffold and John Sullivan and that state-of-the-art left offensive line. They've invested a lot in high draft picks, Alaric Jackson and Avila. They got a left-handed center in Coleman, Shelton, and Dotson. We'll see if Havenstein plays tonight. Tim thinks he will play. But anyway, if you can get their offensive line, it is what it is. And we'll ask J.B. Long. If the quarterback is not comfortable behind the offensive line, he will not play well. And this is not a big man. Matthew Stafford is not huge. Nobody likes to get hit at quarterback. But he's a smaller guy. So when he gets hit, he feels it. So you've got to be able to hit him. You got to be able to deal with Puka. And then we'll talk about the pass rush. But the average down and distance against them on third down this year, Greg, is like 3rd and 10.5. So you're not running the ball on 1st and 2nd. You're not, or if you're throwing on 2nd or whatever it is. If you get into 3rd and 10.5 tonight against Byron Young and Jared Verse and Kobe Turner, who's the backup quarterback again?
Adrian Martinez.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Okay, all right. Well, we're going to take a quick roll. Andy Baggerly joining us coming up in a bit. So let's get a quick reset, talk a little bit of Giants. Buster Posey on with Murph and Marcus, and then we'll talk to Bags. And then it's going to be a whole lot of football and everything. We got lots more to unpack leading up to 49ers pregame. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. We can't have a 49er game day without the important work of Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. So while you get ready to enjoy some sports tonight, let's deal with all of our annoyances in the morning. And sometimes money is a big annoyance. Steve, what do you do if you're struggling to pay your taxes?
You call us. It's as simple as that. A lot of times people just can't pay their taxes, all kinds of reasons. You're not a bad person. You just can't pay your taxes. Look how much debt the U.S. government's in. But, a lot of times the bills the IRS sends you are wrong. Especially true if you haven't filed the returns. They make something up. It's called an SFR, substitute for a return. And sometimes just filing the returns fixes it. But what if you do owe them some money? A lot of good solutions. Whether we ask to just pay part and they write off the rest, or forgive the penalty. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or shift the blame where it belongs to the former spouse or former business partner, or a lot of other things. We have a free consultation. We explain everything to you. Then if you want us to, we go ahead and do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you do have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
One phone call can go a long way with Steve Moskowitz. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, the number to call if you're struggling to pay your taxes. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can also go online to moskowitzllp.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's game day with the Gregs. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to talk to Andy Baggerly coming up in a bit, so squeeze a little Giants talk in as well. It's been a busy week. 49ers short week always crams a lot in, but truthfully, I love the chaos. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube at The Sports Leader and twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. So if you're getting the visual in addition to the audio, you can see that Papa with his vest is SFAF. Walter, on the other hand, and it's good to have him back. He was so mad about the Super Bowl that he went to go see his family in Canada during Super Bowl Sunday. Now he's upset about the Giants not being in the playoffs. So he's going to see his family again in Canada. But I think it was also in part to just do it out of support for his other team, the Jays, who are not playing. We got 3 game 3s today. And honestly, you know what? I'm glad. I am actually okay with the Dodgers disposing of the Reds. I just don't want to think about them today. We're all about the Niners. And the other 3 elimination games, to me, that's just a plus. I'm excited for all the sports.
Well, we got 3 elimination games in baseball today. We've not had 3 in one day since 1981. So we got the American League Central will finally be settled between A.J. Hinch and I believe in Stephen Vogt. Still want him as manager. Tigers and Guardians. And then how good was Mason Miller last night? Wow. We have seen him across the bay with great envious eyes, the green and gold. I mean, that guy, I've seen him be off last night. He's throwing 104 plus wipeout slider. I'm thinking, how long is Mike Shildt going to go with him? He's got to use him again tomorrow. He pitched on Tuesday. He pitched last night. He'll be available.
Not a closer, by the way. Not even a closer. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's fine. I mean, those outs are big. I mean, they take your life away. And they've got a pretty good closer in Suarez, who I believe is a free agent this year. You want to buy that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that'll be epic. The real one is Red Sox, Yankees, and, boy, it was Chisholm all over the field. I mean, Chisholm all over the field. I did that at Pig Latin when he first was playing with Miami. I called him Chaz Chisholm. Hard to bounce back from that one. Anyway, that guy he wasn't even in the lineup the night before against Crochet, and play made to save a run. Red Sox, they didn't play well, dropping fly balls in the outfield, and should have scored from third when the ball got away in the infield, but Chisholm's wide right, and it's just a great atmosphere. It's Red Sox-Yankees. And you know what today is? October the 2nd of 2025. The greatest baseball game ever played was October the 2nd of 1978. They didn't have a wild card, but it was a one-game playoff to win the American League East. They each had 99. I just wonder about ratings tonight. Yankees-Red Sox goes at 5:08 tonight. We kick off Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime at what, 5:15, 5:20?
Yeah.
Everybody get it? Do people in the Bay Area freak out over Amazon Prime? Can they all get it? Like when the Giants are on Apple TV, everybody freaks out?
I think football's such a giant that I don't hear the same Amazon Prime freak out that I do for the Apple TV broadcast for the Giants.
Maybe they just don't like the whooper duper from the D-Train, Dontrell Willis. But anyway, I do wonder, baseball does not, you're not going to get the ratings against a football game, no matter who's playing or when. But this is Yankees-Red Sox. The winner advances on to the American League Division Series. The loser is out. It's Yankees-Red Sox. It's on ESPN, not on ABC, but still. Versus an Amazon Prime with two teams from the state of California both playing. So if baseball is ever going to outrate football, it would be tonight. So, I mean, how do you watch all this? We'll watch the baseball throughout our show, and right after we get off, the Padres Cubs game will be epic. Somebody's season is going to end. Obviously, two very good teams. And then, I mean, if we're Niner fans, do we just lock in on the Niners and, bring out the 13-inch black and white with the rabbit ears to watch the Yankees-Red Sox? I mean, how much in the Bay Area is going to watch the ancient rivals battling tonight when we got, beat L.A. and 49ers-Rams tonight?
Well, there's a lot to get into, and no better person to do it with than Andy Baggerly. He wrote a great column about the laundry list that the Giants have to go and deal with in the offseason, and I sent a lot of notes about different categories, so I want to get into all of it with Bags. It's been fun to catch up with him throughout the second half of the season, and like our guy John Shea, like Susan Slusser, like Justice De Los Santos, he's been on the front line, so let's get into that with him next. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues. It's a big day with the 49ers playing Thursday Night Football, but it's also been a big week for the San Francisco Giants. No, not because they got to deal with one of these elimination games today in the wild card round. And yes, we'll be watching, and yes, that's fun. But of course, we would like to see the orange and black in there. Instead, we've been answering questions like, what are they going to do with the outfield? How do they rebuild this pitching rotation? And of course, who is the next manager of this squad? Well, Andy Baggerly, been one of the voices at the forefront of it all during the second half of the season, has seen some of the highs and lows that have gotten us to this point. And as he does every week with us, and for the last time on the weekly rotation, but we will definitely be talking to him throughout the offseason. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Appreciate you, Bags. How are you today?
Good. Let's wrap this up, huh?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, let's just start with, I loved your column about the Giants offseason to-do list, right? Because the manager was the big headline of the week, but there is so much more beyond that. And so I guess I'll just start with, I don't know how closely you've gotten to watch this wild card round so far, given Buster's media and the writing that you've had to do, but is watching any of these teams in the playoffs, and particularly those in the National League, shaping your perspective at all in terms of what the Giants need to do to go and attack this offseason, and maybe how far or narrow behind they are some of these other teams in their competition?
Yeah, it's sort of a funny exercise if you like, okay, let's say the Giants won 3 more games, and let's say they snuck into the postseason. Well, realistically, what would that have looked like? I mean, I think the way Grant Brisbee wrote it a few weeks back was, okay, so the dog catches the car, so now what? And I just don't think they would have been equipped because they just don't have enough pitchers with strikeout stuff, particularly in the bullpen. Obviously they traded away from that bullpen. They lost 2, big, huge pieces with Randy Rodriguez and Eric Miller not being able to make it back. And we know Rodriguez is out for all of next year too, rehabbing from Tommy John surgery. So, I think that if you look at the roster beyond what they have to do with the manager, I mean, it really does boil down to, improving the run prevention. And they had 2 guys make the All-Star team out of the rotation, but they still finished in the bottom half in rotation ERA. And the only team that got less value out of the rotation that made the playoffs was the Cubs. And you see the Cubs have a lot in their bullpen. So, they just have to get better from a pitching standpoint, especially knowing that they have to win a lot of games with that script in their ballpark. So I think that's where it has to begin. And it can't just be 1 or 2 moves either. I mean, they really need to make a very focused effort to get as creative as possible to stockpile as many arms as possible, because that's what the Dodgers are doing. That's what the Padres are doing. And to keep pace with those 2 teams, you kind of have to do the same thing.
But the reality is they didn't, and even if they got the 6th spot, the 3rd wild card, they'd be up against the Chargers, who are the only team that doesn't have to play today. And Blake Snell looks so good, and Yamamoto so good, and Kike Hernandez knows when October is. It's just, and we've seen that matchup before. The reason they're in this predicament is they couldn't beat the Dodgers, couldn't beat the Padres, couldn't beat Arizona. So now here they are looking for a new manager, and they honestly, there is such a long list of candidates. I mean, we're kind of thinking it would be someone that he knows, but you really don't know with Buster, as you've detailed. The one thing I just want to ask you about, because you're the one guy that is consistently writing about it, and you do have hunches, but you base hunches on things that are being told you. You are a great reporter, not just a great writer. The concept of hiring a manager that is not managed in Major League Baseball would be a leap of faith, but some of these guys have had other roles in Major League Baseball. To do it where you're hiring a coach, not a manager, from NCAA baseball, whether it's Tennessee or Vanderbilt or Buster's alma mater himself, Florida State. Is that just your thoughts, or is that something you're being told? And is that even in the realm? Pat Murphy is always the one that's being comped with his success at Arizona State. But Pat Murphy was a coach for the Milwaukee Brewers for damn near a decade before he became the manager of the Brewers and took over for Craig Counsell and was the manager of the year last year. And I don't know if he's going to win it again this year, but they got the best record in the National League. They're the number 1 seed. The plausibility, the possibility of hiring a college coach to manage the Giants, Bags. How would you categorize that?
Well, I think if you look at the NCAA and you look at the way the game has changed and the amount of resources that are available in the major college programs, I mean, there are college programs that are doing things that are right up to par and in some cases better than what major league teams are doing in terms of resources, analytics. I mean, we're talking about someone like Tony Vitello and the way he's taken over the Tennessee program and just, bowls over everybody in every room he enters. He's making more than $3 million a year. I mean, he's making more than half the managers in Major League Baseball. And he's someone who I think if you look at the way baseball is going between how the college game relates to the pro game, I think it's starting to become a little bit more like football. I mean, you wouldn't blink your eye at an NCAA coach, becoming an NFL head coach. I mean, that's happened tons of times. So, but you're right. You make an important distinction. Pat Murphy did have time as a bench coach in Milwaukee. Before that, he was a special assistant for a long time with the Padres, was briefly interim manager there. So it's not like he's walking straight off a campus into a major league dugout. But, I think that there's probably the lines are blurred a little bit, and every team in Major League Baseball is looking for what's next. What can we do that no one else is doing that can give us an edge, that can tap into a talent pool that maybe hadn't been considered? And so I do think that is something that teams are going to be weighing or asking themselves, and at least have a conversation about. And the fact that there's 7 teams, probably 8, maybe 9. There's always a surprise or two in the postseason. Someone lets a manager go. I mean, that's almost a third of Major League Baseball is looking for a manager, and there's only so many Skip Schumachers to go around. Only so many Rocco Baldellis to go around. Guys that are probably going to get another job. So, I think that a lot of these teams are looking to expand the talent pool and kind of going into this open-minded.
Yeah, Bags, I was telling Papa yesterday that when he was out, I think Larry Krueger and I had Tony Vitello on from Tennessee. This was after the Giants drafted Gavin Keelan. I kind of want to get him back just to try to get into the psychology of Drew Gilbert and what that was like. And watching those videos of him at Tennessee, it's no surprise that he had that kind of energy in the Giants clubhouse. But even that aside, I mean, maybe you partially just answered this, but if the Giants don't do it this time around, do you see the prospect of NCAA coaches getting Major League Baseball managing jobs becoming more of a commonality in the short term? And do you think that guys like Stephen Vogt and Skip Schumacher having instant success maybe is pushing that trend of trying to find younger managers that could, if you hit, that could be a really great long-term solution for teams?
Well, I think one thing that really changed the whole dynamic was Craig Counsell going to the Cubs because, the Cubs had a manager they liked. They had David Ross. He hadn't done a bad job for them. He was blindsided when they, told him he'd been relieved of duties, and they basically were like, sorry, guy, but we had the chance to get Craig Counsell, and they paid him a ton of money, so that kind of reset, what managers are making. There was this sort of idea, I think, as we got into Moneyball, that managers were just caretakers, and that's it, and you didn't have to pay them a lot of money. You didn't need them to be your thought partner. You just needed them to, push the buttons. And I think that's changing a little bit. I think that there's this notion that a manager can really be a value add in maybe some different ways. And to be honest, I think the Giants thought that way when they hired Gabe Kapler. And you look at the staff that Gabe Kapler put together, and yeah, he had some sort of fundamental flaws that kind of made it impossible for him to stay, not being able to really address the team in the clubhouse as their season's going downhill. But you look at the staff he put together, and most of those guys are, and gals, in the case of Alyssa Nacken, have major league jobs in other organizations now and are well thought of. So, I think that's sort of maybe just an expansion of, hey, we need a manager to be more than someone who can just, write up the lineup card and kind of meet with the media twice a day and do all the perfunctory stuff. And college coaches they do everything. I mean, they recruit, they're their own GMs in addition to running the games, obviously, and maybe with PitchCom we're going to end up going to like where pitches are called from the dugout, and if that's the case, that's more resembling the college game anyway. So, I just think that teams are going to be more open-minded to ways they can add value to their organizations, and the manager position may be one of those.
The Miami Marlins actually do call, and they have for the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season. They call every pitch from the bench. Which is really interesting, and they feel like they can, with the analytics, their staff is better prepared to do that. There's so many names out there, and we know, a lot of these guys. Nick Hundley would be a terrific choice. There's no doubt. I remember visiting with him in a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. We had a long talk, and he's a Posey confidant. There's so many names. You could go through, honestly, 10 different names. I want to bring up a name that I thought of right away. I ran it by John Shea yesterday, and he kind of dismissed it. But keep in mind, Bob Melvin was under contract for one more year with the San Diego Padres and A.J. Preller. We talked about maybe trading for Bob. He didn't have to. San Diego just let him go. Now, with the case of Stephen Vogt, it's a different story. He's had nothing but wild success, winning the Manager of the Year in the division last year, this year authoring the greatest comeback division play in the history of baseball, and here he is going into a Game 3, maybe wins today and moves on to the division series. But we believe in Stephen Vogt from his time with the A's, his brief time with the Giants with Buster, and his love of the Bay Area, and specifically growing up a Giants fan. He got a 3-year deal to manage the Guardians. He just finished year 2. That's an ownership that does not pay historically a lot of money for managers. Just to go to the top of the list, to me, there's so many names out there. Some of these guys would be a leap of faith. They've never done it. Stephen Vogt has done it now for 2 years at the highest level. I do wonder what Buster thought when they hired Melvin and Stephen Vogt was out there, but he got hired right away. Just thinking out of the box, is there a call to be made to Northeast Ohio from Northern California at some point to ask, can we talk about your manager?
Well, I think one thing I would say is, we know that Farhan Zaidi was the president of baseball ops still when Bob Melvin was hired, but I think that was a decision that was made very, very much in concert with ownership, and they were very much on board and excited about that, and Buster obviously a part of that ownership group. So, not to completely distance it by saying, Bob Melvin wasn't Buster's choice. On some level, he was to some extent, or at least connected to it. When you're talking about a Stephen Vogt, you basically be talking about trading for a manager, right? It's been done before, and Lou Piniella got
Randy Wynn for Lou Piniella. We'll trade Randy Wynn for him all over again.
Oh, come on, you're jumping me. That's where I was going exactly.
I know.
Trade your farm director to Cleveland for Stephen Vogt. Poor Randy Wynn is going to get traded twice for an executive or a manager. Yeah, you know what? I think that if they really felt that he was the right guy for the job and it's a slam dunk and there was nobody else that would even compare, there are ways you could do that. There are ways you could work that out. But, this is going to take some time. This is going to be an exercise that is going to be a learning experience. You get the chance to get almost like a free window into how people see the game when you interview them, get their ideas for what it takes to build a winning and cohesive clubhouse and roster. And you get those ideas from people of all different backgrounds. You can get those ideas from a Ricky Weeks, who's Pat Murphy's associate manager in Milwaukee, from a Nick Hundley, who's a special assistant. You can bring in people that you don't have any relationship with whatsoever. And so I think it's a really good exercise just to be able to expand your point of view, regardless of who you end up going with. And maybe you end up getting surprised. Zach Manassian was not someone that Buster Posey thought he would be at the top of the list, but he interviewed extremely well. He knew the organization already, gave Buster a big leg up in that standpoint, and he ended up being the choice. So you look at internally, they have a Ron Wotus who's interviewed every single time the Giants have had a managerial opening, and I would expect they'll listen to him again. And I even floated this notion: what if you went in? If they decide they want to go internal, you could have Ron Wotus and have Mark Clark serve as his bench coach, have an heir apparent. Now, I don't know if that's where they're going to go. I think it's more likely they go external and get someone fresh in here who's got a whole different point of view. But you allow yourself to kind of go down this path of envisioning, who really is the best match. And sometimes you go into it, with no preconceived notions and allow yourself to maybe be surprised. But if you get to the end of that process and you're like, you know what, Stephen Vogt is absolutely the person we want, there are ways to make that happen.
Few more minutes here with Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. So we know that the Giants need to augment the starting rotation and rebuild the bullpen. The area I'm most interested in as of right now is the outfield, because they have guys, but are they the right guys? And Buster Posey yesterday kept it pretty open-ended when talking about the prospects of what the outfield's going to look like in 2026 between Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos and really all the fielding positions beyond the big money guys of Adames and Devers and Chapman. And so, I guess my question to you would be, would a big bat outfielder be the top priority in free agency beyond a pitcher within the bullpen or in the starting rotation?
No, I think their priorities have to be pitching, and then second is pitching, third is pitching, fourth is pitching, fifth is pitching, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 all pitching. I think that they really need to focus on pitching, and they're going to have to get some improvement from within. I think, especially when it comes to outfield defense. Buster Posey said that he thinks Elliot Ramos still has even more growth and improvement in him. He's only 26. Obviously, what happened defensively in the outfield, I think, was just kind of almost blindsided everyone with just how inconsistent he was. But and he puts in the work. That's one thing that Buster said. It's when you see someone who's got his talent level and his sort of willingness to put in the work, there is the belief that he can get better out there. Jung-Hoo Lee, same thing. They know that he wore down big time, and this was a huge learning year. It's too bad last year couldn't be the learning year, and he only lasted 30-something games before he banged his shoulder against the wall. But in a way, they think he's going to be better for the experience he had. But the defensive metrics in center field, especially in the second half, definitely took a big time downturn. And you don't want to have to move him to a corner if you can get better play out of him, more consistent defensive play out of him, and maybe they have different coaches, different voices, different analytics that can help with positioning, and they can improve from within on those scores. So I think ideally in a perfect world, they go out, they get, a big bad center fielder who can push Lee to a corner. But, I just don't know if they're going to have the wherewithal to do that and do everything they need to do on the pitching side.
Kyle Tucker was a guy that was rumored. I remember one day in January, I think on a Monday, where there was a pretty good rumor that the Giants were making a push to get Kyle Tucker. And Buster at that time kind of said that it takes two to make a trade, and some people have unrealistic expectations in what they're giving back. He kind of intimated that they were just asking too much back, Houston, from the Giants system. The Cubs made a big deal to get him. He was one of the best players in baseball the first half of the year. He did not hit in the second half, and a lot of the Cubs hitters did, and then he's hurt. And he's got this calf injury, which I assume will heal, but you worry about a calf injury becoming an Achilles over time, and he's not playing the outfield right now. He looks lost offensively. I mean, at one point, Bags, we're talking maybe $500, $600 million contract for this guy, and I don't know where it's at. I mean, just going out and buying a guy like Kyle Tucker, because he is going to get healthy. I mean, left-handed hitters are tough to Devers being the exception, and a few others, Bonds, obviously, with this wall. But I think Tucker, with his uppercut swing, would play here. Just that name. Now that he's had a depressed year, and the Cubs are still going to probably pay him some money, and on the open market he'll get some money. Just what are your thoughts about making a run at Kyle Tucker this offseason?
I mean, if there's opportunity there, and it's such a depressed market that you can get him for 1 year on a bounce-back contract or something, well, first of all, he wouldn't want to come to San Francisco to do that, because you don't necessarily think of Oracle Park as a place you can juice your numbers to go back into free agency. I just think from an actuarial standpoint, they committed a lot of money to three position players in very short order and have a lot of years left on those contracts. 8 to Devers, 6 more to Adames, 4 more to Chapman, and there's going to be some downturn in performance from that group. There just is. That's just how an actuarial table works. And I think to commit $300 million plus more to another position player, I think would really endanger them just not having a whole lot of financial flexibility going forward as that core would age. They've already put some big chips on the felt, and so I just have a hard time seeing that working. Whereas, they know that they're an attractive destination for free agent pitchers. And I think that they know, they can sell their ballpark, their environment to free agent pitchers. And there are some good ones out there. I mean, some of them are going to cost you a draft pick, and maybe they don't want to do that because they've given up a lot of draft picks in the last few years to sign the guys they did. But, I floated one named Shane Bieber. I think he's a guy who, he's coming off Tommy John, but he's pitching in the postseason.
It's my gaucho.
He looked really good. Yeah, there you go. So he wouldn't cost you a pick because he was traded in his season. There are a lot of guys like that I think will make some sense. And the thing they have going for them is they don't have to necessarily go out and get an ace. They don't have to get a Corbin Burns. They have an ace that they feel pretty good about, and a number 2 pitcher, Robbie Ray, who aside from the last month of the season was really, really good. So they just need to go out and get more stability in that rotation. And I think if they do this right, then Landon Roop isn't the number 3 starter, maybe not even the number 5 starter. They go out and they get enough in the rotation to where, they can have some bumps along the way, which all teams do. And, they've got some real quality that they can insert to withstand that. So it's hard to do, but I think that's where they have to focus.
Our time with Andy Baggerly is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. We appreciate you all throughout the season, or I guess I should say second half of the season, and I'm glad that you got to spend the first half of the season pursuing some life goals and making the most of that. But I will ask, as we've done with all of our Giants Weeklies, what's next in the offseason plans for you?
What's next? Well, a manager search. that makes October a little busier than it otherwise would be. So, obviously got to keep the phone close. If I do squeeze in around to golf, I'm not keeping my phone in my bag. It's going to be in my pocket. So, it's always a little bit nice to have some downtime after the season. Of course, you'd rather, be busy. You'd rather people be engaged and be watching and reading and listening and everything. But, obviously the Giants fell a little bit short this year. So the offseason, it seems like it goes faster and faster every year. The Giants have a lot to do, and the manager search is going to keep them busy this month, which means I'll be busy too.
Yeah, well, keep your phone in your bag, not just for your pocket, I should say, not your bag, for us too, because we're going to be bothering you, and that's what we like to do to all of our guests. So thank you so much. It's been great, and we'll talk soon.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bags.
Andy Baggerly, you can read him in The Athletic. Always great to catch up with him. And again, it's the last of the weeklies, but whether it's him or Shay Hay or Susan, we're going to have plenty of time to be talking throughout this busy offseason with a lot of boxes to check and a lot to accomplish here for Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, and this Giants brass. Let's get back into the 49ers. We had some great momentum here on the first 40 minutes. What are they going to do? How do they overcome these injuries? Mac Jones getting start number 3. It's all coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The legend, the Hall of Famer, the hardest hitting safety we've ever seen. Ronnie Lott joined Murph and Marcus at 8:15 this morning to get into this storied rivalry between the 49ers and the Rams. Check out what he had to say on Robert Saleh's defense, how the 49ers can overcome injuries on both sides of the ball, why this matchup between these two head coaches is always one worth tuning in for. Full interview available on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, it's Silver, talking a lot of 49ers and Giants today. Let's also talk about the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, and some not even in the state of California? Well, Chris Dolan and his law firm have been here for more than 25 years. These are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who fight for you right here where you live. So if you've had issues at work with your rights being threatened and violated, talking discrimination, sexual harassment, wrongful termination, they matter. That is your rights, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about how you can be protected by the best in the business. Chris and his team also saw an increase over the last year in no-fault injury accidents, and especially today, getting into work, it was misty, it was foggy, it was windy. Daly City was one crazy fest where you had to be extra careful on the roads. They were wet. So whatever you're doing out there, please be careful. Let's work together to keep the Bay Area safe so you and your family can be protected and get to sit on the couch tonight, watch a little 49ers football. But if something happens, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and yes, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, had a great rookie year last year, and they're going to fake it here, and they're going to run out and get close to a first down. Did they pick it up?
Yep.
Kind of thought Chase Blackburn, their special teams coordinator, would do something there, Tim. They got the ball. Ronnie Rivers, the running back out of Fresno State, and the direct snap from Alex Ward, the snapper. He's up in the personal protector spot, and those guys are playing closer to the line right now, Tim. He just got the edge like he's running a sweep going left, and he got it easy.
Oh, good job, Walter. Listening to the first segment, we were getting into all the lowlights from 49ers Rams last year. Special blanking teams, and that fake punt right there where Ronnie Rivers picked up the first down entirely changed the game. It was a career day for Jawan Jennings. He had a hat trick. He had 175 yards. Didn't even matter in the end. Too many miscues on special teams, on offense, on defense. And the Rams ended up winning that game, and we talked about how it turned around the season, both for the Niners and the Rams. But that was week 3 last year. This is week 5 of this year. So thanks for hanging out with us as we get ready for some Thursday night football. Lots of time to get into it. Papa, your thoughts on special teams, huh?
Wow. Yeah, and what happened was, we said it before. I believe the score was 10-0 at that point. I don't think the Rams, they didn't have a first down or a completed pass from Matthew Stafford. The Niners were dominating the entire game, and they ran that 4th and 6, and I remember saying that the Niners, would they consider going to a punt safe here, which means leave your base defense on the field. But they didn't. They took Nick Bosa off the field. The end on that side, good player, but he's not Nick Bosa, and he's retired now, and he's making movies, is Chris Conley was the guy outside, and the direct snap to Ronnie Rivers, former Fresno State Bulldog, who's no longer on their team, and a couple of plays later, a touchdown pass to Kyron Williams, and it was actually 14-0 Niners at that point. It made it 14-7. It flipped the entire game. And we know what happened. They didn't have their wide receiving core. Obviously, Jawan Jennings went crazy and made an unbelievable over-the-shoulder catch, went up and took one down from one of their safeties. So Jawan's not playing tonight. That was 11 catch, 175 hat-trick game. But they didn't have Puka in that game. They didn't have Cooper Kupp in that game. Tutu Atwell went off in that game and got the big 50-yarder, and they came back and won. Just a word on special teams. The ultimate last points of that game were Joshua Carty made a 37-yard field goal with 2 seconds to go. I can still see it. We were right in that end zone coming right at me. And the Rams won 27-24 after being down 14-0 and later down 21-7 when Jennings caught that touchdown pass to put the Niners up 21-7. It haunted them all year. The Vikings game, we kept saying, can you get over the Vikings game? Well, NFC game, but it's not an NFC West game. And then that Ram game happened, and the Arizona game happened, and you weren't getting over these games. You never did. Anyway, special teams. And they had a big punt return in the game. Joshua Carty, Dieter Kurtenbach wrote about it the other day, and you've seen it. He is the football version of Hoyt Wilhelm meets Tim Wakefield. The way he kicks off is not just a dirty ball. It is a extra dirty, like I like my martinis before July 16th. You can't even see through him. He kicks off with a knuckleball. The ball does not spin at all. I don't know where he hits it on the ball, but all I know is when it comes off his foot, it does not spin at all. It is flatter than flat. He lands it in the landing zone. I have watched the Philadelphia Eagles just botch return after return after return. Mechie was their return guy. The Colts just ran one back. I'm watching the NFL Network is replaying their game last week against the Colts right now, the Rams and Colts. You want to watch it? I'm watching it now live, but I watched it back this morning. They had one good scoop in return. So Sky Moore, it is more ground more tonight. Do you want to catch it out of the air? Can you catch a knuckleball? If you're not, Jason Varitek or Gino Petrali for Charlie Huff, it's tough. And Gino, my friend, led the world in pass balls one year. Do you let it bounce? What's the talking point here and the coaching point? I also think that Carty, he kicks it low because he wants to knuckleball it, and he wants it to get to land in the landing zone, obviously, so it's a dirty ball that it's returnable. I do wonder, Greg, if that has screwed him up on placements. He had back-to-back field goals blocked in Philadelphia, one by Jordan Davis. The other big guy got the first one, actually. They put them both in the A-gap right over the head of the center, and Alex Ward still their long snapper. One was blocked. Who's the big guy that spit on Dak? He was the guy that got the first one.
Jalen Carter?
Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
He got the first one, and then Jordan Davis got the second one. But they put them both together right over the head of the center. You can't leverage and all that. But the other guys around him, I've seen him just pick up Havenstein and pile drive him back and then come in behind. So, Michael Williams, do you want to be on field goal block tonight? I think with Carty, my thought would be the trajectory on this dirty ball, no spin knuckle kick is low. He doesn't get it up in the air. There's no hang time on it. Is it adversely affecting his placements where he's not getting enough lift? I think a lot of it is just push from the Eagles and those two monsters inside, Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. But he's got to lift the ball a little higher. So get Mike Hall with his long arms and try to swat that ball and maybe block a field goal tonight. But, Norton, if you're facing a left-footed punter, they bring out the jugs. I know the Niners have been working on it. T-Rock will talk about it. I don't know. I've never seen a no-spin jugs machine in football. How do you simulate this guy's dirty kick? I mean, there's a way. In baseball, they can break down, anybody's pitch. I do wonder if they can, the support staff, the op staff can do it. I'm sure they're trying. It's just unusual the way this guy kicks the ball off. So the game did turn in Minnesota last year. The game did turn in L.A. last year. The game turned against Arizona last year. We know about the unmitigated disaster last year on special teams. The Jacksonville game, not good. Giving up a return for a touchdown, long kick return, punt return. Looked like that's why they won the game. But you don't want to kick the ball around on special teams. You don't want to start around your 20-yard line and not the 35. This guy can touch it back. I mean, we're playing in a dome. There are openings on each end, and the winds do come through the Santa Anas, and you wonder about the wind at times. But I've also seen this guy just late in halves just touch it back, just blast it. And he did it in Philadelphia. He can certainly do it in the Dome tonight. But the first thing, if the Rams win the toss and Sean McVay defers, I think he will, although he's an offensive coach, we'll see. Just this dirty kickoff from Joshua Carty is dirty. And how do you pick it up? Don't kick it around. Don't fumble it and give them the ball back. I don't know. We'll talk to T-Rock, but it is unusual with this, dynamic kickoff now on the 35-yard line. It's always the landing zone inside the 20. But this ball is tough to field. He has perfected it, I think, more than any kicker I've seen. It's no spin. It is a knuckle kick, and it is dirtier than dirty. It's filthy.
Yeah, all of a sudden, between Joshua Carty or Brandon Aubrey or any of these kickers who are finding the nuances to this kickoff, there's an art to it with the landing zones and the dynamic kickoff and everything. And like Kyle Shanahan, I don't like to spend a lot of my football time talking about special teams. And they did clean up the issue that was the most pressing. That was finding a kicker that could hit at a greater accuracy. Pinheiro didn't have to deal with anything beyond the 20-something yard range last week. Missed that first extra point and otherwise has been perfect. But as far as coverage on punts and kickoffs and returning, it's still been a bit of a mess. And so Joshua Carty now with this knuckleball kickoff, that presents another wrinkle where special teams, even if we're not talking about turnovers or leaving points on the board or giving it away to your opponent, there's still a field position element to this where the 49ers haven't necessarily thrived. So I guess a question as we get ready to talk to Tim Ryan in about 20 minutes. What do you want to see tonight from the 49ers, and who do you want to see step up beside the obvious of Christian McCaffrey or a Michael Williams on the defensive side? Kyle Juszczyk, will he get involved in the passing game? Robert Saleh, can he find a way to somewhat replicate what he did week 1 in Seattle? Mac Jones off of week of rest, how mobile is he going to be? Kendrick Bourne, can he have some redemption after dropping 3 passes? How about a guy we haven't even mentioned yet playing his second game with the 49ers, Demarcus Robinson? That week 3 game last year, he impacted for the Rams in a major way because they didn't have Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua. 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627 to chime in. And yeah, go ahead, Papa.
I mean, if you're asking me and you're playing fantasy football and we're going to stat it up a little bit, I did pick up Demarcus Robinson. He was on the waiver wire, and I picked him up the moment I heard Ricky Pearsall is not going to be available. Will I start him tonight on all ball? I don't know. You got to look at it. How many balls is he going to get? Kendrick Bourne is going to play. Sky Moore is going to play. I think Jake Tunges is going to play a lot. I'm looking at him as a 4th eligible. We'll see if the Russell Gage, gets elevated. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, I think, will be involved as well. But it's McCaffrey who's got to be the factor in this game, whether he's in the slot or wherever he is and matched up with these linebackers. But who do I want to see elevate his game tonight? The guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So we know how good he is. We have seen him play a couple of games where he looks like 71 and Trent Williams. And when we've seen a couple of games against Seattle, the opener, in this last game against the Jacksonville Jaguars, Josh Hines Allen owned him. And, he was graded high by Pro Football Focus. Trent does not look at that. He looks at it himself. Chris Verster, I'm sure there were a lot of snaps where he got beat, whether running the hoop or the power or crossing his face. The quarterback got hit too much in that game, and the quarterback can't play again. Quarterback got hit too much in Seattle. The 2 games Trent has not played well. Brock got hurt with a turf toe injury the first time from Julian Love, and then tagged repeatedly. They only sacked him once, but they hit him the entire game, and now he can't play in this game. So believe me, they'll try to run the ball. I think maybe throw it in the early downs and get them off their pass rush a little bit. But if you get into, and the Rams' average down and distance on defense is 3rd down is like 3rd and 10.5. Good luck. Good luck. How are you going to block that? I think maybe, and we'll get into it with Tim, maybe go no huddle. Mac Jones is good at that. Send 5 out. And he's going to get hit. If you're blocking just 5 against their 5, and their 5 are monsters, and they go to a 4-man down when they come at you, but they got Jared Verse, wears number 8. Byron Young wears number 0. He's Agent 0. The conductor's inside at 91. They got Braden Fisk. He wears 55. They're not the fearsome foursome. They're not Aaron Donald. But, man, Jared Verse could be. He's that good. He could run with Deacon Jones. That guy is so strong. They flip sides. Byron Young's got 5 sacks. He leads the team. They have 14 sacks on the year. They're one of the best sacking teams in football. So, Trent Williams, please. It's tough. I don't know what to expect from him. I don't know. He doesn't practice all week, which is part of the problem.
Yeah.
He didn't practice this week. Nobody did. So you got to go out and play. And these guys will play faster on this turf field at SoFi. They get a little spring. So they're faster. Those 2 edge guys, Byron Young and Jared Verse, are faster running straight line than Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. They run faster 40 times than their wide receivers. And they can bend it, and they can power you. Jared Verse is so damn strong. So please, we've seen 2 good ones. We've seen 2 where, who stole Trent's 71? Who's playing left tackle? That's not Trent Williams. I don't know if it's the knee. I don't know what it is. But if he has one of those down games tonight, then Mac Jones is going to get hit. And Brock is not going to be the backup, I wouldn't think, tonight. Because he's out. He can't be the backup.
Yeah.
So I want a lot of things tonight, and we'll figure out the 5 eligibles. But Trent Williams has got to play like Trent Williams tonight, or this game could get ugly, and you may have to play a backup quarterback 2 in 1 game. I don't want to go there. Mac's a tough guy, but he already has a big brace on that left knee. He's got a PCL injury. So Trent Williams has got to play well against their edge rushers.
The 49ers defensive line was a big concern last week, not getting a quarterback hit, not getting a sack. But the offensive line as a whole for the month of September, that's one that is causing a lot of trepidation. And we'll talk about the word trepidation with Tim Ryan. He used it on the defense. Might be time to start using it on the offensive line. We'll get into this next. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining the Gregs on a game day. We got Tim Ryan coming up in about 10 minutes, so we'll keep this one pretty short. Got some lovely messages on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line we can revisit in the 12 o'clock hour after Tim. One of them just loves how much I like to tell everybody what's coming up, so guess what? I'm going to do it again because that's kind of what I get paid for in part. You got a chance to win the Hawaii contest. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, and Papa asked me what were the dates. I went to the website. Had to scroll down for like 10 minutes to even find it. You take the trip sometime between November 16th and November 21st. So maybe if you're not able to make it for the full thing, you can find a way around it. Bottom line is you got to qualify to win and then selected to win. So in order to qualify, starting next week, you can listen to any of our 3 shows. And then once per day, per show, you will have a chance to qualify to win the grand prize trip to the big island of Hawaii. We're talking about a round trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. It's furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, and all you got to do is listen to all of our shows throughout the day. Listen for that cue to call. It'll be pretty straightforward, and call in, talk to Walter, talk to Curly, talk to Tim. You got a chance to win some prizes. It's such a nice trip that they didn't want to include the midday show on it. It's cool. I get it. I see where the priorities are.
Good thing Derek wasn't chosen as my donor. That's right when I'm getting my bone marrow transplant. By the way, I'm sipping some bone broth, which is delicious. Love it at Lambeau in the locker room. I don't think we needed it at SoFi. So we are going to talk to T-Rock. It'll be a football half hour today and a game day. Get him on around 11:50 and go for 20, 30 minutes, and he'll enlighten us. But I know we're going to talk gambling in a little bit here. The line was 3 like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Or maybe even before they got the news. But when we got the official news from the 49ers, Brock Purdy out. Ricky Pearsall, OUT, 3rd and Juwan, DNP, ribs. Different. They're all out. They're not playing tonight. We'll see from the Rams side of things. Havenstein, I think, is interesting of whether he's going to play at right tackle or not. Warren McClendon Jr. would go into his spot. They got some issues on their offensive line, and their tight end is a really good part of their offense as well. Tyler Higbee may not play tonight as well. They do like their 12 personnel. They've been 11 personnel forever with 3 wide receivers, but they've been sprinkling in more where they go double tights. They like Higbee, and they got Colby Parkinson and Davis Allen. And if Higbee's down tonight, they may have the rookie Terrence Ferguson up. But I don't know if we've ever seen that before in the NFL where in the span of like, boom, as soon as you get an injury report. I'm sure it's happened with a prominent quarterback. But Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, and Juwan Jennings' unavailability has taken the line from 3 to 8.5 in like 8.5 seconds.
Well, you know what? There's been some lines that are pretty heavy, like Packers-Browns and Bills-Saints, that ultimately didn't quite hit. The underdog was able to cover, and in the case of the Browns, win the game. So we're not too into the whole betting thing, but let's talk about it with someone who is. It's a Thursday, and let's catch up with Chuck Edel.
The following interview is being paid for by ChuckWins.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Always great on a Thursday to catch up with Chuck Edel of ChuckWins.com. Well, Chuck, it's 4 weeks and 4 winners. Last week you had Houston -7, and that was an ugly, ugly game, but Houston ended up breaking it open in the second half to get a 26-0 win. To get all of Chuck's plays, all you have to do is call 1-800-808-3481. That's 1-800-808-3481. I don't know how you do it, Chuck, but it's 4 for 4 in September, so as we turn the page into October, let's keep this alive.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's keep it rolling. You know, last Sunday was a big day with that Houston, and we actually swept the board on Sunday. And to get our play tonight, we do have a big play tonight. All you need to do to get the free play is call 1-800-808-3481, 1-800-808-3481, or simply to go to chuckwins.com. But I am looking at one play here this week. Real quick, though, I will tell you guys that 49er line did open up 3. It creeped up to like 5.5 very early on. Now it's sitting at 8.5 and 9. Total on the game opened 47.5, and it is down to 44. So a big line move there.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah, that's you don't see line moves in the NFL normally move that much, but for obvious reasons, we know why it moved. But get back to the game that I am looking at this week. I'm looking at the Browns-Vikings game in London. We know that Gabriel's going to be starting this game for instead of Flacco for Cleveland. Now, listen, Flacco had no chance in this game. You know, he's a guy who stands in the pocket. The way Minnesota blitzes and different schemes they run, it would have been this was the perfect time to switch out. He was already having a bad year, 2 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. So Gabriel does bring them some more athleticism. He can move around. They're not going to ask a lot from him. Just manage the game, move the chains, protect the ball. Gabriel gets rid of the ball quick, and let your defense win this game. And that's really what I'm looking at here, okay? And, again, though, I just want to remind everybody there is a big game going tonight. They could call 1-800-808-3481, 1-800-808-3481, or chuckwins.com. But the main reason I am going with the Cleveland game here is because of their defense. Their defense has been great. It's second in the NFL versus the pass, 6th versus the run, number 1 in total yards allowed. They have been one of the top pass rush units led by Myles Garrett. And the big thing about that is they only rush 4 guys, and they're able to get to the quarterback. So that allows the defense to really have a big advantage in the secondary when they're only rushing 4 guys. I think Carson Wentz in this game will be in big trouble with the defense. And, again, even last week when you look at Detroit, they did put up some points, but they only put up 277 yards of total offense. Some of those points were off turnovers, 2 of them by Flacco with interceptions. So I think Minnesota will be in big trouble with this one. I think they move the ball. Cleveland moves the ball on the ground. Plus 3.5 is a lot of points in a game like this, and I will take Cleveland here. Plus the 3.5 this week.
All right, Chuck, well, aside from the Cleveland game, what are we looking at as a whole? I mean, you've been red hot, so I know that's your big play of the week, but if you give people a chance to win money, I want to look at your big picture of week 5. Sometimes we've seen these big spreads where the underdog goes and covers. A lot of starting to shape out here in the first month as we turn into October and find out who's maybe for real and who was a little bit fraudulent in September.
Yeah, that's the key in this part of the NFL right now. The key is to try to find the teams that are overvalued and undervalued. And we have seen a lot of injuries, so you're seeing a lot of big spreads here. You see the Lions this week 10 over the Bengals, but I'm looking to take advantage of some games that are some overachievers, underachievers, and again, for all your listeners, they could call 1-800-808-3481 or go to chuckwins.com. You got the free play tonight and the entire week of all the games that we'll be playing, including tonight's big play.
All right, well, Chuck, we'll talk to you next Thursday, and maybe it's going to be a little bit of a 5-0 start. I hope you stay hot.
Let's keep it rolling. Thank you.
The preceding interview was paid for by chuckwins.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Well, you know the deal. It's a short week, so I'm not out in Santa Clara. Tim Ryan's not out in Santa Clara, and we don't have our full football hour, but that's not going to stop us from talking with the one and only T-Rock. You can catch him at 4:15, and then kickoff at 5:15. He and Guy Haberman on the radio broadcast tonight on the Sports Leader, so we welcome him in on the UMA guest line. Tim, how are we?
I hope we're doing well there, Silver. Pop, LFG, let's freaking go.
I got a text from Tim before the sun even came up this morning. He's pumped up on game day. So let's get right to the heart of the matter. No Brock Purdy, no Ricky Pearsall, and no Jawan Jennings tonight against this Ram really improved defense, Tim. They were vulnerable against the run last year. They've shored that up a little bit, but these are the guys that make the engine go, obviously. How does the engine go without them?
Yeah, and then obviously you couple that with no George Kittle, who's still out, and where the Rams have really improved is in their run defense, and in a lot of areas. I mean, they are really well coached, Pop. You know that by just looking at them last year under Chris Shula, and they are fueled by that freaking front, man. These guys are good, and they are relentless. They're young. They're hungry. They play with a lot of energy, and when you couple that with being sound in terms of their scheme and what they do, I can't remember in recent memory, and you remember all these things way better than I do, but a challenge like this, when you talk about the players that aren't available for the 49ers, and the weaponry that's not there for Kyle to be able to utilize. And you couple that with this defense and how they're playing, and, you know, a short week and it's in their house. It's a monumental challenge. But as I like to say, that ball is shaped kind of funny. It bounces different, funny ways. And thank goodness for Mac Jones, and hopefully he's going to be playing like he played in his 2 starts earlier this year when he was 2-0. This game to me is going to be about the intangibles, really, on both sides of the ball. When you look at it, I mean, both opponents know each other well. They know what the game plans are going to be. They know what each other likes to do. They know what the bread and butter is. So it's about mindset. It's about the intangibles, the mentality, and who's going to really get after it snap to whistle on a short week for the guys that are available. So a lot of good storylines going into this one, but I think offensively, when you talk about the challenges of all those guys not being out there, I think this is the game that they've absolutely, because this without question, Seattle's good. That was week 1, and they had Brock and Kittle certainly for part of that game, and the other guys. The run game's got to get going in this one, and it's hard. They get in those 5-man fronts, and they're a traditional 3-4, but they're not they're not the traditional 3-4 with those big, long, heavy, 6'5", 300-pound defensive ends that are two-gapping that you can run the stretch on and get them going sideline to sideline, and then find those cracks and they're unable to disengage, and they get tired, and you find those creases. I mean, Braden Fisk could play in a 4-man front and does in their nickel package. Kobe Turner, you could say the same for him, going and getting Poona Ford in the middle, who can, obviously at his size, short, thick, and quick, built for leverage, and can get in the backfield and penetrate. So the run game's got to get going, and that's, a big part of that on the offensive line, obviously. Got to block better, got to execute the blocking assignments better. And I've watched a lot of that. I've watched every run this year and went back and watched a lot of them this week in preparation, just trying to, what's going on with the running game. Some of it is give the defenses credit they've played against schematically, and, played some pretty good fronts over the last several weeks. But another part of it is, assignment errors, stuff that goes in, in install day one that, we always do this versus this, but for some reason didn't do it this time versus that look. So some of it's that. Some of it is really, straining to sustain, I like to call it, block all the way to the whistle and stay locked up on your guys, and that's across the board. And that includes all the blockers, the tight ends, the receivers, and the fullback, because they're all part of the run game. And then some of it's been on the backs, frankly, in terms of the vision and seeing the crack and maybe tripping over a guy's leg because you hit it late. And I know Brian Robinson's still trying to figure it out in terms of the scheme and where he's supposed to cut. And it's a challenging scheme to to be able to digest, but they've got to get it going, and they've got to be good on the early downs. When you look at this defense, this number shocked me, and I know you've probably heard this one. 3rd down in average with that defense for their opponents that are facing them. It's 3rd down and 10 plus on average.
I cited it earlier in the show.
I mean, that is a number that's ridiculous. And what's that tell you? It tells you that they're making a hell of a lot of negative plays on 1st and 2nd down. And I think
so
part
do you
of that
throw more
five-man
on 1st down, Timmy? What are the numbers showing on what they're doing on 1st and do you throw on 1st down against them and not get into 2nd and 3rd and long?
I don't know. I went back and I watched most of their games. I watched the whole Houston game early because that's such a schematically, it's with what D'Amico does defensively and with what they do offensively over there is a lot like what the 49ers do. And I've watched a lot of their play, and I watched the game last week against Indianapolis, who really couldn't run it. I think, and I have no idea if they're going to do this or not do this, I think if you can run out of the 3 wide receiver sets, and I think at least it looked that way to me on tape, it's easier to find the creases because now you've got because if you put 2 tight ends or base out there with a fullback and a tight end, they're going to line up in their 5-man front. And I know historically, Kyle, they love this. They love to run against 5 and 6 and 7-man fronts because they're good at getting a hat on a hat. But again, it's not your traditional 3-4. These guys can get in the backfield. They're not just going to 2-gap and try to, shuffle down the line of scrimmage by not giving up ground. So I hope there might be some of that. I don't know. And then I think it transfers to play action because when you think of all those 1st and 2nd down, teams are going to come out and they're going to play action 1st down. To your point, what do you do on 1st down? Well, as soon as the quarterback, you got to give a good fake, right? That's the whole key to the play action. You got to get those linebackers sucked up and open those windows behind them and get people playing the run first. Well, with that 5-man line, and they do so many early down blitzes, run blitzes with their linebackers, Spates and old Billy Bob, I call him, Nate Landman, who Babs coached, I think, in high school from Danville over there in Monte Vista. Those guys they're downhill. Yeah, they're downhill. And what happens is when the quarterback turns his back, it's like the sack we saw. Remember week 1 at Seattle when they blitzed away from the fake where Christian was going. There was no way Christian was going to be able to get back to their safety, and he was on Brock's back before he could get to his back foot. These guys are coming now, and if you got 5 of them on the line, and they can all go, and then you got linebackers, run blitzing downhill behind them. By the time the quarterback puts the ball in the belly and has his back turned to the defense, they're going to be on his back. I mean, these guys, they get after it. So I'm hoping we're seeing some 3 wide receiver stuff on early downs. We'll see what happens. But no margin for error, Pop. Look, these guys play a lot of zone on the back end. That's the thing now. If they can handle the front, there's going to be opportunities, even with Kendrick Bourne. And I'm fired up to see Demarcus Robinson in a 49er uniform back at SoFi and the other guys. There's opportunities for them to make plays, and they do play a lot of soft and off zone. I don't know if they'll do that tonight. I mean, I know that's what they've done most of the year, but I also know they're 15% man coverage when you look at the numbers. And I would think they're thinking Kobe Durant and Darius Williams and Forbes and their big nickel guys, and they get in there and they play a lot of dime. They'll play six defensive backs, probably at least 15 snaps tonight, with Tank McCullough being the 6th guy out there defending and up in the box. I would think in their minds they're going to think, hey, we can cover these receivers, we can hip up to these receivers, we can run with these receivers. And let's send an extra guy on a quarterback and Mac Jones and test his knee. Remember, Mac's had been dealing with a PCL, and I know that he's cleared on the injury report, and it doesn't seem to be a problem. But it was the same way going into the Arizona game, and then we know what happened in that one after coming down on it, and then he's coming up and he's got to go put the knee brace back on. So interested to see what the game plans are. but no margin for error. Before we move over to the other side of the ball, I would say that, and both sides of the ball, got to seize every opportunity, which means no drops. We had too many of those last week. And if there's an opportunity to get an interception, make the play. And those two would have been great by Fred last week. Those would have been great catches, but certainly ones he's capable of. Set a record, franchise record, 11 consecutive games without an INT. That's got to change. And then I think the big thing is special teams, and Brant Boyer's group was a disaster last week. So they've got to hold up their end of the bargain, and they've got to win that phase. And this team is always good on special teams. And it's another player coach, just like Boyer is, and just like the guy last week was. They got to win that phase, and they're 1 for 3 so far this season. So I'll be looking for the special teams to hopefully be able to contribute.
Yeah, Tim, there's so much to unpack ahead of this one, and a short week just crams everything in. But even with the 49ers not having real practices and combining multiple prep days into one, how much did a week off help Mac Jones? Did you get the sense from the PCL? I mean, the Cardinals game, I was really concerned. Last time we talked, we were like, you had to stretch out for a handoff, and then came back in with a big knee brace. But it was both him and Purdy dealing with injuries. Now Jones a little bit more rested. So even with the short week, how much did not playing last Sunday seem to help Mac Jones in that left knee?
No. Yeah, that's, I think, obvious is, you don't play and you don't put yourselves out there in harm's way. It gave him extra days to try to get that thing healthy. So I know medically, from what they've said and watching him out there, it doesn't seem to be a problem. I'll bet you he'll have the knee brace on though, just in case. So Mac's gonna have to play his tail off tonight, man. We love that guy's personality and what he's been able to do since he's been here, and thank goodness he's here, because that hasn't always been the case when you look at the backup quarterback.
All right, now to the other side of the ball, obviously. Matthew Stafford, all the back problems that he had in August seems to be gone away, and he's putting the ball on point. He'll throw it to you every now and then, but
that's right.
Puka Nacua is clearly the guy. I mean, targeted 15 times, Tim, and he's caught 42 of them. They got Devontae. Devontae's their man beater. Nakua's more their zone beater. But speaking specifically about where they align, Puka, you see him a lot inserted in the C gap where he lines up.
Right.
And they had Cooper Kupp go there and Robert Woods go there, and you think he's run blocking a lot. That tackle tight end gap outside.
And remember the Buffalo game last year. Remember how many problems the defense had in Buffalo versus that look.
Totally. Yeah, and then he'll run a corner route, or he doesn't separate a lot because he's not fast, but he's so big and strong. Just I mean, it's easier said than done because nobody really has been able to stop him. But what do you do to slow down Puka Nacua tonight?
Well, you said it. I mean, they multi-align him everywhere and get him. I know Saleh said it during the week, and the tape just, it just blasts it out when you look at the tape that they're very clever in how they sequence their plays together and get him in positions to out-leverage defense and out-leverage looks and get him the ball early and let him go. And I don't know what he's listed at, but I know he's 220 plus. He is thick, and he is a very good blocker when they line him up in what I like to call that little sniffer position in the C gap. And I think what you got to do is you got to hit him right in the sniffer, man. You got to hit him right in the face. You got to be physical with him in there. And whether it's a linebacker or it's Jair Brown, if they end up playing some big nickel, depending on their personnel, if it's Upton Stout, you gotta get physical and not just think, okay, it's a run. Because as soon as you get physical and think and take a blind shot thinking you're just going to hit him and to play the run game, then he slips right by you. And again, even if you're on his hip, with Stafford's accuracy and with his radius and how good he is at catching balls in the phone booth, it's a problem. So I think that's the biggest thing. Just get ready for a fist fight when he inserts as a blocker. And if you do that and you do it with the mindset of being physical, getting your hands on him, and I think that's the key. And how much do you and I, we always talk about, no free access. Let's reroute these receivers. And it's hard to do when they're off the ball and they're in the slot and they're not up in the line of scrimmage. But when he's coming at you and faking as a blocker, your mindset is run. So get your hands on him and defend the run first, which means you can grab his jersey and you can push and pull and shed and get physical. And then if you just do that, I think that eliminates some of his opportunities to just peel and go and be out on one of those routes that you talked about. So I think that's the whole key. And then with Devontae, I think you got to switch it up on him. I mean, you play steady dose of man on him. He's strong enough to use his body to get away from you. And then if you play soft on him and just try to mirror him, then he's going to route tempo you to death. And that's probably, other than his hands, and he's just a great route runner, is he knows how to tempo it up with the quarterback and where he's supposed to be. So he'll slow down and bang, he's gone. Just the way he runs in terms of running the tempo. Having said all that, if you sit back and what Saleh loves to do and keep it all in front of you and mix and match zones and try to get it cloudy and try to get it dirty for the quarterback, Matt Stafford's seen it all, and he's just going to slice and dice. So I think you got to mix in some man coverage, and somehow, some way, you got to be able to get pressure on him and get him off his spot. Otherwise, it's a carving. He's playing as good as I've ever seen him play. I did his very first NFL start. I think it was at Minnesota when he came out as a rookie as the number 1 overall pick. And that guy is playing as good now in year 17 as I've ever seen him. It's pretty incredible.
I mean, yeah, when he's protected, he's still capable between pre-snap, between the arm he's got. It's incredible. So they got to find a way to somehow make life difficult for him. Last couple minutes here with Tim Ryan. And I asked Larry Krueger this after the Jacksonville game, but nobody knows the lines of scrimmage better than you. So I'll do it again. After week 4, is the offensive line or the defensive line a bigger concern right now for the 49ers?
Well, I think no Bosa. That just concerns me, period, for the defensive line. But look, I watched that tape, Greg. They protected him pretty good in terms of Trevor Lawrence, but the ball was also coming out with the fast pass coming out quick. That's what everybody's going to do against Bosa or no Bosa. The ball's been coming out quick. Now we'll see if Stafford has opportunities to hold it longer in this game tonight. I am not as concerned about the offensive line as everybody is in watching the tape. I think McKivitz is playing as good as he's played. Pooney has not obviously been the guy that he was last year. I think that knee has bothered him a little bit. But again, a lot of it hasn't been physical. A lot of it has been just some small mental errors. And it usually takes this team, 3, 4, 5 weeks to really get the run game synced up. As I said earlier, part of it's been on the running backs a little bit. So, I don't know, it's at the end of the game tonight, I'll probably have a much better answer for you because, and I want to see Trent Williams get dirty. What makes Trent the Hall of Famer that he is? Trent getting nasty in terms of finishing to the whistle. And he's still winning. I know week 1 wasn't great in terms of what the numbers said statistically and the pressures and some of the things that Mafe and some of the other guys were able to do to him. But it's kind of like a basketball player who was great in the paint who all of a sudden learned how to shoot threes. He's still winning by shooting from the arc, man. He doesn't need to get in there and get dirty.
Yeah.
So I want to see him get in the paint and get dirty in this game today because he's going to need to. Certainly very capable. Connor Colby is, again, there's no red alert with Connor Colby. He is going to struggle at times this year. He probably, he's going to be a really, really good player. He's a young 7th round pick that, and probably needs a year in an NFL weight room in terms of just really getting over the top with his body strength. But is a good player. Brendel's playing fine. I know everyone wants to cap on Brendel. It's a tough spot. It'll be tough tonight with Poona Ford, right on his face in a zero technique. But I'll have a much better answer for you after this one because this is going to be the real litmus test for the offensive line. Seattle was tough. This one's going to be tougher because they're so much better on the edge with Jared Verse and Byron Young.
Yeah, no question. And we appreciate you coming by with us. We'll get the full football hour in the coming Thursdays, but Go enjoy SoFi. Win or lose, that's one of my favorite stadiums to go and be at. And look, the Niners have spoiled a lot of Sean McVay favorite teams before, so we'll see if they got another one in them tonight. We appreciate you, Tim.
All right, Greg, Pop, love hearing your voice, buddy. And if the defense can start fast and keep them somewhat limited on the scoreboard and let the offense stay two-dimensional, bro, this one's coming down to the end.
5 hours to kick off. What time you rolling on the bus? Which bus you taking?
I am going as I typically do on the second bus, so it's a 1:55 departure. Pops, you're missing out, dude. We're staying at Marina Del Rey, the Ritz and the Marina.
The Red Onion?
We're staying at the Ritz and the Marina. You were the first person. I said, where are we going? I was ready for that ride to downtown L.A. They're like, we're staying at the Ritz. We're staying at the Ritz. I go, oh, Pop.
Damn, we would have hit it last night. I would have stayed over.
Yeah,
I would have stayed over.
No doubt.
You're killing me.
I know you. You'd have been doing the show Monday from somewhere down here.
It's Friday. Friday.
Yeah, Friday.
Marina Del Rey.
Saturday got here too quick for me. You'd have been here the whole weekend.
When you were at USC, was the Red Onion open then in Marina Del Rey? That was a spot back in the day.
Oh, yeah. But I prefer the hood myself.
I know. You're an LA guy. USC's new quarterback. I think I like him better than Caleb. That guy can play, Timmy.
You like him better than Caleb?
I don't know. Well, I love Caleb's Heisman year.
Did you just say that? Did you just say that, bro? What's going on with it?
I like the way he manipulates the pocket better than Caleb at times. Caleb's Heisman year, I was obsessed with him. His last year there,
I think Caleb won the Heisman, didn't he? Didn't he win?
He did. And he maybe should have left after that year. But the point is, this quarterback.
He's a good player, really good player. Yep, absolutely. If they could learn how to stop someone on defense at the end of the game and run defense, I think we'd all be pretty happy about it.
That was a tough loss. Anyway, fun game. All right, bro, enjoy it. Get out of Marina Del Rey before you get in trouble. I want you at that 150 bus. Make sure you make it.
Yeah, I'll be on it. Good talking to you guys, and let's freaking go.
You're the best, Tim.
Let's go.
Hey, look, if there's going to be anyone to get me pumped up on a game day, I would pick probably two people to have on the Yuma guest line. That would be Tim Ryan, and that would be Upton Stout. And Stout's not available right now. He's got to get ready to worry about Puka Nacua. So, Tim Ryan, everybody, we do the football hour every Thursday. You can catch him with Guy Haberman on the game broadcast tonight. You can hear him starting at 4:15 and kickoff here at 5:15. And by the way, for all you locals, it's not just Amazon Prime you got to worry about. It's going to be on local KTVU channel too, so we're all set there. Lots to unpack here with our guy, Timmy, and we'll do that next. By the way, got a number for you about a betting line. I know we don't talk a lot of betting lines, but there's been another time when the Niners were this much of an underdog. We'll tell you about that next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Week 5 kicks off tonight between the 49ers and the Rams. So when Papa and Silver wrap it up here at 2, we'll take it right to 49ers pregame with Copes and JD. Game broadcast starts at 4:15 and kickoff at 5:15. It's all coming up on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. When your paychecks stop coming in, it's important to know where your retirement income is going to come from. Are you planning correctly? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tabor Pepper, Mitch Wishnowsky just inside the left hash to win the game. Pepper snap. Wishnowsky has it down. Robbie Gould has it straight ahead. And good! The 49ers have beaten the LA Rams again. Twice this year, twice last year.
Sweep them up, baby.
A little sweep them up, and we just had Tim Ryan on in that last segment, which was fantastic. That one from 2020, and we're bringing up that highlight not only to relive some nostalgia, and Robbie Gould lines up to take a game winner. Well, you know what that was going to mean. He was going to knock it through. The 49ers are 8.5-point underdogs. And we had somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line say, last time the Niners were 8-point dogs, 2015. Well, I don't know if this was the last time, but I can tell you 8.5 was the same line in 2020 for that game at SoFi right there. So the result was that the 49ers pulled off the upset, 23-20. Nick Mullins was the backup quarterback running the show for the Niners. The Rams turned it over 4 times, and Javon Kinlaw had a pick 6. So obviously, that was 5 seasons ago. A lot has changed. But the bottom line being, the Rams have been favored in these McVay-Shanahan clashes, and the Niners have found a way to spoil it. 2020 was another year in which Nick Bosa was not a part of that defense because he had a season-ending ACL tear. So Robert Saleh has had to turn it around quickly, and 8.5 points, it's a heavy spread. You can understand a lot of the reasons why, but maybe Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh got another few tricks up their sleeve. And these division clashes, especially with these two coaches, we know that it's anybody's game.
Yeah, we make so much about Kyle versus Sean McVay, and they are the head coaches, and they are the two premier. And it's so great that head coaches still call the offensive plays. That's not always the case in the NFL. Over a period of time, they give it up. And Michael Silver himself will join us. The why is everything. And just the whole coaching tree of Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, and how many guys are in the NFL, how many offenses are impacted by them. But the real matchup is Robert Saleh against Sean McVay. And in 17 and 18, it went decidedly towards McVay. We talked about, Goff and Gurley behind the left side of that line, and Andrew Whitworth will be on the Amazon Prime pregame show. Carissa Thompson's one of the best and all there. He's really good. By the way, Andrew Whitworth is an outstanding broadcaster. But anyway, left tackle, state of the art. They had Roger Saffold when he was healthy at left guard and John Sullivan at center, and they ran left a lot behind the Gurley man, and you couldn't stop them. And then it flipped in 19 when Nick Bosa got here and the Gold Rush took over. And then even the pandemic year in the 20 year, Robbie Gould made a game-winning field goal to beat him in 19. On the way to the Super Bowl on that epic 34-31 shootout on the Saturday night at Levi's. And, even when they won 6 games during the pandemic year, they did sweep the L.A. Rams. They didn't have Nick Bosa, but they had Kerry Hyder Jr. that year lead the team in sacks with 8.5. And then the 21 year, it was Veterans Day night, November the 15th of 21. They took the Rams apart 31-10. It was the Debo game. The 4th down catch over the middle for the touchdown. 11 Tyson, Deadpool. and then, beating them in overtime, the very last game of the year. The New Orleans Saints had already won their game earlier. The Niners did not win that game. They would have been out of the playoffs. They would have been eliminated. And to win in overtime the way they did with an interception thrown by Matthew Stafford, what were they down 17-0 at one point? Sean McVay was actually celebrating in the end zone on the field, and the game all flipped from there. Lost the championship game to them 3 weeks later to the day on January the 30th, and then, 22 able to sweep them twice, and 23 won the first game, and then, kind of tossed the second game. Brock didn't play, McCaffrey didn't play, a lot of guys didn't play. So it's been up and down. McVay won 3 of the first 4. Kyle won 9 in a row, and now McVay's won the next 3, and that 21. The big lead and the loss at the end was the one that sticks with us over and over and over again. The way we talked about last year, September the 22nd, the 27, 24. We didn't even get into, the Devondre Campbell game. And it was 4 field goals to 2 field goals. And that was on December the 12th. The Niners had one glimmer of hope. You were the one guy that gave me the pathway, the algorithm to make the playoffs, but
we were dreaming big on that 9-8
they lost them all. They lost them all. They lost them all. And that one, after that, the algorithm got trashed. But they were beaten 12-6, and I can see Puka on a big play running down the middle of the field to get in the field goal range. So it's a great rivalry. It's not like Giants-Dodgers or Warriors-Lakers. It's beat LA. They've only met, once before the championship game a couple of years ago in a playoff game. But I do think now, and we'll get Mike Silver's thoughts on it, I do think that the winner, I'm not going to say the winner of this game tonight is going to win the NFC West, and it's going to be hard to win the game tonight with no Brock Purdy and all the injuries, and we know what's going on here. Maybe when we see them later in the year, they're going to be as injured as the Niners. Who knows? Their backup quarterback is Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, honestly, maybe the best. I won't get into it. Anyway, so we'll see where it all goes. But I do think Seattle's going to be really good. And I like Sam, and that defense is really good. But I think these are the 2 best teams in the division. But if the Niners could find a way, Greg, to steal this game, they don't care about the 8.5. Just beat them by half a point. Just beat them 24.5 to 20 or whatever is required, 17.5 to 17. It don't matter. Just if they could find a way to win this game and go to 4-1 despite all the injuries, this would be epic if they pull this off. In my mind, I'm closing my eyes and I'm trying to visualize it. And frankly, I gotta take a nap at 2 o'clock and wake up at kickoff. Maybe I'll have some REM sleep that I'll get to and I'll be able to see it. I don't see it right now, but that's the beauty of Saleh against McVay, obviously. Kyle against Shula. We saw Bill Walsh against Don Shula in a Super Bowl epic, Super Bowl 19 at Stanford. This is his grandson. He may be a head coach in the NFL. His brother got a shot at it a while ago. I guess, was it his dad? I mean, David Shula, maybe his dad. Is that his dad? Yeah, maybe his dad. They had a Shula that did coach for a while. This is a young, he's good. There's no doubt. And one day, like everybody McVay touches on the offensive side, you think some of these defensive guys would be head coaches. But this may be the most solid Rams team. And they've been to the Super Bowl. Won it, lost it. We have seen them in championship. I know, it's a little bit of a grandiose statement there, maybe slightly hyperbole, like saying I like the current USC quarterback better than Caleb Williams. I do like his pocket presence. Caleb never, this guy stays in the pocket and sees the field and goes through his reads, boom, 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 like an NFL quarterback. We'll see. But
next time we have the football hour, I was going to say next time we have the football hour, I might make Tim Ryan rank the USC Heisman quarterbacks of the century. Got 3 of them: Caleb, Carson Palmer, and Matt Leinart.
Yeah, that'd be Carson Palmer as far as a pro. Carson Palmer was a state-of-the-art player. Anyway, we'll ask Jamie Long. I mean, this is a solid Rams team. They've had some vulnerabilities in giving up the run. Their run defense is really good. And then, obviously, if you get into 3rd and 10.5 against them, it's not good for throwing the football. So, I mean, they should be 4-0, correct? I mean, they had a field goal blocked twice. Joshua McCarty had one blocked. Otherwise, they would have won that game, and obviously at the end. So, arguably, they could be 4-0. The Niners are, the loss that they got, they deserved, and they had a couple of wins that they had to kind of get down and dirty. So, we'll see. if they can overcome. But I do think I know the winner of the game tonight is going to walk out of SoFi in first place in the NFC West. They will take pole position. Seattle's got a tough game this weekend as well. So, I mean, I think the winner of this game tonight just may move into that spot where they could draft all the way to the division championship.
Well, had the Rams been able to get it done in Philly, they would be the only undefeated team in the NFC. Alas, that did not happen. It's the Eagles at 4-0. The only other one in the AFC, of course, the Bills. And Michael Silver, who we're going to talk to coming up at 12:50, was at the 40-40 tie last week. So let's take a look at the NFC as a whole when we come back. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of Niner Rams. That's going to be the big focus of the 1 o'clock hour. But at the month of September, when it's all closed, how are we looking at the landscape of the NFC early on in the season? We'll do that next. It's Papa and Silver only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Thursday night football. 49ers Rams coming your way, and we got 49ers pregame starting right here at 2 o'clock, so no dirty work today. Our show will lead right into 49er pregame and then the game broadcast, and you can catch it all night long on the sports leader. So we're getting in the spirit. We're getting ready for Niners Rams, and that's going to be pretty much where we're keeping the show all the way for the rest of the time. But we got Michael Silver joining us coming up next segment. He just spent time in Arlington for the 40-40 tie, our first tie of the year. And so this is a chance to look at the NFC as a whole. And I got to say this, through September, the NFC is more competitive across the board than I would have expected to this point. The Eagles are the only undefeated team left, and they haven't even played their best. In fact, their offense leads the NFL in 3-and-out rate. The Buccaneers are 3-1 and just had their first loss, but we haven't really seen them with all their offensive weapons at the same time, and that rookie Emeka Egbuka is already a star. Seattle and that defense that we saw in week 1 over in the Pacific Northwest, that is a really solid unit. Washington 2-2, they just got Jaden Daniels back. The Cowboys, I don't know what level they are, but they put up 40 points against the Packers defense that everyone was crowning as the number 1 unit already. And they're not an unserious team, I think is fair to say. The 49ers have been able to overcome so much of their own injuries, and the schedule as a whole shouldn't keep them from losing a lot of games, although you got to have enough bodies to be able to run it at some point. So we'll see how tonight goes. The Lions, after a week 1 disaster, have gone back to looking like the team that has been an NFC force with that offense and the running backs. And the Packers, although at 2-1-1, have not had as great of a last 2 weeks, I still think are a really well-rounded roster. So that's just a bunch of teams I listed off, and certainly more than 7, which is the amount of playoff spots you can have. I mean, you don't want to win Super Bowls in September, but everything can change quickly. That said, through a month, the NFC, if we're talking about the depth of the conference, it's a little bit better than I would have expected coming into the year.
And, the NFC West, to me, top to bottom, is the best division in football. But the Chicago Bears, after a tough start, are 0-2 and looking a lot better, and Caleb is playing better. Minnesota just doesn't look right. With Carson with the 1 game, they did, and then the second game in Dublin, they did not. They came back and made it a game. Green Bay, everybody thought they were the best team in football. I didn't see it. Overall, after a 2-0, a loss in Cleveland, and then the tie. Detroit is Detroit. I know they've lost their coordinators, but Johnny Morton can coach. They're going to figure it out. So, I mean, I'm just looking at playoff positions. If the Niners cannot win the NFC West this year, and it's going to be hard to win this game tonight, and the Rams, we'll see. But Seattle's good. Seattle's got Tampa Bay this weekend. What a game that is going to be at SoFi in the 4:05 East Coast window, 1:05 our time. And we'll see Tampa Bay coming up the next week in Tampa in the Pirate ship. So Tampa's 3-1. They got back into the game against Philadelphia on Sunday. Philadelphia just took them apart. Yeah. Philadelphia looks by far the best. I know they've been really hot and cold. They've won 20 of their last 21 football games. I'm like, what? When did that happen? It happened last year, and it started this year with a 4-0 start.
And the one they lost, by the way, Jalen Hurts got knocked out of the game.
And he's an interesting player. I think there's ways to beat him. Obviously, he's a Super Bowl MVP. But, it is what it is. Philadelphia is 4-0. Washington, I think, is going to come back. They are going to get their quarterback back. We'll talk to Mike Silver about Dallas and just where they are. The Giants, we know how much I like Jackson Dart, but they lost their wide receiver. Yeah. And the week before, they couldn't find him. Spags just took him out of the game. And then he winds up tearing his ACL. So, I mean, playoff teams, Philadelphia, check. 49ers, check. Seattle, check. Rams, check. Arizona, maybe. NFC North, Detroit, check. Green Bay, check. Minnesota, maybe. NFC South, Tampa Bay, check. How many did I check? As you said, there's only 7. 4 division winners and 3 wild cards. That's the difference in baseball. The baseball's only got, 3 division winners and 3 wild cards. There was talk about adding a 7th team that would have changed things in baseball, and that's where the Giants are on that fringe. So we'll see where it all goes. The Niners' schedule gets difficult starting tonight, and Tampa Bay, they got to play a lot of road games coming up. They got to go to Houston. They got to go to the Giants. I know you'd think those are easy games. Road games are tough either way. So I don't even know which division. I would think. I thought Arizona would make it at the bottom of the NFC West, the most competitive division in football, but at best. But after they got off to a 2-0 start, they could have beaten the Niners. They had the Niners beat several times. They dropped the ball literally in that game and just did not make enough plays. And then Seattle just owns them, and they took them apart. So, I don't think necessarily 4 will make it from the NFC West, but certainly 3 appear to be really good. And then how many do make it from the NFC North? If it's more than just Lions, Packers, and Vikings make it, that's hard. Now you're running out of spots. You can't take all these teams. It doesn't add up. So, but we'll see, and we'll get your thoughts from Michael Silver. He's been watching, Green Bay and Dallas when CD coming back and the whole Micah thing. And then we'll get mainly into the fascination of the book that he wrote and this coaching tree and where it all goes. I mean, Mike and I were texting this week about all the guys that have Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan tree, branches off the tree. And if you look at it just directly, head coaches, you got, obviously Mike McDaniel and Matt LaFleur and Raheem and Kevin O'Connell and Liam Cohen and D'Amico. But I'd throw Kevin Stefanski in there. And Michael said, kinda. Kevin Stefanski is a direct disciple from Gary Kubiak. Mm-hmm. Gary Kubiak is a direct disciple from Mike Shanahan. I mean, those are the OGs that are out there. I think last year I counted like 20. And not just, we're in the building and coached with them. How many are running the offense? How many are running a version of the West Coast offense? And then on the defensive side, it was Pete Carroll forever, and now it's Lord Fangio. It was Tampa 2, then it became cover 3, and now it's more Lord Fangio and cover 4 that everybody, these 2 safety high looks. And whether you're playing 2-man, that's not all cover 4, it's not all cover 2. It could be a man defense where you're leaving 2 safeties high and taking, that's why you're seeing low-scoring games and hard to, beat teams over the top, which everybody countered that. Well, let's run the football. We had more running of the football last year. It felt kind of like a throwback, and, everybody was Chuck Knox.
Totally.
And it was the 1970s. But now they're leaving 2 safeties high. They don't want to give up the big one, whether it's on the ground and in the air. But then they're loading the box with 5-man fronts. We've seen teams do that to the 49ers. The Rams do a lot of that. The Rams will have, Tim was talking about it, dime defense. They'll play 6 defensive backs tonight. And a lot of these guys, I don't know what the hell they're all doing. They got like 3 guys they play behind their starting quartet or even nickelback, 5. So they just run a lot of defensive backs. But anyway, it is interesting to see the way offensive football is being copied. And it all comes from Bill Walsh and all the way down. And, just all the coaches that he had, off of that won Super Bowls and ran the league for a long, long time, and where it is now. But right now, it is Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. And wherever their branches go, they all came from here, and they all came from that Washington staff, and it all came from Mike Shanahan, and it came from Bill Walsh. So we'll get into it more. He's actually written a book about it, Mike Silver, and we'll break down. These are the 2 best, I think. Who would you even consider? Matt LaFleur is really good at what he does, just designing offense and then calling offense. Is Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan the 2 best in football right now?
100%. Well, I mean, Andy Reid. I would say Andy Reid you got to put in that mix.
He's pretty damn good at it. The old guy.
That's true.
Andy's good.
Those 3. I'm going to say those 3.
Forgot about Colonel Sanders. Andy Reid's pretty good at it. Yeah.
In the NFC, it's no question.
Now, he comes from, that's Bill Walsh. Andy Reid's from Bill Walsh. That's Green Bay. So that's all, Bill Walsh. So, I mean, you take it with just the guys that are directly hired. I got to go through and list them all before Mike comes on. But last year I counted 20 that were running, which is making it difficult for Kyle because everybody is running his offense, and then thusly the defenses are going to training camp and going ones versus ones against his offense. Maybe it's a lot of that. Yeah, you don't have George Kittle. You're not running the ball the way you used to. But a lot of these defenses are facing your offense in training camps and in your buildings. It's not a surprise. So, maybe you need to yang a little bit when everybody else is yanging. Or just, like the Lombardi sweep, just do it better.
Yeah, no question. So, we'll get his thoughts on it. I mean, he did write a big old book about it, and I saw him lock himself away in his office to deliver a pretty damn good product. So, Michael Silver, we do it every other week. 2 Gregs, 3 Mikes. It's back when we return on the Sports Leader.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Week 5 kicks off tonight between the 49ers and the Rams. So when Papa and Silver wrap it up here at 2, we'll take it right to 49ers pregame with Copes and JD. Game broadcast starts at 4:15 and kickoff at 5:15. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I've never kissed my sister, so how's it taste?
I wouldn't know you.
Yeah, that's tough audio to grasp here over the air, but I can tell you that somebody asked Jerry Jones if a tie was like kissing his sister. That was making the rounds on social media. And I was like, oh, that's weird. I've heard that phrase before. And then I was like, of course, our next guest is the one who had to ask it. We do this every other week. It's 2 Gregs, it's 3 Mikes. Michael Silver of The Athletic was out there in Arlington for the 40-40 tie, and he joins us on the UMA guest line ahead of a Thursday night clash between the Niners and the Rams. What's up, dude?
Well, Jerry's answer really grossed out your aunt for what it's worth, because he was like, well, I never kissed mine. How does it taste? And Jerry, that was part of a larger chop busting session. And to Jerry's credit, we've known each other a long time. The first thing he said to me was, well, I'll paraphrase, but he said, man, you ripped me a new one, let's just say. He was a little more graphic, but Jerry can take it, and on we go.
Yeah. We can think of a lot of lines for Jerry, glory hole, and we're moving on. Anyway, just overall, I obviously the injury to CD, but Dak played well in that game. Dallas's defense minus Micah. But I want to ask you about Green Bay, because Green Bay got off to a 2-0 start. Everybody thought they were the team, and then they go to Cleveland, and they really struggled. And Cleveland's defense, and Jim Schwartz is all that, and we've seen that. And then in this game, Green Bay did score on Dallas, but they didn't score enough to win, and their defense gave it up. So, and I know you're tight with the Packers staff, not just with the head coach, but the entire staff there. Were people a little too enamored with the Micah trade right away after a 2-0 start? They are 2-0-1 now. Just how do you assess the Packers, Michael?
Well, yeah, it was troubling in a couple ways, and I had a good talk with Matt LaFleur long after the game when he was getting ready to go to the bus. But first, he and Micah were having a heart-to-heart as they came out of the locker room, and it was basically Micah, for all the stigma of Micah, he was really upset, in a competitive way, and he was essentially letting Matt know, I think we need to be more aggressive. And I assume he was talking about defense, but you could also say that, offensively there were times where they weren't aggressive, and then at the end of the half, he oddly decided to get aggressive, and there was a strip sack, and that cost them the halftime lead. So there were a lot of troubling things, I think, for the Packers, and Dak Prescott was on a heater, to his credit, although without 2 linemen and CeeDee Lamb. But also the clock management at the end was an anxiety dream, and LaFleur was, really shaken by it. Obviously, it's his responsibility, which he knows, but he was like, dude, those last 28 seconds, we ran 2 plays, and it took us 27 and a half, and they came very, very close to not getting that final field goal off and losing the game.
So okay, on that right there, what was the communication breakdown? Was that mostly on Jordan Love, the fact that it was like half a second away from disaster?
I mean, it's all on the head coach and quarterback in that situation, right? It's something you prepare for, you practice situationally. I would, watching that drive play out, they were huddling with a little more than a minute to go, and I was in the press box going, what? Why are you huddling? Okay, so let's go back to one of Greg Papa's favorite moments, the end of the Super Bowl overtime 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Greg Papa, I'm sure, understood the rule as it was playing out, but there were some of us in the press box as it looked like time was going to expire, who were like, hey, what's the rule? Does it keep going because each team is guaranteed the possession in a postseason overtime? Or if it hits 0, do the Chiefs run out of time? We were pretty sure it was the former, and it is, and we were pretty sure Andy Reid knew the rule, and turns out they did score that touchdown, I think, right as time was running out. But, yeah, the game would have continued. But in the regular season, it does not, and the Packers were acting like it does. And, for all the talk in regular season overtimes now about should you kick off or receive, one of the things to factor in is it's only 10 minutes, and you can run out a chunk of the clock with that first possession, which in this case was only 5 minutes plus. So all of that factored in. But, yeah, ultimately that's on Matt LaFleur, and I would imagine their practices have been very geared towards stressing that point in the days since.
Well, which actually, when the 49ers beat the Rams at the end of the 21 year, January 9th of 22, that game did go to overtime. And it was 10 minutes, and the 49ers had a long, long drive to open the overtime. They kicked a short field goal, as I recall.
Yeah.
And the Rams got the ball back, and Stafford threw a pick. But I think they threw that pick with like 2.5 minutes to go in the game. They were kind of up against the clock. So that 10-minute overtime
and a tie wouldn't have gotten the Niners in, if I recall.
No,
I think
New Orleans would have made it, right? New Orleans already won, so they had to get a stop there and the Rams could have played for a tie. The game didn't matter; they were going to win the West anyway at that point. So, which leads to, I texted you this earlier.
That was a wild game.
That was a wild game. Up 17-0. And McVay came on the field to celebrate a Higbee touchdown.
Yes.
So you literally wrote the book,
yes, he did.
And I do want to get into all the different coaches that are touched by this coaching staff between Kyle Shanahan coming from Mike Shanahan, and it all comes from Bill Walsh, obviously, with Sean McVay and John McVay, his grandfather. We can get into it all. But just, and you mentioned Andy Reid. He's pretty damn good at what he does, the old guard. But would you say play designers, and Matt LaFleur is good, and a lot of them are good, but are these the two of the OGs of the new breed? Kyle, Sean have been around since 2017 now, not just dialing it up during the game, but play designing all week. Are these the two best in the game right now, Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay?
Yeah, I mean, I think Andy Reid is in that conversation. I think Sean Payton is. But of this tree, yes. And I think, Matt LaFleur is one of those play callers, like when he gets on a roll, it's, he just gets in rhythm, and it's amazing. And McDaniel, obviously, the creativity, and you saw that the other night with the no-look kind of flip around by Tua. So, they're all very good. They all kind of are still trying to get Kyle's approval on some level. Kyle was the OC in Washington. They were all kind of his, prodigies. And as I say in my book, The Why is Everything, which came out a year ago yesterday, I realized, and it is still available everywhere. The Why is Everything, a story of football rivalry and revolution. But, we say in the book that if you gave McVay truth serum and said, who's better at this, just the schematic side, you or Kyle, I think he would admit that Kyle is still the king. Sean would say, but I have leadership and I have, this and that distinguishes me. And it's a great, study, and they're both great, obviously. But I think Kyle's, in terms of opponent-specific game planning and actual design and, pushing it forward to solve problems on the fly. I mean, I think he's unbelievably elite. And what he and Saleh have done this first part of the season is really noteworthy. I mean, for them to be 3-1, obviously a lot of adverse circumstances, but got to take the 3-1. That's pretty good.
Talking to Mike Silver here on the UMA guest line. And yeah, Robert Saleh, Kyle Shanahan, those two names, that's exactly where I want to go with this next one. Plain and simple, what's the key for tonight? Because there are many reasons why the Rams should have no problem with this game. We've cited a handful of examples in the 17 times that Shanahan and McVay have faced off where you'd think that the Rams should be able to win, and then Shanahan and Saleh and Nick Mullins and cite any other name that you would think wouldn't have an impact on the game, find a way to get it done for the 49ers.
Yeah, I always think back to that 2020 season when they were, Bosa and many others got hurt, and it was a very hard season coming off that Super Bowl, and they were clearly overmatched, and yet they managed to sweep the Rams, and that kind of led to the dissolution of the McVay-Goff relationship, and all that. But there was that game in LA that they won with Nick Mullins, and Saleh really had some challenges that year with who was missing on defense, and obviously Bosa, here we are again. But they schemed it up amazingly and kind of found a way to a blueprint to win those games, and that was during that long run where Kyle kept beating McVay, and there were the memes where there's that photo of Kyle and Mandy and the kids who were then younger out by the trees, and then Sean McVay's face is superimposed as Carter Shanahan, and that's Kyle's kid, and that would have been an everlasting thing, like Kyle owns Sean. But in the midst of all that, they played the game that mattered most. And I know there's another Greg Papa favorite, but 10-point lead, fourth quarter, 2021 NFC Championship game. But then Sean wins and then wins the Super Bowl. So, it is both coaches know what they're up against here. Both teams will rise to the occasion, I think, schematically, and the 49ers have more challenges, obviously, with Bosa out and playing their backup quarterback. By the way, don't forget who the Ram backup quarterback is when it comes to storylines. If Matthew Stafford goes limping off, that's Jimmy G coming back in, baby.
Never forget. Are you kidding me? I think about it all the time. There's a way to get him back there.
Me too.
What's wrong with him in the way? I love Jimmy Garoppolo and always have. The relationship between Sean McVay and Kyle. And Kyle always plays it down. We're in the same division. We don't talk. And what kind of relationship do they actually have, would you say, now?
When they see each other and they're in the same place, I think they can be really friendly and there's a lot of mutual respect. But, yeah, it's a rivalry. There's a chapter in my book taken from a Raheem Morris quote, who's close with both of them, and it's called Enemy Friends, and enemy goes first, probably, which is right. But, a lot of respect, and certainly, the fact that McVay has that ring and Kyle doesn't is just another reason why Kyle is just so driven to get it. But, yeah, I mean, they're, Kyle and Raheem are like legit best friend types. Sean and Raheem are very close. Sean and Matt are, exceptionally close. McDaniel, they all have their crossover relationships, but Sean and Kyle, it's a little more like, hey, we're constantly competing, albeit with a lot of respect.
All right, I'll leave you with this one. We were leading up to this segment with the Packers and the Cowboys and just talking about how the NFC as a whole, at least what I thought going into September, it's been deeper than what I would have expected to this point. Washington is kind of one of those teams floating in the background. They're getting Jaden Daniels back. The Cowboys, I don't know how good they'll be, but I said yesterday they're certainly not unserious. As of right now, who would your top three teams in this conference be? I assume the Eagles. There's the Packers. There's the Lions. There's the Rams. There's the Buccaneers. A lot of good choices. Who would you go with as your top three?
It's too early. The Eagles obviously, until proven otherwise, and the fact that the offense has not looked good, the defense hasn't looked as good, and they're still 4-0 with impressive wins, tells you something too. But, yeah, I mean, I think the Rams are a real threat. You add Devontae Adams now to Puka. Some of those guys on defense, Young and Landman are really popping. And, I think if you look at the Eagles' run last year, they came really close, the Rams, in Philly in the divisional round. Arguably that Jalen Carter sack at the end of Stafford being the biggest play of the season in retrospect. But, the Rams just had the Eagles again beaten, and then, the blocked field goal, et cetera. But I think the Rams right now, to me, are the other team where you go, if it ended today, which would be weird because why would the season end in early October? But if it did, they'd be that team. I think you go, hey, they could really come out of this conference.
Well, I mean, they could be 4-0 if it wasn't for 2 blocked field goals at the end in Philadelphia. And whoever walks out of SoFi tonight a winner is going to be in first place in the NFC West until the Seattle Seahawks play on Sunday. So you're not at SoFi tonight, Michael. Are you going? The game of the weekend to me is Tampa Bay 3-1 at 3-1 Seattle. There's some other good ones. Where are you heading this weekend?
I believe I'll be monitoring from the home setup this week because I'm hitting the road next week during the week. Yeah, it'll be. I don't know. There's some talk of a certain athletic colleague of mine who's a very large man who covers the 49ers, and so it's not Barrows. It might be the other one. There is some talk about about him coming up here, and he comes up here. It may turn into a sports bar situation, but I also have the home setup. But I mean, listen, it is the Seahawk win looks really good right now for the Niners, right? Like that's at the time it was like, we don't know too much about the Seahawks, but it was cool that the 49ers were gritty. But I think, looking back, it's like that is a good win to go up to Seattle and start the season that way, because the Seahawks do look really good. And I think it makes the NFC West more interesting, and the Cardinals have been not as awful as feared. So, this is an important game. I think the rematch will be huge when that happens at Levi's, and presumably with Brock Purdy, and hopefully for the 49ers a little bit healthier situation. Obviously, not having Bosa is always a crusher.
Well, Big Vic wrote about Puka Nacua and Upton Stout. We might need you to keep him off the booze, and he might need to get out there to slow down Puka Nacua himself, because 50 targets and 42 catches through 4 weeks. This man has been ridiculous.
I don't think covering out on the edge was ever Vic's forte, but it is true that in virtually all of our pickup basketball games, he thought he had a permanent green light from 3, and that was a different era, right? So we'd be like, hey, get your big blank into the paint, dude. And he'd be like, no. He thought he was Bryant Reeves. He thought he was Big Country or Victor Alexander out there, Greg.
Big Smoothie.
Big Smoothie. Yeah, he thought he was Big Smoothie. So, I guess if you extrapolate, maybe he does think he's got coverage skills.
It's all about belief. That's half the battle. Thanks for coming by. We'll do this in a couple of weeks. I'll certainly see you before then. Maybe a little action on Saturday if we both find ourselves over in Berkeley for a little Cal and Duke showdown.
That's what we're hoping. It is homecoming, so by the old standard of homecoming, I should probably go back since, I went to college so recently and it's so accessible. But I've never seen 2 of my favorite football players on this earth in person, and that is JKS, obviously, but Zeke Masses. As you know, Greg, from my in-game texts, I am kind of obsessed with Cal's new lockdown corner, and now he would have a better chance against Puka. I'll be covering Masses for a long time.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of the day, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Take care, Daddy.
Michael Silver of The Athletic, and of course, the author of The Why Is Everything. You want to read all about this coaching tree. Couple of those coaching tree members who have head coaching jobs, Mike McDaniel and D'Amico Ryans, just got their first wins this last week to go from 0-3 to 1-3. We got a little Silver Linings playlist coming up. Then we're going to talk to JB Long. Then we'll get you ready for 49ers pregame. Busy last 45 here, and it's all coming up on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Week 5 kicks off tonight between the 49ers and the Rams. So when Papa and Silver wrap it up here at 2, we'll take it right to 49ers pregame with Copes and JD. Game broadcast starts at 4:15 and kickoff at 5:15. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader. Hey, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been here for over 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, or had your rights threatened and violated, they matter and you can be protected. Go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Chris and his team, unfortunately, saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the last year. So with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That's right, billion with a B. You pay nothing upfront, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. You've worked hard during your career to save money, but is your money growing the way you want it, or should you invest it differently? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KMBR for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver. All right, let's keep the playlist short so we can get to JB Long and take it back to 1977. Running on empty, Jackson Brown. Well, Adrian Martinez has been elevated from the practice squad to be QB2 tonight. You got Demarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne, MVS, Jake Tonjes, Luke Farrell. In fact, there's not an active wide receiver or tight end who caught a pass for the 49ers last season that will be active tonight. Christian McCaffrey has touched the ball on 48% of the 49ers offensive snaps, and he's accounted for 34% of their yards. So, yeah, they're running on empty because they're emptying the bench and going deep into the reserves. They also need to find a way to run despite being empty. So, yes, Christian McCaffrey and all the yardage he's accounted for. Can he finally break one in the running game? Can Brian Robinson figure it out a little bit more? Can the 49ers run the ball, keep Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Kyron Williams off the field, and control a little bit of the clock here? That's how they've gotten it done as underdogs other times against the LA Rams. So the lineup is a little bit empty. They're pouring out the reserves. And can they find a way to run at the quarterback and run the ball on the ground?
Travis Gibson has been elevated from the practice squad. Robert Beal Jr. unable to play, as we know. And also Malik Turner will join the wide receiver core. He is a good special teams player. He is a good gunner. So you got to tackle the kick returner as well, and he's a little guy. So I'm with you. We'll talk to J.B. Long about where the Rams are right now. It's Havenstein going to play at right tackle, and also Tyler Higbee. But they got so many weapons on offense, and just how they improve the run defense is the key tonight. Can you get Christian McCaffrey going? So they are 3-1. It's not like we are on empty and we're reserve. And you got an extra couple miles. I drive an electric car, and even when an electric car goes down to 0 miles left, I got about 20 miles to go. So it's the way we live. You take it right to the edge, and we'll see. I know they're going to have 11 guys on the field. I think they'll have 11. Don't line up with 10. Don't line up with 12. Don't get flagged with that. But it may not be the 11 you always want in certain positions. But they got enough to figure out a way. And as Tim Ryan likes to say, it's an oblong ball, and it can bounce funny. The one thing is, don't turn the ball over 4 times and take it away none. And we love Matthew Stafford. We do. But the year when he won a Super Bowl, I believe he threw 17 interceptions.
That is correct.
Only one other quarterback has ever done that. One led the league in INTs and won a Super Bowl, and that was Eli Manning. So he is state-of-the-art. He will drop down. He'll change arm angles. He leads receivers as well as anybody as I've ever seen throw the football. He can throw any ball at any time. But get pressure on him, and occasionally he is colorblind, and he will throw the ball to the other team. So does the drought end tonight in the name of Isaac Yadam? Can they come up with an INT tonight against a guy who will farve you every once in a while?
All it takes is one tip pass, one miscue, one route that was a miscommunication, and maybe Matthew Stafford can end that streak. Should have been Upton Stout this last week, but guess what? The history books say what they say. 49ers lost that turnover battle 4-0. In the name of Upton Stout, though, let's do it. Let's get up to JB Long coming up, our good friend, calling the games for the Rams on ESPN 710 Los Angeles. Hope he has to deal with a loss tonight, though, and maybe let's make it 2 this year. One at a time, running on empty. JB Long next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's game day with the Gregs. About a half an hour to go before 49ers pregame gets going right at 2 o'clock. And the fun thing about these division games is that we get to talk to a lot of our favorites multiple times and really dive into the Rams, the Seahawks, the Cardinals, a tough NFC West, which is still got a lot of time to shake out. But this is an early one. It's an important one for both the Niners and the Rams. So let's bring in our friend, and in his 10th season with the LA Rams, announcing play-by-play for ESPN 710 Los Angeles, also doing Big 12 football for TNT. The one and only JB Long joins us on the UMA guest line. Great to talk to you again, JB. How are you?
Silver, it felt like I was at the United Center. We need the Michael Jordan Bulls music for that introduction. That was terrific. Thank you. Good to be with you, Silver, and Papa, we sure will miss you tonight.
Without a doubt, and I'm missing you there. I'm going to live vicariously right through you tonight, and thanks for all the well wishes that you sent to me. So let's just start, because you've been there from the start of Sean McVay. I do want to know how the hell he tore his plantar fascia in the middle of a game, which is amazing. He's just too tight. He needs to stay out of the weight room. Kyle's not doing that. But how, just from their offense, JB, and I go back to Goff and Gurley in the outside zone with Whitworth and Roger Saffold and John Sullivan, and just the way they ran that outside zone. Now I'm seeing such a complicated running game. You guys do everything, and going from Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods to briefly Odell Beckham, and then now you got Puka and Devontae, and the quarterback has changed from Goff to Matthew Stafford, which opens up a world. Just on the offensive side of the ball, we'll get to the defense. How have you seen Coach McVay evolve over now, 9 years, almost a full decade?
Well, first of all, I can tell you how he did that foot injury. It was spending a timeout on offense, which is almost often the case. Nobody does it more than him, and as brilliant as his genius is, if there's still a blind spot that he has as a play caller and head coach, take the 5 yards. You've got Matthew Stafford, save the timeout. It's worth more than that, but that's neither here nor there. The good news is he ruptured that plantar fasciitis, so it doesn't hurt anymore. It's just on the road to recovery. Offensively, I think there have been multiple chapters, as you well know, both with Goff and now here with Matthew Stafford. I think what's interesting about this iteration is that Stafford is under center more than he ever has been. I think that stitches together their run and pass game in the way that McVay always wants it to. And with all compliments and respect to Cooper Kupp, who had one of the greatest careers in horns that we've ever seen, and certainly one of the greatest seasons in that 2021 Triple Crown year, he's not the most accomplished receiver that Sean has ever worked with anymore. That's Davante Adams, who I think is a Hall of Famer. And I think what Adams has done is set things right in this offensive ecosystem, especially as it pertains to Puka Nacua, who is now playing in the slot more than ever, while Davante Adams for 4 weeks has occupied the best corner on each opponent that the Rams have played so far. And consequently, they are tilted more towards Puka and Davante in terms of target share than any other team in the National Football League. Some would say to an unhealthy extent. But until a defense chooses to and is able to take the football out of those two sets of hands, why would Stafford, who's been a kingmaker in this year in this league for his entire career, why would he go to any other direction? Those two are as good as it gets.
JB, coming into the season, the run defense was a big question mark for the Rams, and they've had to go through the gauntlet with Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, now tonight Christian McCaffrey. Then after that, it's going to be Derrick Henry. And I saw you had a conversation with what you're calling the unsung hero of this defensive front, that second-year defensive tackle, Tyler Davis. We know very well about Byron Young and Kobe Turner and Jared Verse, but what can you tell us about Tyler Davis and how he's coming along in this D-line?
Yeah, well, as you guys know, for them to survive this post-Super Bowl window of time, they've really had to hit on day 3 picks. And I think Tyler Davis is one of them, barely inside the top 200 in his draft class of 24. But between what he's giving them and what Poona Ford has brought in free agency, I think our linebackers here in Los Angeles are loving life right now. Omar Speights is running and hitting, and Nate Landman, I think, has to go down as one of the most savvy free agent signings in the entire league so far this year. In 3 of the 4 games, he's had a direct hand in a takeaway. And in the post-Ernest Jones environment, where I think a lot of Rams fans were seeing a lack of investment in the off-ball linebacker position, especially when you go up against the likes of a Fred Warner, I think tonight's one of those nights where the Rams can say, we're on more level footing now with our two off-ball linebackers, and their life, their game day experience is certainly fortified and assisted by the menacing front that the Rams are running at opponents week after week.
Yeah, there's no doubt the Niners did attack Troy Reeder a lot when he was playing. He's still on the roster, but now in a lesser role. And I think the Niners would like to get them. Maybe they go no huddle at certain points, but just explain your secondary to me a little bit. You guys, and obviously you move people around a lot. Safeties are playing in the nickel, but you play this dime defense that I'm seeing more than any team in football. Is that, even though you like Omar Spates, and Landman is from Monte Vista High School, my spotter Chris Babcock coached him in high school, and he's just sending me reams of information on him. But I do think that that's an area where the Niners, as you know, and they don't have Kittle over the middle and the Debo dig and all that, but they have to attack the middle of the field. But are they compensating for the linebacker play at some level, even though you're saying they are better? They're playing so many 6 defensive backs on the field, JB. I'm trying to figure out when they do all this and what the role is for each guy.
Yeah, there have been some opposing tight ends like Goddard in Philadelphia, who scored a 33-yard touchdown, like Tyler Warren, the rookie last week, who have had some success against this defense. I think the joker, the chess piece that allows the Rams to do what they do defensively right now is Quentin Lake. He's having a career year and a contract year, which is super important for him individually, but I think it's allowed some deficiencies on this defense, which is still one of the most under-resourced defenses in the league in terms of the capital, both draft and dollars spent on it, to overachieve in the second season under Chris Shula, defensive coordinator. Unlike last year, they got Akella Witherspoon with them throughout the entire offseason program. He was their starting corner. Unfortunately, suffered a shoulder injury, so I think you feel his absence specifically going against bigger receivers right now. They're trying Emmanuel Forbes, a former first-round pick in Washington that they claimed off waivers. That's met with mixed results so far. Darius Williams has been sensational for this franchise for many years at corner. At age 32, he's past his prime, I think it's fair to say. He was a healthy benching in week 1, who's now been pressed back into the starting level of this defense. So it's not all superlative, right? Like any NFL team, you have to cut some corners somewhere, and I think that's probably where the Rams are deficient right now. But I'll point out they have 2 first-round draft picks in 2026 in their pocket, as we're now a month away from the NFL trade deadline. We know this about the Rams front office. If they have a chance to chase a championship, and if they have a void to fill at a high-leverage position, they're not afraid to go get it.
Talking to JB Long on the Yuma guest line here, and yeah, if the Rams want to hit their goal of a championship, they're going to have to get past the one team they lost to. That's the Philadelphia Eagles, who's been giving them trouble over the past calendar year. Look, when you're 3-1, as the 49ers and the Rams are, it's so easy to pick apart the loss and give it the same amount of attention as the 3 wins. So when you look at that game in Philly in particular, did the Rams loss make you look at the holes and flaws that this team might have a little bit differently? Or do you think they just kind of let that one get away and it was a couple of bad special teams plays that decided it?
Yeah, it's all of the above. I mean, I think of that as 2 games in Philadelphia, really the first 2 quarters and the first couple of possessions of the third quarter. And if you're good enough to be up 3 scores against the defending world champions, that's probably a position that 30 other teams in the National Football League would love to be in, to have that confidence in the roster they've constructed. That being said, I think the biggest damage that maybe was done in that second half against Philadelphia is you might have ignited their offense, and you may have forced them to reckon with some of their shortcomings and deficiencies, which I know continue to be a point of conversation for A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts in that Philadelphia Eagles system. But, that one will probably come back to cost the Rams something. I don't know what that something will be come January, but given the fact that they're both contenders, it's going to be consequential, certainly. That being said, I think it raised my sight level. I think that game against Philadelphia both raised the floor that I see for the 25 Los Angeles Rams, and it certainly elevated the ceiling, because to play there twice in the span of, 7-8 months, once in the snow against Saquon in January and lose and not be able to plug up the run game, and then to come back and dominate more than a half of that game and be either one of 2 field goals away from coming home at 3-0. Yeah, it's as bitter a pill as that was to swallow for Rams fans. I think if you freeze the game after 160 reps and say, how did we compete today? Are we as good as this team? The answer is probably affirmative.
Well, I watched it live, and then I watched it back this morning, and you guys dominated the game. And it came down to a couple of low kicks, and obviously, A.J. Brown just doing his Andre Johnson imitation and just 50-50 balls over and over again. But the 2 kicks, and it wasn't just the one, at the end by Jordan Davis. Jalen Carter got one earlier, and those 2 big guys just pushed in the middle. Joshua Carty had them both blocked. This dirty kickoff that he's got. Wow. There's no spin on the ball. It is a knuckle kick. I'm seeing the opposing kick returners have no clue. How do you play it? Do you catch it out of the air? Do you let it bounce and play it on a hop and get behind it? But tell me what he's going to do on kickoffs tonight, and Sky Moore will be back along with Isaac Garendo. And do you think, JB, because he hits that ball low, he doesn't hang time it, has he been more susceptible to having his placements blocked because he's kicking off so low?
I think it's possible, but I think that instance in Philadelphia and really the extra point they had blocked in Tennessee the week prior was more a factor of having replacement offensive linemen in those positions. Like if you look at the turnover in the first 3 weeks on the left side of the Rams field goal operation, which is way more inside football than your audience probably cares to hear about, there was almost total turnover, and they failed in that moment. And maybe having that brought into stark contrast will benefit the Rams long term. We'll see. But I think the comparison that you make between kicking off the tee and then also his place kicking duties is an apt one, because even special teams coordinator Chase Blackburn this week talked about trying to keep a lot of the mechanics the same so that you don't put additional or different strain on the kicking muscles that could, land a kicker on injured reserve, rather just striking a different point of the football. And so I don't know, only Joshua Carty could probably speak to that, but I do know that for a Rams team that had absolutely zero interest in participating in the dynamic kickoff in 2024 in any meaningful way, suddenly they're leveraging it to their advantage. Only the Carolina Panthers have done it better. And I think that's one of the sneaky storylines to watch tonight, because I know the Niners are still having a lot of pain on special teams, and their average starting field position compared to that of the Rams is basically worth, a first down and a half, drive over drive, which is a really big deal, especially now that, a touchback gets you to the 35.
All right, JB, when I first got to know you, the Rams had some pretty good receivers. Cooper Kupp was about to have a Triple Crown year, Robert Woods, Odell Beckham Jr., and now Puka Nacua, in essentially 2 seasons worth of games, has more catches than Isaac Bruce did in his first 3 seasons. What has made Puka this productive, this dominant in a way that even with all the other great receivers that have played for this franchise, he's still standing above water right now?
Well, I know that receiver room still gives you a ton of credit for the summer you spent here and the training camp work that you put in, Silver.
It's his fault?
It's
his fault?
You just you set a standard that they continue to look up to. But look, Puka is sensational in every sense of the word. He is impossible to tackle. His hands have improved every year. Likewise, his route running. He's tough as nails. I like to say the game hardly even begins until he makes his first trip back to the locker room to get something tuned up, and then comes back bigger, faster, and stronger. But I think it's more than just Puka. I think it's Sean. I think it's Matthew. And I think it's Devontae Adams. And you look at what the 49ers are going to be forced to choose to do tonight. Who covers Puka Nacua? Week after week, it's never any better than cornerback 2 on the opposing team. Like, you've got a rookie at Upton Stout who's, 5'9" on a good day and $180. Is he going to roll with Puka Nacua for 4 quarters? Can he tackle Puka 10, 11, 12 times? It's a real dilemma that this iteration of Sean McVay's offense has put defenses in. And there will be answers. I think defensive coordinators in the league are the fastest evolving species on the planet. I cannot wait to see what Saul and the 49ers have in store for them. Having that anchor in the middle and Fred Warner makes a big difference. But, Puka's availability, his durability, given where he was coming out of BYU, is just impossible to behold. And I think he's now regarded as one of the true elite receivers in the National Football League, as he, I would argue, should have been for all 3 of the seasons so far.
What he has done is just amazing. And we saw him right away early in his rookie year, and he had a big game the week before. We couldn't stop. If he has 8 catches tonight, as you know, he's the first player in NFL history to get off to the reception total that he had in his first 5 games this year.
Right.
He'd have 50. He's got 42 already. And as far as covering him, I don't even know how to code him. Honestly, to me, he's more of a tight end than he is a wide receiver. We had you on last year for that Thursday night game, and the first thing I asked you, they list Puka at 220. He ain't 220. What does that guy weigh? And the way they insert him. Go ahead, JB.
Well, that's it. I mean, I think his viability as an insertion into the run surface is what separates him. They went for a 4th down to win the game on offense against Houston. And if you go back and look at that end of game sequence, Sean basically calls it the same concept 3 straight plays. The first 2, Puka folds in and blocks for Kyron Williams, and the 3rd, he runs right past the Houston nickel to make the game-winning catch. It's a short list of players who can do that consistently, viably, effectively, and then make it through a 17-game season. And you're right, he's stout, he's strong. They go back to the combine and they measure his bone density and they say, hey, he's a Clydesdale right now, but he can stand to gain 10, 15, 20 more pounds and not lose any speed. And sure enough, they were right. They're humble about it because they waited all the way until the end of the 5th round and I think picked 2 other players in that 5th round before they got around to Puka. But thank goodness they did, because he's changed the entire outlook down here offensively.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough cover tonight, whether it's Upton Stout, Diameter Lenore, if Renardo Green is able to go. JB, we appreciate you so much and being able to catch up always. Before I let you out of here, what's next for your Big 12 schedule? I got to figure out how to spend my Saturdays.
Oh, it's a easy night flight to Phoenix to get Oklahoma State and Arizona, thankfully, this Saturday. So nice. A light weekend on the travel front, not far to go. But let me just finish as I started by saying, Papa, there's got to be tens of thousands of Niner fans here tonight. I'd be willing to stomach it as long as you were one of them. The fact that you're not here really hurts, and I can't wait till we get to share a booth together again.
That's nice of you to say. You've been a friend from the moment I joined the Niners in the NFC West, and you are from the Bay Area, so we got a little kinship there. So, and you've been reaching out. We're on a league-wide text chain with all the play-by-play announcers, and I get everybody reaching out. But then there have been some. Paul Allen, obviously, and I are very close, and Dan Horde in Cincinnati went to school. But you've been there from the very beginning of the diagnosis all the way through, my friend. So I love you, brother. Have a great call tonight either way.
Well, it's a fraternity as much as it's a rivalry, and I can't wait for our next decade together.
Thank you, brother.
Well said. I'll see you when you come to Santa Clara, JB. You're the best.
All right, Silver. Be well.
JB Long, voice of the LA Rams. Yeah, it's a big rivalry, but still one of my favorite people to talk to, and just always get a good breakdown on the Rams. I promise I didn't do that much to help Cooper Kupp or Odell Beckham or Robert Woods there in 2020. In 2021, I should say. He tore his ACL, Robert Woods. So, I mean, look, not everything went perfect.
So did Beckham, too, later in a game called the Super Bowl. He would have been the MVP of that game, I think. Maybe.
Yes, he would have. All right, let's get ready for Niners pregame. We'll hand it off at 2 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver. Oh, in fact, before we get there, we got some business to take care of. It is time to make you some money.
The following interview is paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Yeah, we haven't done this in a bit, but to get you ready for Thursday Night Football and NFL Week 5, let's bring in our guy, JR of Taking Vegas. Just text WIN to 545454, and he will take care of you and find a way to make you some money. What's up, JR?
Well, it is time to make everybody in San Francisco money. You know how much I love making you guys money, and we're going to make it easy. Call right now, 888-994-6669. I'm giving you the winner of the 49ers and the Rams, absolutely free, guys, on the recorded line. Take advantage. Obviously, tons of injuries on your end. This line has went everywhere from 7 all the way up to 8.5, back down. The total's sitting at 43.5, which dropped down as high as 47.5 earlier in the week. I'm telling you, do not guess on this one. I've got it. It is absolutely free, and it's sitting on the recorded line now. Call the number, 888-994-6669. That's 888-9-WIN-NOW. And look, yeah, I'm in this for the long run. Obviously, you guys know I've been on KMBR radio for more than a decade now, delivering winner after winner after winner on air. I've got to tell you guys, if you haven't called already, I don't know what you're waiting for. It is time to really cash in, especially when your team is playing. I love the game tonight. So let's get into a free pick before we do run out of time. I know you guys are squeezed. You got the pregame coming up. So I've got something later in the week, obviously. I'm not giving you tonight's game on air, but the Indianapolis Colts are at home, 3-1, taking on the beleaguered 1-3 Raiders. That line has gone to -7. I would lock it in now because it's going to go to 7.5 or 8. Take the Colts -7 to absolutely lambaste the Raiders this week. That's a 10 a.m. start for you guys, so get in the Colts -7 for a free pick. But once again, I love the game tonight. I'm giving it to you free. In fact, text the word WIN to the number 545454, and I'll give you the winner of the 49ers-Rams game via text message. Go ahead, text the word WIN to the number 545454, and I'll give that game to you on the house. Or if you want to call and you want to get it on the recorded line, that number is 888-9-WIN-NOW, 888-994-6669. And as always, you know I love doing this. We are all about making our clients money, showing them how to do this with discipline, with strategy. So guys, be safe, have fun, and let's go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview was paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of this station or its ownership. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Week 5 kicks off tonight between the 49ers and the Rams. So when Papa and Silver wrap it up here at 2, we'll take it right to 49ers pregame with Copes and JD. Game broadcast starts at 4:15 and kickoff at 5:15. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Final minute here before we get you to 49ers pregame. Taking on the Rams, 8.5-point dogs, 3-1 versus 3-1 at Levi South. Papa, we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock tomorrow to break it all down, whatever happens.
We will. Don't forget Tutu Atwell. Tutu can go for 6-6 out of the slot like he did against the Indianapolis Colts. And keep an eye on Mac Jones. He'll play with the brace on his left knee. Can he go under center? Does he have to go in the shotgun and the pistol? Can he get under center like Matthew Stafford will tonight? Take a snap and drive back and run the running game from under center. That'll be a key element tonight to watch for.
Big thank you to our guests today, Andy Baggerly, Tim Ryan, Mike Silver, JV Long. Thank you to Walter. Welcome back from Canada. And let's get you over to Los Angeles. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And your 49ers pregame show against the Los Angeles Rams starts momentarily.
Right. Ron Brock throws middle. Caught by George Kittle. Going to take it to the goal line and right down to the goal line.
Game day is here.
He's in. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Welcome to Countdown to Kickoff on the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you, getting ready for a Thursday night tilt, a short week for the banged-up 49ers, the Niners, and the LA Rams coming to you 5:15 from Inglewood, California at SoFi Stadium. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. That's your guy, Guy Haberman, behind us, who will be on the call a little later today with our guy, Tim Ryan, a 5:15 kick. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. Nice to be back on the home of 49er football, KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader.
Yeah, it is. Great to be here. Big game for the Niners, and it's fast how things can change, right? The 49ers get off to the 3-0 start. It's looking like they've got a great opportunity to get to 4-0. They play a terrible game, for the most part, against Jacksonville, have a chance to maybe steal it late, can't get the job done, and now all of a sudden the injuries, which have been the storyline for years, but at least going back to the beginning of this season, the injuries continue to mount up, and the headline coming into this one is no Brock Purdy, no Ricky Pearsall, no Juwan Jennings, and Mac Jones getting another opportunity to lead this team to a victory that would be, I think, kind of an all-timer for this team in the last few
Opportunity is years. certainly an optimistic word to use for a game like this. I mean, Brock Purdy plays in the game on Sunday against the Jags, and you said for the most part things didn't go well. I mean, they lost every phase of the game, all three phases. I mean, you talk about the kick return before the end of the first half that results in a field goal and almost a touchdown for Jacksonville. The kick return for a touchdown, the punt return, I should say, that was the only offense really for Jacksonville in the second half. They kick a field goal, they miss a field goal, and the Niners still had an opportunity, albeit losing by 5 at the end of the game. They had an opportunity there in the second half still to try to get a win. You had drops from the receivers. You had fumbles from a tight end. You had interceptions from the quarterback. You had no pressure and no sacks from the defensive line. We talked to Steve Young on our show yesterday, and we'll hear from him a little bit later here in our pregame show as he joins KNBR each and every Wednesday, either with the morning show or with Derek and myself on Dirty Work. And what Steve said is, guys, this got to be a one-off. It's got to be a one-off game. It can't be a game that you carry with you. It can't be something you build up. And he's right in that in order to win this game, it's going to have to be something that happens that we haven't seen all year. The Niners are going to have to sort of thread the needle to play well in this game. You're looking for maybe not a great performance from the Rams. You're also looking at how you manufacture some pressure for Matthew Stafford. We saw the note from Matt Mayoko. 10 years going back to 2015 against the Steelers since the Niners had a game where they did not register a QB hit or a sack. So something's got to give. We're still in the midst of the interceptionless streak. They are still the only team in the NFL without a rushing touchdown. Something in one of those factors or one of those capacities is going to have to give tonight if the Niners are to win. I'd expect it's a big Christian McCaffrey game, considering the receiving corps today, as you pointed out, banged up, is going to be a mishmash of Demarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne, a Marquez Valdes-Scantling, maybe Sky Moore. You're going to need a lot from Tonjes, from Farrell, and certainly from McCaffrey, who's got the third or fourth, maybe it's the fourth now. Bottom line is he's top 5 in receptions in all of the NFL. He's got 31 right now, JP.
Yeah, it's going to have to take, I think, a near-perfect game to give yourself an opportunity to win the game, to have a chance to win the game in the fourth quarter. I think that's really what it boils down to. Can you play well enough in all phases to have it be a one-score game in the fourth quarter, and then you can go down and get that score and potentially win the game? you can't play the way that you did against Jacksonville on Sunday. I mean, that was as close to an all-systems-fail type of a performance as I think we've seen the 49ers have
Agreed.
since when things really got bad in Green Bay and Buffalo, I think last year when the season kind of flipped and spun in a very bad direction where the 49ers were winning, one game after the middle of November. So the good news is the 49ers won the first 3. They are in a position here to where if they can take a loss, as they did on Sunday, and they maybe even can take another one, but they have enough stock built up to where tonight, regardless of what happens, isn't going to kill their season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you because, it's funny, we do this all the time in sports where if you told me where we'd be on today and then gave me, if you told me the 49ers, depending on the context you gave me, but if you said, hey, Adam, it's week 5, the Niners are playing the Rams on Thursday night. They've had Brock Purdy start 2 games. Mac Jones has started the other 2, and they're 3-1. I'd probably say, well, damn, that's pretty damn good. Even if I'd found out that they'd lost this game, and then you find out about the injuries. Now, the context matters because we talked last week going into the game and even afterwards that there were factors in why they lost to the Jags that had flared up already early in the season. We'd seen lacks of pass rush at times. We've seen the inability to turn the ball over and to create consistent pressure. We've seen them at times not be great against the run, which is what the Jags did to them yesterday. They've struggled in the red zone at times this year, like they did against Jacksonville, like they did against Arizona, until the final drive where they punch one in the drive where they drive down and end up kicking a field goal to win it. But they've struggled in the red zone at times going back to last season, and we sort of thought that was a factor of not having Christian McCaffrey. It's not totally played out that way this year. So it's hard to tell if last week was an explosion or an overflow of what we've already seen to be many of the trends and traits of this team. But because they were deficient last week without Nick Bosa, we saw more of a fall out of that. Or is it more a case of that was a bottom out, they're gaining footing here without Bosa, and now they've got to try to work forward. Now, that said, it's a short week, and you're even more banged up than you were going into that last game.
And now you're playing the best team on your schedule at this point,
yeah.
Which is the Rams. And we can quibble. The Rams are 3-1, Seattle's 3-1, the Niners are 3-1. So something's got to potentially give on that note. But if you look at the structure of the 3-1, losing an AFC game, and yeah, we all thought Jacksonville was going to suck at the beginning of the year. Jacksonville clearly doesn't suck. Like they are clearly not a bad football team. They came into Levi's and they played great. They were physical. They were flying around. They were doing in that game what they have done in the early part of the season, which is force turnovers. The 49ers have to avoid the turnovers offensively. Again, it goes to that playing close to a perfect game. But if you had to lay it out through the first 4 games, you'd want the 2 division wins.
Yeah.
And you'd want a 3rd win somewhere in there. And if you had to pick, it would be the one AFC outlier game, even though on paper – coming into the year, and this is why it's so tough to play the on-paper game, because you think, Jags are going to be a 4 or 5 win team. We'll see, but they've already got 3.
Yeah.
So themselves. So I think the term I've heard a lot is that loss may age well for the 49ers, because we might look up and the Jags are an 11-win team or a 10-win team at the end of the year.
Let's see about the AP poll doesn't decide who goes to the postseason, or maybe that would fare differently for the 49ers. If the coaches poll or the CFP decided based on quality of wins and losses, maybe it will be a good loss. The fact of the matter is they're playing a short week here against a Rams team the game's worth 2. I mean,
it's brutal, and it's brutal timing.
Let's
not make any mistake. This is brutal timing for the 49ers to have the Thursday night game against the Rams, who are a very good football team, and their one loss was a game that they were set up to win at Philly a couple of weeks back. They get a kick block. They led most of that game.
Kind of went to bed in the second half, third quarter.
No doubt. They let the Eagles come back in that game. Still had a chance to win it on the final drive, but they had a kick blocked, ran back for a touchdown. So make no mistake, life comes at you fast, and things can change, and your whole perspective on a season can change, going from being 3-0 and then losing Nick Bosa to that performance, which, to your point, did show a lot of the issues that the 49ers had in their 3 wins. They still only lost by 5, had a chance on a final drive before the 4th turnover of the game to maybe go steal it. But when you look at it, now you're playing this Rams team, and I know nobody's focused on anything beyond the Rams, but I also think you can be focused on the next little stretch next to the Tampa game. Is, in my mind, it might be the 2nd most difficult game on the 49ers schedule coming up in 10 days. So nothing you can do about it. You got to suck it up. You got to go with the guys that you have, and you got to try to compete. And to your point, maybe the Rams don't play their best game, and you have the ability to come in here and hang in and win it. We've seen the 49ers do that against the Rams in the Shanahan-McVay era.
Can they be a team that is deficient talent-wise on the field without many of their weapons? Still with Christian McCaffrey, their best weapon, but everybody knows the focus and the amount that's been on his shoulders to this point. We'll talk more about his usage. He's at 100 touches, leading the NFL at this point, 69 carries to 31 receptions on the season. 30th in turnover differential are the 49ers right now in 2025. -5, 3 takeaways, 8 giveaways. Can they find something there in the margins? I mean, last week, the game's entirely different if 2 bad kick returns, a kick and a punt, don't go the other way for Jacksonville or go the way of Jacksonville. A bad play call or a bad officiating call, I should say, down with the Jags backed up against their own end zone, put things out of whack for the Niners. If they can avoid some of those mistakes that are sort of out of their control and some things that are in their control, like the coverage team, and you can create some mistakes. I mean, the Rams have gotten away with fake punts for touchdowns against the Niners. I mean, special teams has been an issue. They've got to do something in the turnover game. They've got to do something in creating pressure. They're going to have to thread the needle, as I said, I think, to win this one. Time for the QB comparison, and you'll get a big one here with Mac Jones. It's sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference, and by Dolce Vita Tequila. Tequila, pure and simple. It'll be Mac Jones for the 49ers. No Brock Purdy. Mac makes his 3rd start of the season. 41 attempts. He was 27 of 41 against the Arizona Cardinals in Week 3 for 65.9% completion. 284, a touchdown and a pick in that victory. He did not play against Jacksonville. It should be noted, he made a comment of this yesterday. Just because he's out there doesn't mean he's 100%. He had a big, clunky brace on his left knee. He was dealing with a PCL. You heard Greg and Greg talking about it coming into our pregame show here, that you wonder how available he'll be to run a variety of the plays within the offense. We know that when they did not get in at 4th and 1 or 4th and goal from the 1-yard line against Carolina when they were against Arizona, deep in their territory, Kyle Shanahan told us last week that couldn't go to his first play call because it was going to be a handoff, and he had just seen Mac hop on a handoff going back.
Almost couldn't get it to the running back.
Couldn't get to him. He said, my second choice play was a rollout on a play action. Couldn't do that because he wasn't capable of rolling out, so we had to go with a quick throw to the flat. Ultimately, it gets blown up by Wilson there, and they don't get the touchdown. How much of the playbook will Mac be able to operate today? And is this just a case of the healthier quarterback is going to start?
I think that's exactly what it is, and I think that's what it was going back to Sunday's game, because I know, and we'll get into it, a big part of the debate with respect to Brock and his performance against Jacksonville was in the aftermath, should he have played? Did he make an injury worse and now set himself up to have to be more iffy for the remainder of the season as things kind of shake out week to week? I think Brock was the healthier of the 2 quarterbacks against Jacksonville. That's why Brock came back and played in that game. And I think given the way Brock came out of that game, in addition to how he played, Mac Jones coming into tonight clearly is the healthier of the 2 quarterbacks, the ability to do more at practice here in the short week. And so I think that leads to why he's going to get the ball tonight.
And when's Matt Stafford going to go away, man? 2nd in the NFL, 5 weeks in now in passing, 1,114 passing yards, 67.6 completion percentage. He's only been picked off twice this year. He has been sacked already 8 times, 8 touchdowns to just those 2 interceptions. Last week, huge numbers against the Colts in an emotional win. 29 of 41, 375, 70.7% completion. He had 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a big 88-yard touchdown game winner inside the final 2 minutes to Tutu Atwell.
Well, and let's also I want to go back to Mac. And yeah, I mean, I think I'll say this on Matthew Stafford. I mean, he is the great equalizer, and the Rams against the 49ers have been much more competitive. You go back to the early part of this series, and it was Kyle Shanahan's squad owning the Sean McVay squad, right? But how much of that was the 49ers' ownage of Jared Goff?
Right.
Matthew Stafford comes in, and everything changes. All of a sudden, this has been a much more even or lean Rams head-to-head as compared to where it was. The 49ers had something on Jared Goff that they haven't had as consistently on Matthew Stafford. That being said, if you can pressure him, he will throw it up for grabs. Like, he will give opportunities for interceptions. We all know the long streak that is ongoing coming into this game for the Niners in terms of getting one. But the pressure is what leads to it, and I think the lack of pressure in the Jacksonville game is probably the most concerning thing on a massive list of concerning things for the 49ers.
Well, Kyle Shanahan's in his 9th year as head coach of the 49ers, making this I guess this will be his, 17th matchup then?
It's 10-7
against the Rams.
If you include the championship game
so
in favor of Kyle.
17th regular season, 10-7. This is the 7th quarterback that Kyle Shanahan will have started in his career against the LA Rams. How about that? Yeah, write that nug down, Guy Haberman. You're going to need that one. See if you can name them all. It's like Giants opening day left fielders. We'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. We got kickoff coming your way at 5:15. We'll go up to the broadcast booth a little bit later, talk to Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan. We'll also check in with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. The Niners and Rams on a short week. Is that any kind of equalizer? We'll talk about it next. The Niners return only here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. It's the sports leader.
I think just the way they play, their mindset. There's always 11 guys on the screen, and they have a great defensive line. They played a lot of different schemes. They do a lot of stuff, but do it well. So it's going to be a challenge, and been impressed with them, so can't wait to go against them.
That's the voice of Mac Jones there talking about what threat the Rams do pose. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson here with you. 5:15 kickoff. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. By the way, we are streaming now all pre- and post-game coverages for you right here on thesportsleader.com, the The Sports Leader app, and, of course, on our YouTube channel. We'll be back with you after the game taking post-game phone calls for you today as well. Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on the call. We'll hand it over to them about 4:15 And also Matt Mayoko going to join us here in just a few minutes to talk about how the Niners try to find a path to victory in this one. JD, are you of the belief that a game like this, because I was saying this to Derek yesterday, my feeling is that because it's a divisional game, first of all, there's just weirder crap at play, right? You know each other so well.
Yes.
It's the two coaches that know each other so well. Can you ever really get an edge regardless of who's out there? The answer is, of course. But the question I have is, does Kyle Shanahan know Sean McVay so much that if he's got to go to battle without his best, is this a team he would be comfortable in game planning against based on the history between them? Also, I wonder where the short week comes in. Is that any kind of equalizer in your mind?
This is the kind of game that on paper you can look at it and say the Rams have a significant advantage. You can also say that the Thursday night and divisional component can potentially lessen that advantage.
Sure.
We do see it a lot, and we do see it even among teams where there is the Niners are just in a tough spot in terms of who's available and all of the injuries and that kind of thing. But how often do we see, and I'm not making this direct comparison as to where the Niners are or the Rams are, but how often do we see the worst, the clear-cut worst team in any division play the best team in a division, and the game is close for a half,
frequently,
for
all the time,
a third quarter,
every week,
all the time,
like, yeah.
all the time, right? It's like, oh my God, this team is 2-10, and they're going up against a team that's 9-3, and it's a tie game going into the fourth quarter because the teams are so familiar with each other, and division games just have that tendency to be weird. So it doesn't mean that the better, or in this case, maybe more healthy team has the best chance to win, and that would be the Rams on paper, but the Niners would not surprise anybody if they are able to hang in the game and it were to be tied or within a score here when you head down in the final 10 minutes.
What did you chalk Brock Purdy's performance up to last week? Do you think solely it's on the foot? I mean, some people would say rust. Steve Young told us yesterday he thought when you missed a game and you came back, every game you missed was good for a half of rust. So he said if you miss one game, that's a half.
So
if you miss two games, that's a full game of rust. Do you line up with that logic? I mean, that's Steve Young logic if I've ever heard it. I'm in with that. He would know.
Logic.
But he said that's kind of where he was. Also, we know Brock wasn't healthy. It wasn't on the injury report entering the game, but we know the toe was not okay, and it's going to hold him out of today's game. But in terms of that rust being a factor, where does that play in with Mac Jones today? I mean, he's coming off of an injury, maybe still banged up, as he mentioned yesterday.
I do think he may benefit from the fact, though, that he has had more time to try and heal. And I know Brock had a couple of weeks.
Limited last week and a week off.
Exactly. Yeah. So he got a week. He in a lot of ways, I feel like, is where Brock was
last week
going into Sunday.
Yeah.
But we did the QB comparison in the last segment, and I did want to make the point. I mean, let's give Mac Jones his flowers for how he performed against New Orleans and how he performed in the home opener against Arizona. He performed exceptionally well in both of those games. And he showed that maybe not as shorthanded as the 49ers are going to be in this game, but he showed with a shorthanded receiving core and a game plan that really was in lockstep, I felt, with Kyle Shanahan. He was able to be successful, even though he, especially as the Arizona game went on, was clearly physically compromised. So I think Mac physically is in a better spot than he was in the Arizona game. I also think the nature of being a backup quarterback, and I think that's kind of where Mac is at this stage of his career, and he was essentially last year too. I think you're better equipped to just kind of go with the flow, and you're thrown in, and it's Sunday. You probably didn't think you were going to be starting this game, but now you're starting this game. He didn't think he was going to be starting week 2. He wound up starting week 2 because so I just think the nature of that lends itself to a backup having a shot to maybe have that be a little less important in terms of the rust.
He had a pretty good line yesterday or 2 days ago where he said something along the lines of like when you're a backup quarterback, it just means you're not playing the first play. After that, anything's fair game. And I thought that's a pretty good mindset to have, that at any point in the game, after that first snap is played, you could be the guy who has to get thrust in. So at any point, at any time, he's ready to be the guy. I like the mindset that he has, and he came ready to play. He looked like he fit in the offense. We saw him throughout the preseason, and he looked okay. It's just a matter of how much of this offense can he operate, especially when so much of it is going to be on Christian McCaffrey's shoulders. Let's talk about who's hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, electrical and solar, locally and family owned for 62 years, and by Rayleigh's in Nob Hill. Save more on the flavors you love and find better deals for your budget at Rayleigh's and Nob Hill. I mean, I think that the one guy to go to is Christian McCaffrey. He's been the only source of offense for the Niners to this point. He's got 500-plus yards, 530, I believe, is the number total. 4th most scrimmage yards in all of football. He's 3rd in total receptions. Again, he's at 31 right now. He had 67 in all of 2023, which was his Offensive Player of the Year season. It's a workload that he's shouldered throughout his career. He's never shouldered it when he's this age, and he's never, outside of the 2019 season in Carolina where they went 5-11, had to shoulder that much of the offense without much help around him, and the result of that season is the exit of Ron Rivera, effectively. So I look at where they are right now with him on offense, and I wonder, is this a Brian Robinson game? Is this a game where you have to get more involved out of the backfield because it's sort of an all hands on deck without the full receiving core?
Well, and how much are they? We see when times get tough, what does Kyle Shanahan do?
Goes to McCaffrey.
It's get the ball to McCaffrey, and it's McCaffrey go get the ball.
It's 15 targets from Jones a couple weeks ago.
And I think they're going to need to throw it to him as much as they are going to use him in the running game. The question that I have, and here's what I wonder, where are you at with respect to the fact that he hasn't been as effective? Because I never have an issue with the McCaffrey overload. Like, it's always a pet peeve of mine when everybody else says you got to keep him fresh, you got to do. But that's only when
he was out for like 10 weeks last year, and everybody's like, you got to ease it. I'm like, give him the ball, let him play.
That's only when he's dominant, though.
Yeah.
He has not been dominant.
Yeah.
So because the performance hasn't been there at the level that we're used to seeing for him, is that a reason that you would look to maybe balance it out a little bit more?
I mean, maybe. I couldn't believe that last year for like 2.5 months. We saw Mason and Garendo. McCaffrey comes back, and people are like, get Mason and Garendo some work. I'm like, you need this guy to save your season. They're lucky to have him right now, and clearly he's healthy based on the workload that he's had. I think more to the point is we know that he's got the gravitational pull of a Steph Curry-like player. When he's on the field, the eyes of the linebackers, the eyes of the D-linemen, they know where the ball may be going. They also know that if he's your one weapon, you can put it on Mac Jones like they did in New Orleans and said, hey, make this guy go beat me with Ricky Pearsall and with a banged-up Juwan Jennings. And he did. They kind of did the same thing with Arizona. Make this guy beat me. Make your backup quarterback beat me without Christian McCaffrey getting it done. I think he had 9 yards rushing or something at the end of the first half in that game against Arizona. They just couldn't get the run game going at all. They also, entering last week, could only run it like 40% of the time, which is really low for a Shanahan offense. So, I don't know if it's, yes, like, how is he moving? To me, it looks like when he gets open space, he's the McCaffrey we've seen before. He's not super easy to bring down. It also, according to Pro Football Focus grading, says the Niners' offensive line is looking really good in pass pro and in run blocking. So I'm not really sure. I don't know how much to put into that. I'm not really sure what the reasoning is other than teams scheming for the Niners offense or picking up on what it is that they're doing, that they're targeting in on him and knowing he's the guy that we've got to stop. You mentioned last week on Postgame, I don't know if I can evaluate the play well enough or that I've seen it enough to know that we're seeing a decline from Trent Williams. He certainly hasn't played at the level we're used to seeing him, but he's also rested a lot. Like, he misses a lot of time because of his age, because of the wear and tear on his legs, because of the injuries he's had in the past that you want to keep him as fresh as possible. I wonder if there's some rust with him or if we're starting to finally see the rings around the tree starting to become more potent. I'm not really sure in terms of age or effectiveness which direction we're going. Is this the Superman theme song? Superman. It is, dude, yeah. The original, like, Christopher Reeve Superman. You know that? Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Anyway, back to what we were saying, Mac Jones. We got to keep going, I guess. We're on the radio.
CMC, here's my thing. CMC, yeah, big thanks to Guy Herman.
Guy Herman's tanking the show. CMC's usage, go ahead.
No, it's the explosive plays that haven't been there.
Yeah.
And the one area where I'm not willing to go yet is has CMC lost a step part. Yeah. Like, I don't think CMC's lost a step. I don't think we've seen enough to say that he's lost a step. But when you look at some of the metrics and the other things in play, in terms of how the offensive line has performed and all that, it would say that maybe they have been more effective than he has been, and then thus the explosive plays, though, still have not been there.
I'm with you. Also, there haven't been a lot of weapons out there for the Niners. This will be the fewest weapons Mac Jones has had to this point this season. I mean, he did have Ricky Pearsall in his 2 previous starts. He did not, or he will not today. So it'll be all on a banged-up backup patchwork receiving core. We'll talk more about that group with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, who will join us next as we get ready for the Niners and the Rams Week 5 kicking off here at 5:15, and it's all coming your way right here on the Sports Leader.
I thought Jacksonville did a really nice job kind of negating our ability to rush the passer. You know, they got rid of the ball elitely fast. They stayed ahead of the chains. You know, the one that the young rookie caught, the 28-yarder on 3rd and 15, they came out in no huddle, caught us in a miscommunication, and which extended a drive. But overall, you know, I thought we were really good on 3rd down. I thought we did some good things overall, but obviously it wasn't good enough.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you here. Getting ready for the Niners and the LA Rams. I was Robert Saleh talking about what went down last week defensively for the 49ers against the Jacksonville Jaguars. They've got to create more pressure if they're looking to take down Matt Stafford. Now, he has been sacked 8 times in the first 4 games. Also, though, you had Trevor Lawrence, who'd thrown a pick in like 6 consecutive games coming in last week and almost got him on 3 different occasions, 2 that were just out of reach for Fred Warner after a couple of tips, and then you had the one by Upton Stout that gets waved off by the the phantom. I didn't like it. I mean, I guess it was a ticky-tack call, a pass interference call.
Richard Sherman didn't like it.
Richard Sherman certainly didn't like it. And again, the 49ers tie an NFL record 11 consecutive games now without an interception. Looking to end that streak today, though. Matt Stafford has only been picked off twice in 2025. We are getting ready to make the connection with our guy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. But before we do that, let's get you the health report sponsored by your California Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com to find your next truck or SUV. The health report for the 49ers, not good, JD. I mean, if you're going to run down the list of how many potential starters are missing, considering the roster they had entering this season, are we looking at 8 or 9 guys? No Brock Purdy with a foot. No Juwan Jennings with the ribs and the ankle. No Ricky Pearsall dealing with a knee. George Kittle still on IR dealing with a hamstring. Brandon Ayuk, as John Lynch said last week on KNBR, not close in terms of his return. Ben Barch is out with a knee injury. Nick Bosa is out with a knee injury for the remainder of the season. Malik Mustafa has not yet returned. Did I miss anything?
I don't think you did.
I don't know.
And the big three right at the top of the list for today. With
Robert
Brock
Beal
Purdy,
is also out, I should mention.
Yeah, Robert Beal is also out. But, yeah, it's Brock Purdy, it's Pearsall, who's been the 49ers' most productive wide receiver to this point, and then Juwan Jennings, who's been right there with Pearsall in the games that he's been able to play. That has made such an impact. So that's the thing to me. It's not so much Mac Jones having to start because Brock Purdy is injured again. It's the lack of guys to throw it to that is the biggest concern for me on that injury report. That, and of course, Nick Bosa being unavailable for not only tonight but the remainder of the season, because since Nick Bosa's been here, you take him off the field, whether it's for a game or for a big chunk of the season, the pass rush completely goes with him.
Yeah.
Completely goes. They go from a pretty good pass rushing team with an elite pass rusher at the top, defensive player of the year level type player, to the whole thing not functioning without the threat. You talk about the Steph Curry gravity of a guy like Christian McCaffrey on the offense. Nick Bosa, I think, has been that guy on the defense with the ability to allow for others on that defensive line. We saw Bryce Huff and Mykel Williams both, I think, benefit in a major way from how Nick Bosa was playing, even if Nick Bosa wasn't getting home. So it's going to be Bosa every week. And for me today, it's the receivers even more than the quarterback that concern me about where the 49ers are in that injury report heading into this one.
Well, does that mean that you view the 49ers, I mean, like, I guess the question has to be asked, like, what one of their deficiencies can most be corrected based on what they still have or what we've seen? Is it pass rush or is it run game? I've got to believe it's run game. I think it has to be run game.
Yeah.
Right? Considering you haven't lost as much personnel there, though I do wonder, and again, this may coincide with the return of George Kittle. We'll see when that happens. If, in fact, George Kittle returns and the run game upticks again, it'd be hard to say he didn't have a big part in that. Matt Mayoko pointed that out to us just the other day, saying, you know, it shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody that when Kittle is out, they don't run the ball as well. I think it should also be pointed out that the run game saw some deficiencies last year at the time that Brandon Ayuk got injured. Juwan Jennings is a great run blocker and has not been out there at the same level that we expected him to be at the start of this year. So I don't know how much of that plays into it because, again, the Pro Football Focus, and this isn't the end-all, be-all in any capacity, they say the Niners rank pretty high when it comes to run blocking and pass blocking. So, you know, when you've got one of the best in the league and you're giving them the touches and it's not coming, you're averaging 3.3 a carry, I don't really have any reason as to why it hasn't been effective. And so today it's got to be about red zone conversion opportunities. They're getting the opportunities. They're not turning them into touchdowns. If you can win a turnover battle in any capacity, and again, 30th in the league in that margin, they are -5 on the season. These are two elements that could put you in a position to minimize possessions by the Rams and try to win the game. So to me, the game script has to be a minimal possession game. It's got to be a low-scoring affair, knock them down, drag them out type of win for the Niners if they want to leave L.A. with a victory. And if they do, they are far and away feeling more comfortable about getting healthy with a 10-day break before you play Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at Raymond James next weekend. But also, you've got a game in hand against every team in the division at that point.
Yeah, and that would be a complete flip from where they were last year, where they only won up at Seattle and lost each of the other 5 divisional games. So I think, yeah, you'd feel great about the game, you know, going into the game next week and then having a bunch of winnable games, because I think in the big picture you still look, and I know schedules change, right? We were already talking about the Jags are better than we thought they were. Where are the Colts going to ultimately be? I think the Colts, you know, they're a team that came to SoFi and played the Rams tough, and we're in a position where if they don't give away a touchdown literally on the goal line,
that was brutal.
They may end up winning that game, or at least in overtime in that game. And the Colts are now a team that the Niners are going to play in December, and they're better. But I still think you never can count on getting healthier as the season goes on. I think you get healthier in certain ways. You have other injuries pop up in other areas that you're going to have to deal with. But I think if the 49ers can just tread water here this week and next week and through this middle stretch of the season, if they get healthier in a lot of the ways, in particular on offense, this I think can become a team that can depend on their offense to guide them once they get those weapons back. And then Robert Saleh will have the ability to dial up pressures and potentially play from ahead. And I think there's a confidence that he can figure out the defense, but the offense is the thing where I think you have players coming back to where you should become a lot more dynamic than you are right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Ricky Pearsall's a huge loss in this one. I just felt like he was an element to the roster or the offense that we hadn't even seen in the last couple of years. Like the separation last year, remember that note, like the Niners were bottom in the league or bottom 2 in the league in yards of separation from their receivers, from their defenders. Ayuk wasn't getting open seemingly at all, and maybe that was a not up to speed or in football shape type thing from holding out. Debo obviously had the worst season of his career effectiveness-wise, and they also had to lean on him in a different way than they had in the receiving game after Ayuk went down last year. It just seemed to me Ricky Pearsall brought real youth and separation at tons of different places and different levels of the offense, I would say. You look at that play call that got Christian McCaffrey the touchdown on the out route in New Orleans. I mean, that was all about running between where Pearsall and Juwan Jennings were. You don't have the same dynamicism. What would you say? Dynamicism? What's that word? What is
dynamic?
It? Dynamic. Come on, guy. Help us out. Contribute. Dynamic. Okay.
Dynamic.
Yeah, but I was trying to use it in a different tense. Never mind. Yeah, there we go. You got it. Yeah, diamond vision, yeah. When you're in a ball game, you got it. That's what I'm looking for, dude. You can't be as dynamic downfield. And that's something that, by the way, came back to beat the Niners last year here at SoFi Stadium. I mean, how better equipped are the Niners this year with their linebacking core without Devondre Campbell out there to go after some of the speed on the outside and in the secondary? I mean, this is one of the games that made you think they got to get faster, they got to get younger, they got to get better in downfield coverage. Because who was it last year that beat him downfield?
What's been the biggest?
Was it 2-2 at the end of that game?
It was 2-2 out.
And Matt Stafford just chewed him up in that fourth quarter.
What's been the highest performing group for the 49ers?
Ooh, like what's the
like just period. Offensively, defense. Like what's been the highest performing? We know they've been banged up at receiver. We know they've been banged up at quarterback. There's been, I think, some ups and downs at quarterback.
I wrote that down as a question to ask you. What's this team's greatest strength? Because I was genuinely asking.
If you were going position group, though, if you were going O-line, running back,
you'd probably go linebackers. You'd probably have to go Fred Warner and D. Winters. That's probably where I'd go.
You probably would.
Yeah.
And the DBs have been challenged at different points, although I think for the most part.
Debo's playing really well.
They've held up. The Bosa, up until the point of injury, I think was playing great, but it was kind of up and down in terms of the defensive line. So I think it probably is Warner and D. Winters.
Yeah. I think it's got to be
the biggest strength through 4 games overall. Now you could make a case for, you could make a case for quarterback. I think for some of it, but not consistently through the 4 games, given the way Brock played against.
I don't think you could.
Jacksonville.
I don't think you could say that. I don't think. I mean, the performances.
First 3 games, I think you could.
I don't know the performances of the quarterback. I mean, Brock in week 1, while he won the game, it was sort of bookended by a couple of nice
great
throws
at the
and
beginning,
plays.
Great at the end.
Yeah, so I don't know that I would say body of work put me there on that. The receiving core's not been healthy enough. I mean, again, they have 1 touchdown from a wide receiver, and that was week 2.
McCaffrey hasn't been McCaffrey.
In terms of total usage, he has, but in terms of effectiveness,
right.
outside of the run, the receiving game, and he's been really good. The run game has just not been there. So we'll talk more about this one. We will make the connection at some point here with our guy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We will also hear from 49ers general manager John Lynch and from who else was it? Oh, Steve Young, who joined the show yesterday with myself and Derek Papa. More to come as the Niners and the Rams take on the Niners take on the Rams from SoFi Stadium in Inglewood in Southern California. We got more to come here. Kickoff 5:15, and it's coming your way only here on The Sports Leader.
Purdy goes under center, shouting signals. Here comes pressure, play action. McCaffrey picks up the blitz. Purdy steps up, ball is loose. Ball is out. Oh no!
Jags got it.
The Jaguars have recovered it at midfield. Purdy was stepping up in the pocket, got hit. The ball was just hanging in his right hand. They knock it out, and that's the 4th turnover of the game.
That was the sounds of last week's game. The Niners fall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They fall to 3-1, 4 turnovers, and do not turn over Jacksonville. A couple of big mistakes in that one, too, on the coverage team on kick returns and on punt returns. The offense gave the ball away, a couple of interceptions by Brock, and yet they still had a shot. They lost it 26-21, a chance now to get it back against the LA Rams at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. A 5:15 kickoff coming your way right here on The Sports Leader. It's time now for Building the Game Plan, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com, and by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. It was for me, said Marty Lurie. Steve Young joins myself and Derek Papa every other Wednesday at 5 o'clock. He also joins the morning show, Murph and Marcus, on the Wednesdays that he's not with us. He joined us on Dirty Work yesterday, and I asked him about the 49ers' inability to get into the end zone on the ground as a team that has 0 rushing touchdowns this season.
Yeah, it worries me because, you think about where we've built, and everyone gets built differently, but where we've built over the last 7 years with the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan era is really just we're going to run the football and our defensive line is going to dominate like above average, right? We're going to be above average rushing the passer, and everything else is comes along with it, and it's been excellent. But that's how we get built, and so right now neither one signs of it last week are like we're not running the ball and we're not rushing the passer, and now Nick's hurt, and now the rest of that goes with it. That's when you're like, okay, so that now how do we? What's the iteration when that's how we roll? And so the challenge, it puts a bigger challenge on pass protection, puts a bigger challenge on play action without the running game, and it's not as effective. So the windows are smaller, and all of a sudden you're in 3rd and 8 when you're usually 3rd and 3, and you do that over and over and over again. It just gets harder and harder. So we got to battle back. We have got to kind of reclaim us. Who we are, and we've got to figure out ways to do it. And look, we're not healthy. No new news. But if we're going to have a shot at it, we got to maintain the chance to. Because sooner or later we could win. We could be 6-2 or 7-2, and if we're still not running the ball, we're not rushing the passer, we're going to get nicked and down the road. So we've got to get that straightened out.
Talking to the Hall of Famer Steve Young on the Uma Guest line. So Steve, how do you think? What do you think of how Christian McCaffrey's being used right now? He's 3rd in the league in receptions, and he's a great runner and receiver. But when you were playing, did you guys want Ricky Waters or Roger Craig to be 3rd in receptions? Like the key for a good, balanced offense is to have, Jerry Rice be 3rd in receptions. Right now it feels like McCaffrey's doing too much out of necessity because of the injuries.
And there you have it, right? We've got to go win games. We've got to move the football, and we're going to overwork Christian. I mean, if he gets hurt, we can all say we worked him too hard, but we can't. It is what it is. Like we've got to at least claim the truth that the ball's got. Who's the threat? Who comes out of the locker room when they're warming up, and the other team goes, "Uh-oh, he's that guy right now. He's the guy," and so he has to carry a huge load right now. And that's just a fact. And so we all pray for his health because we are overworking him, and I don't know how that's going to change. And with Mac, a different kind of quarterback behind there, maybe there's some opportunity to kind of attack in a different way that could take some of the pressure off. But I suspect as we get into bigger games against better teams that it's just going to exacerbate the issue with Christian. But I don't know how to turn away from it, and I don't know how Kyle turns away from it. I mean, Christian is that guy, and you're right. D-Money, he's got to. It's not the spot you want to have all of that dynamism. You want him to think about 2 years ago. He filled out. He was explosive because there was explosions everywhere else.
Yeah.
And it was like and they couldn't stop him. He was unstoppable in the red zone. You couldn't. And now, like we're trying to figure out ways to use him. And it's not going to be as explosive because there's not as many explosions happening around him. and that just puts more onus on him and tighter windows and more hits and all of it. So we're in a tight spot, and we got to. You know, it's like the Monty Python when it's like they cut his arms off. I'll bite you to death. He's got no legs, no arms. I'll bite you. You know, it's like
I'm not dead yet.
I'll kick you. What about no legs? I'll bite you to death. Like, we gotta be that guy. You know, and it's going to be. We're coming at it luckily from 3-1. Where the Ravens are struggling and battered around, and they're 1-3, and so all of a sudden they're in a hole that, you know, they got to battle out of it. They got to battle from a different spot. So, and we already have two. Everyone knows we have 2 division wins already as well. So it's not. Look, we can't. These things can't get grounded in fact. They have to be one-offs against the Jags. We got to that was just a one. The little themes here in the preseason of September, that wasn't who we were. We showed in October, November that wasn't the case. So that's all got to happen, obviously starting tomorrow.
Yeah, but see, Steve, people people get negative anyway, but on the text line, people think this is a blowout. Derek said he thought it was like a 2-score game. I said the fact that it's a division opponent on a Thursday gives me a little bit more hope. Like, does the Thursday playing time or the short week, does that level any of it out in your mind?
What levels it out is Kyle and Sean going at each other.
Exactly. There you go.
It's like when Sean Payton and Kyle get together, think about those Saints games back in the day. When Sean McVay and Kyle get together, it's like they empty the tank. Like they pour out because they're like, you think that's cool? Watch this next series, you know? And it comes with some crazy stuff, which I really love when that happens. And so sometimes tactically you can make up for stuff, you know, and we'll just hope that we get some tactical advantage because something new, something cool that he's going to break out. And then also because Mac is different than Brock, that there might be throws that we can attack in different spaces that'll open up things for Christian, because there's a couple explosions down the field that open it up, and all of a sudden we're efficient in the red zone. We run a little bit like let's just play it out. Like, I get it. Look, people are hurt. How do we do it? Oh no, sky's falling. No, we got guys. Let's go make it happen.
Talking to Steve Young on the UMA guest line. So what have you made of Brock Purdy so far this season? We haven't talked to you in a while. I want to know, everything from this offseason where he got the contract to now where he starts week 1 and had a resilient effort where he threw 2 bad interceptions to start, but then gets the game-winning touchdown pass to Jake Tonjes. And then last week, he's a little rusty, has a 3-turnover performance. Just your overall thoughts on Brock Purdy right now.
Yeah, well, we talked about when he got the contract that of all the people who can get a big contract and wall it off, it's Brock Purdy. Like, I sense that he might have bought a truck or maybe not, or he might put a like a little extra garage or something. Like, it's not going to change who he is.
Right.
So that part but the expectations come from the other side, and you can't stop that. So that's the part that, you can wall it off as much as you want, but the other side is, hey, we're paying you $55 million. What's happening? And so that begins a different narrative. That doesn't mean that it makes a difference on the field, but it makes it harder. And then it just feels like Brock is being asked to do more and maybe too much at times, and that gets him into trouble. And because he's very earnest. Like if you said, Brock, I need like Monty Python, like he would be that guy. Like I'll give you everything I got. Like Andrew Luck kind of attitude. Like, well, it doesn't matter. I'll give you my body and soul. And so in that way, you're willing to go too far. You're willing to do too much because you're being asked to do it. And we've got to be super careful because Brock, we've said this before, and he said it to himself, and I say it every time. I'm not as big, I'm not as fast, I'm not as strong. Like, we get that. But what he is an incredible processor. The ball's coming out, and we need people to get open. And if they're open early, he's going to get you the ball. And then he has some mobility when he has it to help out. But you can't just expect him to do too much, because I think that's when he tries to do too much, and then we get balls flying around that, I saw the stat the other day, 24 touchdowns and 7, I can't remember what it was, but it was like too many interceptions.
Right.
And I think that's just an element of what last year and the beginning of this year has asked him to do, is maybe a little bit too much.
What's the hardest part about coming back from injury when you miss multiple weeks? Like a text earlier was referencing in 1995 where you missed time and Elvis Gerbeck had to fill in for you. And it seemed like Brock, wasn't on his best game last week, obviously, coming off of 2 games missed. What was the hardest part during your career when you had to come back from injury?
So I always believed that every game you missed, it took another half to get back up to speed. So if you miss 2 games, it's a full game before you're really back to yourself. And so in that way, there's always a rust factor. Just because you're not, it's such a intense fire in the game that you can't replicate, you can't hold on to. Like, you actually lose a little bit every time you don't play. That's why in preseason, if I was coach, I know I'd get fired if I got somebody hurt, but you're playing. Like, we're going to get you ready to play. But again, that's not what's happening today in preseason. So September's the preseason. So, but to me, Brock is. I lost my train of thought what you guys were talking about, but
we were talking about coming back from injury.
Yeah,
how quickly you said
a
game is a half. Yeah.
So come back from injury. So to me, he's a guy that is going to, like anybody, especially because he's a processor. Like, he's an intense processor. There's a fine motor, like it's like a very, very tender little space that you live in that is so precise that it's something that you have to. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm going to be back to speed immediately." There's no way. Can't happen. And so you just got to you have to fake it till you make it, right? You have to come back. You have to play well, even though you're not ready to play great. And then you got to build your back, kind of build the muscles back into it.
Steve, what happens first? Do they get a rushing touchdown or an interception? They've got 11 straight games without a pick.
Both.
They need both badly.
But I think I gotta believe that we get a rushing touchdown. I mean, I just gotta believe we get down there and make it happen. And because we have we got young guys back there, and they're all kind of feeling their way. And like I said, it is the preseason. I know I overstate it all the time, but it is the preseason, so it's like they're gelling, and we'll hopefully see more of what we saw last week with the interception. I know we called back, but it was legit. Like, he did the work and he intercepted the ball. Like, we'll see. I think we'll start to see more of that. But we got to run the football, especially the red zone, because that's what we used to do. That was the secret. We got down to the red zone, and a lot of teams were like, well, what do we do? Can't run it. We can't throw. There's no space, and they kick field goals. And when you run the football effectively in the red zone and scoring touchdowns, run the football, that's when things get a lot better.
That's the voice of 49er Hall of Famer Steve Young on the Niners trying to flush last week. He didn't say flush per se, but he did say you can't carry it with you. You can't make this a thing. This can't be week-to-week things. It's got to be a one-off. That's what Steve said. So Niners looking to make it a one-off here. Mac Jones 2-0 as a starter. He takes the reins again today for the injured Brock Purdy, and he'll do so with fewer weapons than he's had all season long. No Pearsall, no Juwan Jennings, though he does have Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. More to come when we come on back. We'll check in with our guy Larry Krueger, weeknight 6 to 7, Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader, and then we'll check in with our Niner insider Matt Mayoko from NBC Sports Bay Area. The Niners and the Rams, Thursday Night Football. It's Week 5, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
I think just move on. I think we lost today. Yeah, we didn't play good enough. We made a bunch of mistakes all over the field and still had a chance to win, And so with an early game coming up, you just correct the mistakes. A lot of these mistakes are super uncharacteristic, and we gotta just look ourselves in the mirror and move on because it's a quick turnaround. And just a bad game all around. Excited to move on from it.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you, getting ready for the Niners in the LA Rams Week 5. I can't believe it's Week 5, but I always say this. Can't believe it's Week 5. It's like Week 9 in terms of covering football, right? If you've been doing it since the preseason like we have, JD, it's been going for a while, and a lot of those games don't mean anything. This one, the most important one, and certainly the biggest uphill battle on the schedule to this point for the Niners against the Rams.
We're 2.5 months into this season. What are you talking about? This thing started, that first practice was, July 23rd? I mean, we're talking 2.5 months right now.
It is alarming how fast this thing goes, and the Niners are already 3-1, and they will have played every division opponent after this week, after they finish up this game tonight against the Rams. And something else that should be noted, we keep talking about, and Larry Krueger, who's going to connect with us at some point here on the pregame show, did say to us a couple of weeks ago when we were talking on a post game about the Niners, I think it was after the Arizona game, he said, so many people do that thing where they go, when they get healthy, when the Niners get healthy, when X, Y, and Z happens, you never get healthy in football. It's just about, nobody's ever going to be completely healthy. It's about trying to survive and stay afloat and execute and take pressure off of guys who you've put a lot on because of the injuries. George Kittle is eligible to come off of IR next week. They can open his practice window after he's missed 4 games. This would be the 4th game after putting him on IR. There's still question marks about will 10 days of practice or 8 days of practice be enough for him to be able and ready to go when they've got to play Tampa Bay next week, when you play in a limited capacity. We don't know about the return yet of a Brandon Ayuk, a Malik Mustafa. I don't know if at any point you'll ever get all these guys on the field at the same time. We did know this year was a transition year. We knew with the use of 11 draft picks and 10 of them making the team or 9 of them making the team and the other 2 landing on practice squad that they were going to need a lot of these guys to hit. And I think we've already started to see some of that, from Upton Stout to Michael Williams. You'd love to see C.J. West out there. We did not mention he's out today as well. He had a broken thumb, and I guess he had a surgical procedure on that. And they're going to see if he can play with a club or a cast at some point, but he's out for today's game. You got to develop talent. And if you're going with, Tracy Sandler talked to us about this on pregame last week, if you're going with the Rams model, you knew that there were going to be growing pains this year. You just hoped that those growing pains were going to happen with Nick Bosa on the field to help with some of the development, to take some of that focus away. I mean, we talk about what gravitational pull McCaffrey has. You said it to us. Nick Bosa's got that same gravitational pull, and when he's not there, it's more difficult for everybody else to try to find that development. So it's a little bit of baptism by fire here, going up against a team with a whole lot of weapons, the number 1 receiver in football in Puka Nacua, one of the great quarterbacks of the game, a Hall of Famer in Matt Stafford, a brilliant play caller in Sean McVay, and one of the all-time great receivers in Devontae Adams.
And for all of the things that are really good about the Rams' offense, I think their defense is better than their offense.
Well, and that's kind of what I mean by the model. If you're going by the Rams model of trying to rebuild that, which is what they did. I mean, sort of like the Niners. They had all these offensive weapons. Of course, they drafted well with Kyron, and they've added Puka Nacua, but they still had Cooper Kupp when they started to rebuild this thing. They still had Matt Stafford. They had Kyron Williams at the time. They found the Offensive Rookie of the Year in Jared Verse last season, and they've done a great job even after Aaron Donald retires at rebuilding this thing. So that's how you've got to view this. While you know Nick Bosa will be back at some point next season or in the future, this season has to be about what do we do when we don't have a top 5 player in the league at his position.
And I think it is where, and maybe you disagree with this, I think some 49er fans would, you have to revisit, I think, what the expectations were coming into this season and somehow reconcile that with maybe what the expectations had become if they had changed because this team was 3-0.
Yeah.
And it was, it wasn't a dominant 3-0, but it was definitely a legitimate 3-0 with the way that they played, especially in the big moments late in these games. The thing that would concern me is the margin for error, and we saw how the Niners had just enough in the first 3 weeks. They did a lot of things well. They did a few things maybe not so well in those games, but they were doing more to where they had enough talent on the field to win the close one. We saw, and look, they played their worst game of the year by far against Jacksonville. I mean, all systems failed. Defensively, they were bad in the first half. They were pretty darn good in the second half to help them hang in the game. They deserve credit for that. the offense moved the ball early, but then the turnovers. You stall in the red zone, then you get the turnovers, and that sets the defense up in a bad spot. Special teams, all the yardage, all those things. But the reality is it was still a 5-point game. But the Niners made so many more mistakes throughout the course of the game and just were not quite as talented on the field top to bottom in the game on Sunday, to where when push came to shove, they came up a little bit short where they had been coming out on top in those first 3 games. So I think it's a fine line between winning and losing in the NFL. But I also think, to bring it back to kind of the big picture, even with the quote-unquote easier schedule, I think there were going to be some ups and downs and growing pains. And to me, I don't know if you looked at it this way or not, you can tell me. I looked at easy schedule as a pathway to 10 or 11 wins despite everything. Maybe some looked at it as easy schedule, 13 to 14 wins, because they're kind of used to the bar being a little bit higher, or at least that all-in notion of championship or Super Bowl or bust. I don't feel, and people can come down my road, I don't feel the Niners went into this year with the same championship or bust mentality. It feels like it came back when they were 3-0, and so there was a lot of angst off of that first loss, almost like this team was being judged as a team that's Super Bowl or bust, as opposed to a team that's just trying to get 10, 11 wins and get in.
Yeah, see, I viewed it differently. And I think I viewed my outlook on the season similar to yours, in that the schedule, and I hate doing the schedule thing, and George Kittle had a good comment about that in preseason, saying, it's an easy schedule. Oh, it's easy, huh? Have you ever strapped them up for 17? You ever had to do that? Like, I'm with him on that, because every year we look at a schedule, and because of the way the NFL is set up, there's so much parity within that schedule. You get a lot of first-place teams playing first-place teams from last year. You create an opportunity for that parity by allowing teams that are up-and-coming and rebuilding to surprise some people. You also allow divisions that are deep to have teams that are at sometimes viewed as quality or elite teams that get to play a more difficult schedule and sort of adds more juice to the quality of team they are, a la the NFC North from last year, right? You had 3 teams with double digits there in the Lions, the Packers, and the Minnesota Vikings coming down to the final day of the season. So I'm with you in that I viewed this more as a road to 10 or 11 wins. I viewed them as a playoff team. And I wonder now in my head how much of that was based on the schedule and knowing that they were going to play statistically, even teams that we thought were maybe improved were inferior to them in terms of the talent they had. Again, you take the top 10 team players on the Niners, you put them up against almost any of the top 10 on any team they were playing this year, and the Niners would have a pretty good roster in terms of the top-heavy nature of the talent that they have. My mindset obviously changed about where they could go once Nick Bosa went down and what they were capable of.
Yeah.
I didn't really think of them as a Super Bowl contender this year because you have to earn that right. And last year, going 6-11, you don't have that right to say that you're a contender. I viewed them as a playoff team. After they beat Arizona, I certainly thought, okay, this team's got grit. They're resilient. They can overcome their shortcomings and their shortfalls, because I genuinely thought entering this season it was an offensive team that was going to have to carry the defense early. The defense would find some footing at some point with Saleh and some of the youth, and then maybe you'd be able to balance some of that, because they're at their best when the D-line is one of, if not their best unit on the team. And I thought the offense would have to carry them. The defense carried them for 3 weeks, even allowed them to stay in the game a bit last week, and the offense could not take advantage. So, do I still think they're a playoff team? Because they have 2 division wins in the bag and an opportunity for a third still, even if they lose this game, I view them as a team that's in the mix there, because there's so many teams bunched up at the same level in the NFC.
Even if they lose the next 2, I think they would still be very much in it. Now you're starting over at that point at 3-3, and you still know you're not going to have Nick Bosa, and we'll see who's coming back.
And what does the schedule look like now, too? 5 weeks in. How different is it?
You get a little bit of a different
Indy's a tough game,
Indy's a tough game. Now, Indy looked like not a tough game, and now it looks like a tough game. It actually may not be a tough game by the time you get to it, because it's so far out. But I do think it's going to be tougher than anybody would have thought 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago when the season started. So I think that's all interesting. But I think what you project back to is you still have Robert Saleh on the defensive side to kind of keep everything together. I think you feel pretty good, all things considered, on that front. Where you feel optimistic, I think, on the offensive side, if you're the 49ers, is the playmakers that are coming back in terms of the Kittles, eventually Ayuk. You're going to get Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall back. And again, you may lose a receiver too. I'm not discounting that to your point.
Stop putting that out there. What are you putting that in the universe for?
I'm guessing it's going to happen.
Let me get you a player to bank on here, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Just drop in for gaming, dining, sports. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. We are going to catch up with Matt Mayoko, but give me a player that you need to bank on today. Who's your guy, JD? If the Niners are to win this game and we look back at the box score and at your pregame pick for who to bank on.
Fred Warner.
It's got to be Fred?
It's Fred Warner. It's Fred Warner. And here's why I say that. I think the Niners have to win the turnover battle, and I think Fred Warner is the player most capable on this 49ers roster of forcing not only maybe one but multiple turnovers. And again, if we go back post-game and say, well, why did the Niners win? It's going to be, wow, that interception by someone, or that forced fumble that stalled a drive or set the Niners up with a short field to where they could punch it in. To me, Fred Warner is the guy. The Niners are going to need, I think, excellent defense in this game, but I think they're going to have to look at how quickly the game flipped against Jacksonville. Why did it flip? It was the turnovers. And the Jags have been getting turnovers against everybody. That was the difference.
Defense was on the field a lot after long drives and immediately back out there time
to
after
me,
time.
it's you always look at your best players. It's Fred Warner for me.
Yeah.
Tone setter, flying around, screaming at people, just that refuse to lose type of mentality. I think he sets that tone for this team in this game.
I'm going to go Trent Williams in this one. They need him. They need to be able to run behind him. They need to keep Mac Jones clean and upright. I think that's number one, because if he's not able to stay upright and he's taking hits and the knee does flare up and he's unable to do what Kyle Shanahan needs him to do in certain situations within the play calling or within the bounds of a drive where they need to go out and score before a half or in the red zone, that's paramount to their success today. We'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. We got kickoff coming your way in just about 2 hours right here from Inglewood, California at SoFi Stadium, where the Niners are taking on the LA Rams in Week 5. We'll catch up with our guy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, and get his thoughts on the game next, only here on The Sports Leader. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. Get you ready for the Niners and the Rams. Week 5 kicks off from SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, and the Niners will have played all 3 division opponents by the time they wrap this one up. Here to talk about it, it's our guy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. What's going on, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing great. Just you got me on the phone here. I left the AirPods at home, so you got me. Let's do this.
Sound clean, loud and clear. I like to hear it. Why don't we do it this way? Because we got a sponsor for this segment. It's What's on Deck, sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. And here's what I like to do, Matt, in true Matt Mayoko fashion. Why don't you give us your deck expectations for how this one plays out on a Thursday, Matt?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good. Boy, it's really tough to come up with a scenario where the 49ers do much offensively in this game. So, they did win the game week 3, losing the turnover battle. They somehow kept it close last week, despite going 4-0. That streak of games without an interception, that's going to have to come to an end. And Matthew Stafford, as good as he is, has been known to throw one out there for the 49ers. So this game, they'll have to latch onto that. They'll have to get some takeaways. They'll have to have some short fields. They'll have to cash in. So there's a lot of stuff that has to go right in this game. But the 49ers in the past, they have shown up and been an underdog, a significant underdog against the Rams, and still come away with a victory. So that's what will have to happen tonight at SoFi.
Does a game like this where it's a division game, which to me just always feels weird anyway. I'd almost rather be in this situation in a division game. I just feel like they're closer, they're tighter when you've got coaches that know each other this well. Does the Thursday night kick do anything to level the playing field in your mind?
It might. Yeah, it's kind of tough to come up with that scenario where it might do that. But, I don't think, offensively the 49ers don't change much other than just the faces who are going to be out there. They're so shorthanded at wide receiver. It's going to be Kendrick Bourne and Demarcus Robinson, the main 2 wide receivers. The main pass-catching tight end is going to be Jake Tonjes. It's going to be the Christian McCaffrey show. They're going to rely on Mac Jones to get the ball out quickly, not make any mistakes. And then defensively, I think the Rams will be down 1 offensive lineman on an offensive line that's not real great. So that the pass rush is going to have to do more, certainly, than it did last week. Losing Bosa is such a blow to them, but some of these other guys are going to have to step up. Bryce Huff's going to have a good game. Maybe Travis Gibson comes in and makes his mark. This is a guy that had 7 sacks with the Chicago Bears. Now, granted, it was 4 years ago. But I just don't know where else the pass rush is going to come from. And in order for the 49ers to win this game, they're going to have to put a little heat on Stafford. They're going to have to force him into some bad throws, some bad decisions, and they're going to have to force some turnovers.
Matt, looking at the offense, what do you attribute the lack of explosive runs to, and how do the 49ers fix it?
Well, I think the reason they don't have the explosive runs is because, generally speaking, those explosive runs happen because the wide receivers are getting downfield and they're digging out the safeties, or they're making good blocks on the cornerbacks. So I think that's an area where they're severely lacking. And I think a lot of that has to do with the lack of continuity with the wide receivers. Ricky Pearsall is the only wide receiver who's been there since the opening of training camp. And, I think you look at Kendrick Bourne, I don't think he's blocked very well. The other receivers haven't blocked very well. Even when he was out there, Juwan Jennings wasn't blocking very well. There's the lack of the tight ends blocking. I think they lost a lot, obviously, in that part. In the running game, they lost a lot with George Kittle. So I think that's an element. And also, McCaffrey has to break more tackles. There's always going to be probably one more defender than blocker in the box. And so it's incumbent upon McCaffrey to make some people miss too. But I really think, I don't think the blocking up front is any worse than it's been. I think it's pretty much what you see now is what you've seen in the past. But I think the most significant drop-off has been with the wide receivers blocking.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. In this game last year, the 49ers, they were up in this one. Juwan Jennings had a huge game, and then, in the fourth quarter, Matt Stafford just started picking on Devondre Campbell. He figured out he could beat him in pass coverage. They're more equipped this year to handle that, but I think a better receiving core this year for the Rams with Devontae and Puka Nacua. How do you see the defense handling this, and who's chasing Puka around all day?
Yeah, the guy who's going to have to chase him around more than anybody else is Upton Stout. And what a challenge that young man has in his 5th NFL game to be going up against the guy that, right now, he could easily be the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. His numbers that he's putting up with the receptions, leading the league in receptions, leading the league in receiving yards. Upton Stout looks like it's a mismatch with the size that he has going up against the size and strength of Nacua, but that's going to be a major part of this equation tonight, is just how Upton Stout or just the defense as a whole responds to going up against Puka Nacua. And then we haven't even talked about Devontae Adams. Yeah, so, there's a lot of Tutu Atwell last week. He had the big, 88-yard touchdown catch that gets them the victory over the Colts. So a lot that the 49ers defense faces in this game, and they can make life a lot easier if they do a lot better rushing the passer than they did last week. Last week against Jacksonville, no quarterback sacks, no quarterback hits. There's no way the 49ers can win this game unless they put some pressure on Stafford today.
Matt, what's your sense for where Mac Jones is at physically heading into this one? I kind of maintained that among the two quarterbacks going into the Jags game, Purdy was the healthier, and that was in large part why he got the start in that one. He obviously didn't come out of it as healthy as he went into it. But what's your sense of where Mac is at now after not having to play in the game on Sunday and playing for the first time in 10, 11 days?
Yeah, I think with the injuries, the toe injury for Purdy impacts him more than the knee would for Mac. Mac is not going to be getting outside and running around a little bit and creating time. I think he has to just, when that back foot hits the ground at the top of his drop, the ball has to be coming out. He's not going to be scrambling around. So I think the lack of mobility certainly would hurt Purdy more than it hurts Mac Jones. So I think he'll be okay. He just, you can't get in that position where the protection is breaking down and he has to be scrambling around and moving around. The ball just has to come out quickly. There's so many elements of this game. They have to get the run game going for the reasons that we talked about. And then the problem with getting the ball out quickly is who on this offense right now is capable of getting open quickly and allowing him to get rid of the ball on time. So I think he'll be okay from a physical standpoint, but last week we said the same thing about Brock Purdy after he got fully cleared to play on the Friday. Didn't think that based on how the 49ers were handling this, that it wasn't going to be as much of an issue as it turned out being when the 49ers lost to the Jags.
Matt, before we let you go, as we're talking to Matt Mayoko here, just a thought about where the Niners go after this game. A big, sort of a mini bye here as they get a long time off before they see Tampa Bay in Tampa next week. It also could mean they open the practice window for George Kittle. Have you heard anything? Do we expect that to be on schedule for him next week or this week?
From what I understand, yes, that they will open the practice window for George Kittle, and they may open it for Malik Mustafa as well.
Okay.
So I would say if everything just kind of holds as is, very good chance that Kittle will be back out there against Tampa Bay. And then with the Brock Purdy situation, who knows with that? I think now the team has to be extra cautious, to the point of he's cleared to play, he looks good, but let's take another week off because, they thought he was ready to go against Jacksonville, and all that did was set him back. So, they got to be extra cautious with this. So, tonight, the game, week 6 against Tampa, boy, if they can somehow come out of these two games with a split, I think they got to be feeling really good about themselves with a 4-2 record. But it's not going to be easy to avoid this 3-3 start, because these are probably the two toughest games in succession that the 49ers will play all season.
Matt Mayoko, you see him, you read him, you hear him on NBC Sports Bay Area, all part of their pre- and post-game coverage and Niner coverage all season long. Matt, thanks for the time. Enjoy the game, and we will talk to you soon.
All right, gentlemen. Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you soon. Take care.
All right. Thanks, man. The great Matt Mayoko, great insider for us, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We got kickoff in under 2 hours from SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. The Niners and the Rams both in at 3-1. The Niners looking to go 3-0 in division, but they'll do so with a depleted roster as they've got at least 8 potential starters injured and out for this one, including Brock Purdy. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, our guy Larry Krueger joins us ahead of the Niners and the Rams, and then we'll go to the broadcast booth and talk to Tim Ryan, who will be on the call with Guy Haberman today. More to come. It's the Niners and the Rams, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, if you don't have any run over 20 yards on the year and you don't have any explosive run in that game, I think we got anyone over 11 yards, I think. But yeah, that's going to you're going to have that yards per carry when it's like that. We got to break a big one, and that entails everyone. That includes the play calls. That includes guys blocking on the perimeter. It includes guys blocking inside, and it includes our runners creating.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. That was 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan talking about the run game that has not been good for the 49ers. One of the bottoms in the league, and 3.3 yards a carry, not going to get it done, especially when you got Christian McCaffrey back there. 100 touches for him on the year. He leads the NFL entering Week 5. Here to talk about that, among other things, between the Niners and the Rams, it's our guy Larry Krueger. The Krug Show, stream it anywhere and everywhere you stream video and audio. And, of course, you see him and hear him on Niners Nightly, weeknight 6 to 7, right here on The Sports Leader. Krug, how we doing, bro?
My guys, how you guys doing? Getting
We're
ready.
doing well, man. I mean, this is a weird one in terms of what the 49ers are putting out on the field today. Mac Jones gets his third start, and he's not 100%. Brock Purdy not going to go, and Mac will have the fewest weapons that he's had all season long. Just what do you make of this one on the surface here as the Niners are running with a sort of a patchwork of offense here?
Well, I mean, you better run the ball. I mean, you can talk about two-shell defenses, and you can talk about, yards per carry averages, but now it's time to run the ball. I mean, you have Christian McCaffrey, you have Brian Robinson, you have Isaac Guerrero. They're all healthy. Run the ball. Run the ball. I mean, this is a divisional opponent, they're going to have to. They said the run game is close. You really only have Demarcus Robinson as your premier weapons go, and it's time to run the ball, and we'll see if they can do it.
What do you attribute the inability to have the explosive runs to? We had Matt Mayoko on before you, Larry, and he said he thought it was the receivers blocking, downfield was a big part of it. What do you think has been the biggest reason the 49ers haven't been able to break off the big run?
I don't think they're moving anybody at the point of attack. I mean, Christian McCaffrey is averaging like 1-point-something yards per carry before contact. He's getting smoked in the backfield. He's not running through the line of scrimmage. It's the interior. It's Brendel, Pooney, and Colby have got to step up. It sounds like a law firm, and right now it sounds like a bad law firm. And, those guys have got to get it going. It's at the point of attack. It's nowhere else. I mean, yes, you can say Christian's not the player that he was 3 years ago. Well, you know what? Most people aren't the person they were 3 years ago. I mean, that and in football, that's just too easy. It has to do with his yards per contact before contact. That number is really, really startling.
Come on, who are you kidding, Krug? I'm better. I'm far better than I was 3 years ago.
Well, I mean,
I'm not going to speak for Copes, but
I mean, Copes is quite a bit better than he was 3 years ago. But I mean, most of us, aren't.
Better off. Better off, I'll tell you that. Talking to Larry Krueger, host of Niners Nightly, weeknight 6 to 7 on The Sports Leader. We were talking to Matt Mayoko just a minute ago, and I was talking about how this game ended last year. I remember you telling us in the pregame show you thought it was going to be a game that was determined by the speed of the Rams. Their receiving core is better this year than it was last year, and they've still got that speed. Tutu Atwell last week. How much better are the Niners in their secondary equipped to deal with the Rams defensively today?
I think a lot better, actually. I think the 49ers secondary last year was really slow. You've now added Siegel. Now, Siegel's coming off a rough game, but, rookies have some up-and-down games. But I think Upton Stout on Puka is going to be the matchup to watch. And, guys, if you could build a defender that you think could really bother Puka, I would give you Upton Stout. And, he's somebody who's faster than him, somebody who's tenacious, somebody he cannot shake. Because if you're going to stop Puka, you have to get in his face, take away all the short stuff. Him and Stafford, timing is incredible. You have to somehow interrupt that.
Krug, as you look at the 49ers offensively in this one, yes, it comes down to the run game. We all know how depleted they are at the wide receiver spot, but what do you think the game plan is going to be as it relates to Mac Jones as he returns as the starting quarterback with Brock Purdy out?
Well, I think JD Mac Jones can operate this system. He can process what he sees. I'm really eager to see what kind of play calls there are in this game. How creative does Shanahan get? But, Mac is a rhythm and timing thrower. I'm now starting to sound like Greg Cosell, but, it really is true. He's a rhythm and timing thrower, and I think he's played on time all summer, even in some intense moments. I mean, the Denver joint practice was pretty intense. He stayed on time. He stayed accurate. What he's going to have to do in this game, though, is probably going to be, I would say, maybe 4 or 5, maybe more plays where he's just going to have to get rid of the ball. He's just going to have to throw it away and move on to the next down because the rush is intense, and I expect the Ram D-line to beat the Niner O-line. But Mac's going to take care of the ball. It's really as simple as that. They were -4 last week. They still had a chance to win in the fourth quarter. If they're -4 tonight, they're going to get their doors blown off. But if they can be +1 or +2, I think the 49ers can absolutely win this game on the road.
That's what I said to JD earlier, Kirk. I'm like, something that they haven't done so far this year is going to have to happen. And they've got to play clean. I mean, last week, I don't know if last week is indicative of this is the type of team they are, or if everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and yet they still lost by just 5. And I thought that was more a tell of who the Jaguars were than what the Niners were capable of in the second half. They're more beat up and battered now against the better team. And they're on the road, but it's a short week. It's a team you know well. I just think a turnover in this game, if they win the turnover battle or they can steal an extra possession, I just think you've got to make possessions a premium in this game, and it's got to be a knock them down, drag them out type of game is what I think they've got to do in order to win.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think one other thing to add to that, Coach, the 49ers coming into tonight, guys, have the 4th fewest red zone points per red zone trip. And the guy that they are adding tonight, Demarcus Robinson, if there's one secret aspect of his game that people haven't talked about this week, he is awesome against man coverage in the red zone. All these little rub routes, all these little quick game 5-yard routes, slants, quick outs. He's so good against man coverage at gaining separation in the red zone. And I expect them to go to him in the red zone and look for Demarcus Robinson to score a red zone touchdown receiving tonight.
Crew, give us a name on each side of the ball that comes up the biggest if we're talking about the 49ers hanging in and potentially winning this game.
Well, JD, there's no doubt in my mind. Defensively, it's Upton Stout. Upton Stout has got Puka Nacua. Upton Stout is, I think, ready for this moment, and I think there's a very good chance he could have a really nice night against Puka Nacua. And then offensively, I'm going to say Trent Williams. Trent Williams is coming off a bad game. The last time Trent came off a bad game was the New Orleans game, and he had an absolutely perfect day against Granderson. So I think Trent Williams steps up, gives Mac Jones a little bit more time to operate, and I'll say Upton Stout gets a pick. And I think the Niners, I definitely like the Niners in the points, and I will wager on it. But I do feel like there's a shot they win.
I was saying that earlier. It's funny. I felt so weird about the Jags game, and this one, I'm like, everybody's down and thinks it's a blowout 2-score game. Derek said it yesterday. I said, I'm not so sure. I think even with the Rams victory, I'm with you. I got the Niners covering. Went up to like 8.5 points yesterday, Kurt. I think that's way too big for a division game on the road in a short week. I just don't think I don't think the Niners are in that bad of a situation where it's going to be a double-digit loss, but we'll see how it shakes out. When you think that Upton Stout could have a big game against Puka, what does that look like in terms of Puka, right? Is that 9 catches for 85?
No touchdowns?
What does a good game look like against Puka in 2025?
Well, yeah, that's a great point. I mean, they're going to target him 15 times. I say they keep it. Stout keeps him to maybe 7 catches for 110.
Okay, yeah. And they're all early downs, maybe like nothing big. Yeah.
Yeah, 7 catches, maybe. How about 7 catches, 95 yards, and no touchdowns?
I'm good with that. I'm good. Let's keep him out of the end zone, Puka Nacua. We got to run, Krug. We got a big tilt about an hour and a half away from the Niners and the LA Rams, Week 5. We'll talk to you after the game, man. Enjoy tonight, and good luck on your wager.
Good. Talk to you in the post game. Go Niners.
All right, enjoy the game, crew. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you, getting ready for the Niners and the Rams. We will, by the way, in about a half hour, hand it over to Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan, who will take you up to and through kickoff. And we'll be back after the game, streaming live, taking your calls, and talking this one over. But we'll also catch up with our guy, Tim Ryan, and get his breakdown on the X's and O's of how the Niners can come away victorious in this game against the Rams. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, more to come on Niner Pregame, only here on the Sports Leader. Adam Copeland back ahead of the Niners and the Rams with your 49er player spotlight. A tough loss last week where the Niners lost in all three phases of the game and a quick turnaround on a Thursday. So they'll turn to some of their veterans, and that's why this week's spotlight, Kyle Juszczyk, who was the 49er player of the week. He came on KNBR earlier this week and discussed the struggles in the Niner run game, suggesting it is still there, but the little things have hurt them from executing to perfection. Here's Kyle Juszczyk.
Yeah, you know what the thing is, I don't think too much needs to be changed, and I know everyone, that's not what people want to hear. People want to hear the solution, and we're going to change that, and it's going to be fixed right away. I think it's all there. It's just been little things, on each play. I feel like we've been so close to breaking it, and it's a lot of times it'll just come down to one guy, his defender getting off his block, at the last second, or maybe something mistargeted. We were supposed to have a combination between two guys, and we didn't end up getting the right communication. I can't say it's been just one thing, but it is something that we're aware of, and we've always had so much pride in being a great running team and being effective. But I really will say that one of our mottos has been like we're gonna win any way necessary, and if we have to throw the ball 40, 50 times to get that win, we will. If we have to run the ball 40, 50 times, the run game is definitely, high on our priority list and something that, we're hoping to bounce back and have a good week this week.
Well, it's something they've struggled with to this point in the season, though. Christian McCaffrey, 69 touches out of the backfield, 31 receptions. They're going at just 3.3 a carry as a team. That's got to give today if you're looking for a win against the Rams at SoFi, and that's why Kyle Juszczyk is this week's 49er Player Spotlight.
Obviously the Rams are a great football team. It's on the road, divisional game, after dropping this game. So we got to, completely flush it, obviously learn from our mistakes, and get ready for a huge divisional game on Thursday.
That's a huge divisional game, an understatement. The Niners with a chance to go 3-0 in the division with a win tonight against the Rams at SoFi Stadium. Let's go up to the broadcast booth and talk to Tim Ryan about how they find a path to victory in this one. Tim, what's going on, bro? How are we?
We're doing well. Thanks for asking. I hope you guys are doing well. Great stadium. This is my favorite stadium in pro football, other than Levi's, of course. And just love the home field there. But it's a dome, but not really, with the open air, and the Oculus in the middle is awesome. It'll be a great environment. And 49ers are going to have to play their best game. This is the toughest opponent when you look at them, offense, defense, and special teams that they faced. And I know Seattle's off and running and having a good season so far. But these guys, look, 4 days after Sunday, and Sunday was a grind now physically, and obviously had some injuries, but this game is all about the mindset, and as I like to call it, an intangible game. Like, throw the stats out the window. Both of these coaching staffs know each other. They know the game plan. They know what each other is going to try to do, what's worked in the past, what hasn't worked in the past, and really which players can execute a game plan without mental errors, of course, which is a challenge on a short week. And I know the coaches put so much work in the week before, right? Pre the Jacksonville week, getting ready for what they're going to see here tonight on Thursday Night Football. But who can really strain to the whistle and the mindset of really playing snap to whistle full bore for 60 minutes? The mindset, to me, is the biggest thing in this game.
Well, and for fans that don't know, it is a dramatic difference, the lead up to this game coming off a Sunday as opposed to a normal full week. But for those that don't know, what are some of the things that the 49ers look to do differently on a short week specifically?
Well, I kind of what I just said, like the game plans, they're not going to be reduced. They know what's worked against this team. They know, and every team's different. They know what's given each other challenges and problems through the first quarter of the season, and they'll try to highlight that and get after it. But at the end of the day, when you look at a game like this, when the 49ers, and in recent memory, I can't think of a bigger challenge for the offense than I see here tonight when you look at all the injuries to the major weapons, including the quarterback in Brock Purdy, going against a defense that's really playing good ball. And you know, the horses they've got up front and how hungry they are and how they play, and they're relentless. This is going to be the biggest test and the biggest litmus test for me. How effective can the offensive line be? And I know it's been a little up and down, and it's not just the line. There's certainly been some challenges at times with the backs not quite seeing the crack. And they close quick now. These holes are open for a brief second. Yeah. And if you're not through them, you don't see them fast, and you're not through them fast, they're going to close. But when you look at how these guys play, and those edge players with Byron Young and Jared Verse, both have a lot of power, both have a lot of speed. How those tackles hold up is going to be big.
The one that comes to mind for me, just thinking a recent memory, it'd be 5-6 years ago. I think it was 2020, the game in Green Bay, the COVID game, where they were out of basically everybody. I mean, they're pulling practice squad guys up, and it was the Richie James game. He was like the only guy of note in the receiving corps. So a little bit different on a short week. What's Upton Stout's task today? We've been talking a lot about him, and he's got a huge one with Puka Nacua.
Yeah, and he'll see a little bit of everybody, the way they multi-align their wide receivers.
Yeah.
And they do it to get them open. And as Saleh said during the week, and you can see it on tape, Sean McVay is a very, very good play caller and knows how to get these guys in the right position where you can't always press them, you can't always out-leverage them, and gets them in favorable matchups. He's going to have to do what he's been doing, which is just get on a guy's hip and play physical. I mean, you cannot let these guys have a lot of free access running in space. Now, there's obviously times where you can't get to them and they're off the ball and they're in motion. But none of these guys, Devontae, Puka Nacua, Tutu Atwell, can really go, but for the most part, they're not going to run away from the 49er defenders. So I hope to see some tight man coverage at times. And the only reason I say that is because if you sit back, and most coaches around the NFL would love to sit back and cover 2, cover 3, quarter, half, cover 2 to one side, 4 to the other, and count on a 4-man rush and make the quarterback read through it and get to the open holes before the rush can get there. If there's a steady diet of that in this game, Stafford, as good as he's playing and how he sees it, and he's a coach on the field, and the ball's out on time with his accuracy, it'll be a slow carving.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to see some tight coverage, and somehow, some way, they got to get Stafford off his spot and get some pressure on him.
Do you think it starts with the coverage in this game over the pass rush, and how do they generate the pass rush that was such an issue on Sunday?
Yeah, it wasn't as big of an issue, I think, as everybody's making it out to be. Number one, the ball was coming out quick, and the 49ers have seen that now for how many seasons since Posey has been here. I think the biggest thing is you got to link the rush and the coverage. So if they're counting on the 4-man rush and you want to keep 7 back, change your looks and hopefully someone up front. Look, I don't know what's going to happen with Havenstein, if he's playing or not. You guys probably know if the inactives came out already. But Bryce Huff's not a bad rusher. Bryce Huff can turn the corner. He can get on people. That's the biggest thing when you look at this offense, as good as they are, and Kyron Williams is a pounder in the run game. They're not great up front. They're not, they're good players, but I think the 49ers can match up against these guys. So,
and Havenstein is out.
Okay, so Havenstein is out. I would think it's Warren McClendon, a third-year fifth-rounder, who's going to be out there at right tackle. So I like that matchup. They just got to win. And then when they're going to play the tight man coverage, probably going to be sending some pressure. And I know D. Winters can rush the passer. I know he can blitz. I know Upton Stout can blitz. Yep. I know Fred can blitz. So they've got to get home, but the coverage behind it's got to support it.
Demarcus Robinson, didn't see a lot of him on Sunday. I imagine we'll see more of him, but still trying to get him up to speed after missing the first 3 weeks. Larry Krueger was talking to us about his effectiveness against man in the red zone. How big of a factor is he today?
He's huge because he's going to be one of the top 2 wide receivers. I mean, and I know he's fired up, and you guys know what I call him. He is a real pro wide receiver. I think he's very underrated. So I think it was a good thing they played him as much as they did in the games in the preseason.
They played a lot,
and knowing that he wasn't going to play the first 3 with the suspension. So I'm fired up for him. If they can protect and handle that front, and we'll see what the Rams do. I mean, if I'm Chris Shula of the Rams and they play a lot of off zone. A lot of people are playing the 49ers with 2 deep, keeping everything in front of them. and rallying up and counting on their rush to get home. They can certainly do that, and they've done it for the most part through their 4 games this year. But when I try to think of it as the opposing coordinator, and they've had Witherspoon got hurt on the back end, they got Durant, they got Forbes on the other side, they're playing Williams. Their corners are good players, not great players, but I can almost guarantee you they think they can hip up to these wide receivers and send pressure on a quarterback who's got a questionable knee injury with Mack. And I know he's cleared up the report. I bet you he'll have the knee brace on out there.
I'd imagine.
He's not super mobile anyway. He can move enough. But I'll be shocked if at times they don't come after him and try to play some man coverage behind it.
That being said, what do you think the game plan is offensively for the 49ers to get the run game going, to take some of the pressure off of Mac Jones and try to free those wide receivers up?
Yeah, well, I think the day has arrived where the run game has got to click. It's got to. And we'll see if they play the man coverage that I just talked about. I like the McCaffrey matchup, of course, on any of their safeties or linebackers. But they got to run it, and they got to stay out of 3rd and long. If a crazy stat, and I told Pop this stat earlier, and he had told me he'd already picked up on it. You always ask about 3rd down, right? We always talk 3rd down. It's all about the money down. 3rd down, 3rd down, 3rd down. Very, very important to sustain drives and keep them going. Because this team is so aggressive with their 5-man front and so skilled in how they play, they've had so many of their sacks and negative plays are on 1st and 2nd down. The average for the opponents through the first 4 games on 3rd down against that defense is 3rd and 10. Wow. They got to stay out of 3rd and long in this game, and that's been a big feather in their cap, and they've earned the right to rush the passer in long down and distances. The key is having some success, on 1st and 2nd down.
Coverage team. I mean, I think it's a game that you talked about, the mindset game. You got to win the margins too, right?
Right.
I mean, that's a mental mistake type thing, is it not?
Absolutely. And I think when you look at no margin for error in a matchup like this, too many drops last week, too many missed opportunities on defense. Would have been great plays by Fred Warner if he was able to squeeze those 2 picks and get them. This team hasn't had a pick in 11 weeks, 11 games. It's a franchise record, not a good record to have. So when those opportunities present themselves on both sides of the ball, they got to squeeze it and they got to catch it. And then they've got to at least hold even, hope to win on special teams. The special teams last week, and people don't talk enough about, it really is the 3rd phase of the game. And a punt return for a touchdown, the long kickoff return right before half that allowed them to get 3 points. Special teams have got to find something in this game tonight, and it's going to be a challenge because these guys are good at what they do.
We got kickoff in about an hour and 15. Tim Ryan will be on the call with Guy Haberman. Have a good call, Tim.
All right, good to see you guys.
We'll take a quick break. We'll give you our final thoughts and the keys to the game on this one. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. The Niners and the Rams, Week 5. Both teams at 3-1 atop the NFC West. More to come. Niners and the Rams only here on the Sports Leader. Thursday night football, week 5 is upon us. The Niners at 3-1. Banged up tonight. Mac Jones going to be the starting quarterback. No Ricky Pearsall. No George Kittle. No Juwan Jennings. No Brandon Ayuk. No Nick Bosa. No Ben Barch. Could throw that one in there. No Robert Beal. Who else am I missing?
C.J. West.
No C.J. West. Niners are banged up. They're battered. But again, I felt like Larry and Tim were both kind of on the same page I was, that if there's a week that you've got to be banged up and battered and go out and play a team from your division and the best team on the schedule to this point in the schedule, it may as well be a Thursday night. You may as well make them uncomfortable as well. And Tim was really emphasizing, even to us off air before they hit there, that it's all about mindset. And it's not just about mindset. It's about who's really ready to play. He said, who's really ready to show up, because nobody feels good. The Rams certainly don't. I mean, they feel better after having won that game on Sunday, but this is what they mean by enjoy it for 24 hours. And when you got a Thursday tilt, I don't even think you can go that far. The Niners are going to have to do something today to win this game that they haven't done all year long, and that's either find the end zone on the ground, run the ball extremely effectively, stop the run on the other side, force a turnover, play clean special teams. I mean, any one of those things could lead to victory today for the Niners. I'm looking first and foremost for turnover. I think that's got to be the thing that breaks that, and being able to run the ball sustainably, effectively. It may also end up being a big game for Brian Robinson, a game where they need him after all the amount of touches we just saw McCaffrey have last week.
Yeah, a little bit more balance, and I think not so much the balance between the two running backs, but just the fact that McCaffrey would figure to be a huge part of the passing game.
Yeah.
And so are you going to target him a lot? I think we've seen the 49ers more than comfortable doing that, but are you going to target him a lot and attempt to hand it to him a lot? I think that's a question. I do think the way the 49ers played in terms of just that who's got it in them at the beginning, the mentality aspect of it. I do think a team that gets beat in the fashion the Niners got beat, because they, to a man, in that locker room after the game at Levi's, all said, hey, we should have lost by 20 points. Now, they were in the game because they played well enough to be in the game down the stretch there and have a chance to win it. But I think when you play as poorly as they did, I think that's the team that comes out. They may not have enough because they're so depleted, but I think that's the team that comes out really flying around with the mentality early. But to me, that has to pay off in some kind of a lead or hanging in the game. If you don't make that payoff early, that's where I think these games can maybe flip and turn into where they become multi-score kind of games going the wrong way.
Does this game look, in your mind, if the Niners were to come out victorious, does it look like the Arizona game to you? Does it look like the New Orleans game? I mean, I'm trying to find situations here where Mac Jones played. He also had less weapons, or I should say fewer weapons, against Arizona. He didn't have Juwan Jennings against Arizona, though he did have Ricky Pearsall.
It's going to have to look better than the Arizona game.
I mean, that was.
Yeah.
I felt like they kind of pulled that one out.
No, they did. I think it's a couple of weeks in a row. I think they were the better team in Seattle. I think they were the better team in New Orleans. I think they were the better team for stretches of the game against Arizona. But no, the way they pulled that one out at the end, I think it goes in a little bit of a different category. But no, I think there has to be some flow to the offense. They're going to have to either be able to run it or get the short passing game going with Mac Jones, or get creative with the receivers that they have. There's going to have to be more of an offensive flow to the game than Mac Jones had in the game against Arizona, even though he was able to lead him down at the end.
It's so funny. I saw a note yesterday that somebody was talking about the 49ers receiving corps today may be a mix of, and we know this, it'll be Kendrick Bourne and DeMarcus Robinson are probably your top two, but Sky Moore, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, a couple other guys.
It's a who's who.
It's a who's who. Somebody said on Twitter last night, they said Sky Moore, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, and DeMarcus Robinson. I think Patrick Mahomes literally won a Super Bowl with this receiving corps. Kind of made me laugh, but not all that far off. I mean, this is going to have to be a clean game in all phases for the Niners, and as Larry put it, and as Tim Ryan put it there, if they win the turnover battle, if they can win it 2-0 or 1-0, that could be the difference for the Niners. For me, it's going to be all about limiting possessions for the Rams, and don't allow them to get up and then kind of dink and dunk you or hit you downfield to bleed the clock out, because they've got a good run game with Kyron Williams as well, and a guy who's a weapon.
They're just such a complete team. I mean, you look at it, the area where they're the most vulnerable is the offensive line, as we were talking about with Tim Ryan, but that suddenly is an area, and Tim disagreed with me for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe with the pass rush has got to be there. And I do think the 49ers have players that are capable of it, but too often we've seen when Bosa isn't around, the fact that everything just kind of crumbles in terms of the pass rush. They want to get that back against a weaker an exploitable offensive line of the Rams.
The keys to the game, by the way, are sponsored by your Bay Area Chevy dealers. Visit BayAreaChevroletDealers.com. Just a final thought from you on this one, JD, the script of the game, how it plays out. I mean, do you have a prediction? I know 49er faithful are not positive about this one. It's so funny how the season goes. I feel like it's a bit of saying trap game is an overstated thing. And I may be getting eye rolls and scoffs across the Bay Area when I say I think the Niners have a chance. I can't pinpoint any one thing that's going to be the road to victory. I just think these games on Thursday nights get weird, and they especially get weird against division opponents. You pointed out at the top of the show how many times we've watched games that feel like the worst team in a division is playing the best team in a division, and it's a close game, at least for part of it. That could be the difference, is one turnover, one mishap, one big play for the Niners, if they can keep it close. Where are you?
Yeah, I think that if I were going to bet it, I would bet that the Niners cover, but not win. So full disclosure, full honesty, I think they're too depleted in my mind coming into it, but I do think they can hang in the game. I think they will hang in the game. I think this is going to be a one-score game in the fourth quarter. If you say, JD, you got to pick it, I'd probably pick the Rams 20-13.
That's kind of where I'm at. I was going 17-13, 17-10, somewhere in that range. I think it's a low-scoring affair. I think the Niners do find the end zone. What happens today, though? Do they get a pick or do they get a rushing touchdown? Do either one of those streaks break? Because they're still, for 2 weeks now, the final team in the NFL without a rushing TD, and as we've pointed out several times, 11 consecutive games without a pick.
If you ask JD what's more likely, I think the rushing touchdown in this game specifically is more likely.
I think it's going to have to be. Is it CMC? Is it Juice? Or is it Brian Robinson? Because that would be the irony here. Is
it's going to be CMC. We've seen CMC have. I mean, that the game that he had 3 years ago in his first full game with the 49ers after he played the game against Kansas City, where he ran for a touchdown, threw for a touchdown, and had a receiving touchdown. He's had some big games against the Rams. He's had some big games here at SoFi.
Well, Jawan Jennings did last year as well. 3 receiving touchdowns in that game, and then. I remember he didn't want to talk to the media after about it because he said, hey, man, we lost the game. I don't want to tout my own achievements and my own accomplishments. This is going to be a team game for sure if the Niners are to come away victorious. They have a chance here. I mean, really, it's like 2 in hand. If you get one over the Rams here, you'd be above them in the division and you'd have the game in hand, head-to-head against them after 2 wins against division opponents earlier this season. That's going to do it for us on the 49er pregame show here. Great to be back on the Sports Leader, your home of 49er football for over 20 seasons, and you will hear every pre- and post-game and Niner game right here on the Sports Leader for the remainder of the season. Thanks to our guest, Matt Mayoko, our 49er insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Larry Krueger. Great to have Steve Young back on our airwaves as well each and every week on the Sports Leader in the mornings, and then in the afternoons with myself and Derek Papa on Dirty Work. Thanks to Tim back in the studio. Thanks to Kyle Haar back in the studio. I'll be back with you at halftime with your 49ers United Airlines halftime report to get you ready for the second half. And then JD and I will be back with you after the game to get your calls and your thoughts. You can stream it, you can watch it, you can hear it, you can call in. Tell us what you thought of the Niners and the Rams, only here on The Sports Leader. It's a Thursday night, nationally televised football tilt. A hell of a matchup tonight, which, by the way, plans to see a whole bunch of Niner fans at SoFi Stadium for what they like to call Levi's South, a la the San Francisco Giants going down to San Diego years ago. Kickoff coming your way, only here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Niners and the Rams on The